Y'all come in, hit them likes and share, man. Let's get this going, man. Deep topic that need to be talked about, man. We gotta see different perspectives from different races. Let's see what we got, man. We ain't bringing emotions to this thing. We gonna try to see if we can have some people that know how to talk, that know how to communicate. Since we say communication is key, these people that talk about it, can they really communicate? So if we can communicate through the way we feel, we can be great. You feel me? And I said this a bunch of times, this is not a argument. It might be talking points you may debate about, but this is not an argument. We're just trying to build understanding over here and see what white people think about us and what we think about white people. So I just want to see, because I believe we can learn from one another. I think that's the problem why we can't get along, you know. We only want to see our own perspective, and that's the problem. And if anybody else think besides or outside of our own perspective, that's when the problem becomes. And that's why we can't get that far even with our own families, because somebody may think differently from me, and that makes them the enemy. And we got to get that out of our minds. Just because somebody may think differently, don't make them your enemy. Depending on what they talk about, but it's not necessary. It's not necessary. Everybody can think differently. This is the world we live in. That's the reason why a lot of y'all relationships don't work, is y'all gotta think the same. Some things you're not gonna think the same on. That's called a perfect marriage. But you gotta have a core value, I would say. That's one thing. But yeah, we gonna see how this thing is. Y'all keep hitting the taps and likes as y'all come in here. Share to some more people. Let's get this thing going, man. Just cause they wrong don't mean I can't be correct. Yeah. Right. And it's a topic people was saying I should do. We gonna make it happen, Captain. You feel me? We gonna make it happen. I might be the new Martin Luther King. You feel me? Bring us together. It's like, nah, I'm talking junk. But hey, if that's what it takes, man. I think if as long as somebody can be able to hold their composure and know how to have the ability to look at more than one side, we can make it happen. I believe I done worked on that long enough to see if I can do that. Worked on it long enough to not have a bias to things, or bias to skin, bias towards. So maybe talking points I may be biased to, or maybe what people stand on, but I still listen. That's the thing. You feel me? So we gonna see what's gonna happen with this. Get some shares going, man. Let's get this going. We got this going right before this fight. Not the great Moses in the building.
And listen, man, that wasn't my.
Gotcha.
And I was scrolling. I was just trying to scroll through some shit, man. I'm trying to go get something to eat and go to sleep. My bad.
Not this Friday. How you going to sleep already? What the heck you been doing?
Man, listen, man. I respect my Shabbat. I don't know what y'all be doing. And y'all can just
What, you got to work or something?
man, listen, man. You know, listen. I'm not gonna get through
Philip,
this.
I
Philip.
don't. You know the reason why I don't go to sleep too fast. What's the deal? Unalive. You know I can't say your name.
Let me say one question. Who y'all got tonight? Let me ask you one question. Who y'all got tonight?
Y'all really gonna do this, huh?
Gotta ask, bro.
Why is anybody sweating to say Tyson?
I know, man. Tyson gonna knock him out.
Cause I'm not saying Tyson. I'm not. I'm sorry.
Well,
Tyson
then,
win
yeah,
by
I
6th
understand why
round.
you sweating.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's why I'm sweating. Yeah. I ain't gotta sweat. I just go off logic. I ain't going off feelings. I'm just going off what I see. But we gonna see tonight. I've been waiting for this.
Wait, what you
You.
see? What you see? And I'm gonna tell you what I
I've
see.
been
Tell me what
watching
you
Jake
see.
Paul. I watch that guy.
So do you feel like he's a legit boxer? Let me ask you that.
No, I mean I would say he earned my respect when he knocked out Tyron Woodley. So I
Whoa,
say
whoa,
that.
whoa, 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 whoa! Why would you feel like he earned your respect knocking out a
Be,
person that was a grappler in the UFC, not a real
he had
person?
hands.
No, not really. Tyron
Okay,
Woodley what's that dude he
name?
had
The
power. Don't get
Spider.
me wrong. Huh?
Spider.
A spider? That was a toss up.
He got hands. He got hands for sure.
Yeah, he's saying.
Nate
He's
Diaz
MMA
for
fighter.
sure got hands. We know Nate got hands.
So let me ask you a question. Jake is literally walking around at 220, 230. Well, just walk around. He fought guys that literally fight at 150. 150. He fought a dude that fought at 155. He fought two dudes that fought at 155. He fought a dude that fought at 170. He fought another guy that fought at 185.
I get you. I get what you're talking about.
MMA fighters. I can't give him when you just putting on boxing. I can't give you that respect until you get your ass in the ring with some legit boxing.
You right. Cause he did lose to Tommy Fury and he's a boxer.
And you remember Hasim Rahman Jr. was supposed to fight him, but he wanted that boy to get down to 205. But that man said, "I've been a heavyweight since I was 14. I can't make that weight." So they canceled that fight.
I'm just saying, man. You know,
And that was a legit boxer.
Askren when he boxed Askren. Come on, I mean that dude.
We know that, but that's why I said did you see the rest of his fights though?
You know what?
He beat the king of bare knuckle. Come on, bro. Y'all not about to do Mike Perry like that.
Bro, Mike Perry is not a legit boxer.
Come on, Mike Perry would knock out a lot of these people. Now you playing.
Hold on, bro. Mike Perry fought 155 in the UFC. That's a small guy.
I keep forgetting about that weight part. You keep getting me with that. Yeah, I be forgetting about that. I forgot about that.
Mike, you seen the way Mike Perry head wasn't even moving. Even the dude that he showed that he dropped in sparring. I got an insight on that. Y'all want to know the insight about that? That dude let him do that because he paid for some land for that man. That's my homeboy. That's my little brother homeboy, bro. You know, I'm in Florida, bro. All these guys be in Miami. Like my old coach had Jake bucking. Like my old coach was like, bro, I got somebody for you to spar. And Jake don't want to spar because he don't want to box no real boxers. Jake's scary, man. He only box people who allow him to just walk around acting like he the best.
Yeah, I said he wouldn't do that to Deontay Wilder. Or he wouldn't do that to Canelo.
He won't do that to nobody. Why you
he wait till everybody get old.
Why you think he keep trying to fight little people, man? He don't fight. He don't never. You know how many hungry people that sit around that fight at cruiserweight that would demolish him. So many.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
He don't want to fight no cruiserweight, bro. He bucking all cruiserweight / heavyweights. He don't want no problem with them boys. He's running from them. But call himself a boxer, but will fight Mike Tyson, somebody who's 57 years old. It's a lose-lose situation for him.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I said that too. I've been said that. That's the reason why I said I'm like.
I said that yesterday, Kara.
Because they gonna be like, well, he's old. That's why he. I just can't. I'm not like it's a wrap on him regardless.
He would never get no respect, bro. He would never get no respect. Reason why he's not getting in there with no legit boxing. He keeps fighting people that's out of it. Like the one white guy he fought, that dude was sitting on his couch.
Wow.
Yeah, Askren not known for having hands of any kind. I don't think he could identify a punch from a kick, generally speaking. You get him in the ground game, he's gonna hurt you. Yeah. And then Woodley, I mean, we're talking We're talking Woodley after injuries. We're talking Woodley after a hard career, after years of camps. The Woodley that Paul got in the cage or in the ring is not prime time knocking people cold Woodley. Not the same individuals. And if you watched him perform, you would know that.
And think about it too, though, Mister.
What happened? Why her voice go away?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Lovely. She was talking for a second. Maybe she got a call.
Looks like everybody dropping her.
Yeah, but it don't matter, man. We can sit here and get all on our feels about who's right, who's this. We're gonna find out.
We gonna see tonight. All right, I just can't do it. I'm sorry.
Listen, the
live on Netflix. I didn't even know Netflix had a live.
Jake Paul knows how to throw a punch, and he can throw. And there's a puncher's chance, man. That's the thing about combat sports.
Exactly.
It's not always about who's supposed to win. Sometimes things happen, and I don't want to see that happen to our boy Tyson. I don't think this can be scripted in a way because it's going on his permanent record. I don't think money's needed to take a fall. You know what I'm saying?
Can you hear me, Mr. Print and Kev?
Yeah, we can hear you now. I don't know what happened before.
Sweet. I'm just gonna say that. I keep having to drop down and come back up. But you know what this reminds me is that, remember back in the day when we only had boxing? We didn't have UFC. Or when we had wrestling, we had UFC, but it wasn't on the same platform. So now we've got a boxer fighting like a UFC fighter. And there's like a mix of it. But then we got one at one age and one at another age.
He's not even a boxer. That's the sad part. He's a YouTuber, and he's proving a lot of stuff wrong. That's why I said we giving this dude so much, but at the same time, this dude he fighting.
Right.
Like, dang, we not gonna never get him. But I do feel what Unalive was saying earlier that he do got to get in the ring with maybe at least a real active boxer, because this not about to prove anything either. I just can't go against what I've been seeing. This dude is the kid is too fast. I mean he's a boxer. I say that he can box, maybe amateur. I just don't but he can box old people that's fighters.
Do you fight other YouTubers, Kev?
I think some of them did. I think KSI pretty good too. I mean, shoot, KSI went toe to toe with Tommy Fury, and Tommy Fury and Jake Paul couldn't even beat Tommy Fury.
Yeah, so the reason Jake Paul has got issues with getting respected is because
he's not fighting.
Because when he went in and he fought someone where it was equal age, equal size, somewhat equal kind of record. Yeah. Age wasn't a factor. He lost. So
he lost. Yeah, he did.
So what? And then you look at his wins. It's like,
I feel it.
He has wins over someone who was a striker in MMA at a top level at one point. But anybody who's watched combat sports on any kind of long-term level, if you look at boxing, you look at MMA boxing, they're not the same practice.
I feel it.
There's
still boxes in there though.
And with boxing, your defenses are different. It's a different sport. So it's like, so you're going to say, I'm going to take this guy who's retired, been battered and beaten, and then I'm going to take him out of his area of MMA into something he's never practiced specifically and make a name off him. So it's like, okay, so you're using some names to get some likes, whereas there's guys who've been boxing since they were literally 3 years old, who've worked through, their childhood, through local areas, and then went up and did an amateur record of probably 100 plus fights, and then became a professional. And Jake Paul's coming in here with a YouTube following, getting bigger headliner fights, making bigger paychecks. Mm-hmm. You guys have dedicated their whole lives to this. They're not even getting any light. So it's like there's a little bit of, maybe he's bringing more attention, which is overall good, but the way he's jumping the line is
Jake Paul different, man. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, he making history right now. So he the only one that got people that's real fighters to try to even go against him, because he making a name for himself. That dude, I mean, like I said, I can still get the boy credit. I see what he doing, all that stuff. Sure, a lot of people keep telling him he can't, and he been making things happen. But I get it. We're we're gonna be like, prove this, prove that. I actually believe he could probably be some like some lighter boxers, not none of the top ones, but
I'm just gonna say like this: I'm not getting in there to fight Mike Tyson. Okay, so
hey, but we
so
not boxers though. But Roy Jones went in there and neither ain't do nothing. And Mike Tyson ain't do nothing no more. Roy Jones either, and Roy Jones always been smaller than him.
Well, and I even look at that. That's why I brought up that the UFC, MMA, and then the boxing. And then you look at some of the females that have gone in, and then guess what they went into was wrestling. They went into the wrestling realm, and which is different too. You know, so it's like I don't know. I guess there's just a different level. It kind of reminds me of like a Deion Sanders who could play basketball and football. You know, so it's like maybe you can cross
And
over,
Cedric the Entertainer,
right?
Andre Ward, and K. Scott. Them mother.
Actors are
It's
saying,
free
I'm
on
gonna-
Netflix. You can't miss it. Nah, it's free on Netflix.
I'm gonna open up the conversation. I'm gonna mute up when the fight starts because I'm gonna have it playing. I don't want to get you in
Let's
trouble
get it.
with any copyright stuff.
Yeah, right. That's why I got my stuff on muted right now. I'm just looking at the.
I don't like the stereotype that black people love fried chicken. Because I think that shit's fucked up because I think everybody likes fried chicken. And I want to be included in the stereotype because I literally will drive to lengths to go get some fried chicken because there's just not places nearby, you believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
And KFC ain't the place to go, in my opinion.
Nah.
And I also don't like getting the complaint about something they call seasoning and then no explanation of what it is.
Kush, what's up? Don't think I ever seen her on my platform. Maybe she been hiding in the shadows. What's up?
"Hey, Kush, how are you?"
Yeah, I'm just trying to start us off on a funny note, on a light foot. You know what I mean?
Before we get deep, you know how this.
Right off the
You know
bat.
how this about to be tonight.
Hey, Kev, you got money riding on this. So I'm just playing.
Oh
Hey.
yeah, I'm good. Though I do think that this is my first time seeing your platform. So I always
Welcome.
type and thing at the top when I come in. But oh yeah, I like the topics you have on the board. Those
Mhm.
are so. If I would answer those, I would say, all right. So, what do blacks not like about whites? I would say for me, I can't speak for everyone. But it's the goddamn racism thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, Jesus Christ, can you guys kind of collectively pull that together and just stop, you know? Encourage your family to stop this, encourage the system. Like, if you work, because see, they say that like all the slave stuff ended a long time ago, but at the same time, you know, the YT people are still, who are here today, are running this racist system that is put in place. So they're the doctors that are predominantly making black women have to undergo miscarriages every childbirth almost. They're the lawyers and the judges who are excessively sentencing people like my brother. They are predominantly, you know, like everyone who is suppressing our growth in this country. So, but it's the system. It's the system. And I do believe that integration has been a benefit for us in one sense, only one, but in the fact that, you know, YT people back in the day, their parents could lie to them and say that, oh, you should hate black people because they are only 3/5 of a human. They're incapable of learning. They could teach them all this stupid shit. And just because they didn't know us, they would believe it. But now, since integration, they've had a chance to go to war with us, go to work with us, go to school with us. So now they can. I saw during the George Floyd protest a lot of YT teenagers coming out making videos exposing their parents for being like mad racist and stuff. Because like their parents would be like, oh, he deserved it, you know, because he was a criminal or whatever they were saying, and the kids were speaking against him. Anyway, I just feel like, you know, that is a level of progression because we have a personal experience with one another now. And so, you know, but at the same time, the system itself is still completely like racist, you know. And that's why, I mean, someone in the comments say I sound like Kamala Harris. I don't know how I sound like that skank because I voted for Trump. You know what I'm saying? So I voted for Trump. So like that's that. And all right, so next question says, oh, like what do white people not like about blacks? I can't answer that. That's for the whites, you know. So I would say, what are the
Hypothesize.
uh who, me?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can hypothesize.
I wouldn't like to. I'd rather go into the next question.
Oh,
I'd
I'm just okay. I'm just saying you don't have to be afraid to have an idea on this panel. No one here is going to try to bring you down for expressing an idea. And if you're just uncomfortable with the question, I get it. But I'm just on you don't got to be afraid that you're going to get any kind of negative kickback for expressing yourself, even with a question that might ask you to think in a way you're not used to. I just want to let you know you're safe to really express yourself.
I appreciate that, and thank you for telling me that. On that note, I would say that I think one thing that to hypothesize that why people not like maybe about black people, I think that a lot of white people feel like we need to get over this racism thing and stop playing the victim. But in my opinion, like as long as a victim is being victimized, like how is it playing anything? It's the literal facts. But it's facts that YT people may not see in their regular day-to-day life, so they think it don't exist only because it doesn't apply to you. But you know, that's just my thoughts on that. Host, you kind of paused it, so I can't see the next question. Okay. So, what are some stereotypes that we need to change about each other and why? So, speaking for the Black community, I would like to change the stereotype that Black men does not care about their children. I think that there has been some things that has, like impacted their reasons for being that way. And I wish that we can overcome those things so that we don't remain a stereotype on behalf of our men. And then our women, we need to conquer the many stereotypes that come against us. One in particular is like being like mouthy and aggressive and ratchet and stuff like that. But, as a Black woman in America, not to make up excuses for us, but I feel like we really live a stressful life that warrants it. I think that some other people may have a better quality of life that gives them the benefit of being able to tap into their feminine energy and not to just blame everything on her. But that's just mine and stuff. Uh, but yeah, so that's about the men and the women stereotypes. So how was your experience being around the opposite race? Oh, it's been fun. I've had a bittersweet experience. When it comes to meeting them systematically, they've always fucked me over and my family. But when it comes to life in general, I have met some very, like say for instance, in some very traumatizing or fucked up moments of my life, I come across a really sincere white person that I really appreciate, and I keep those memories with me always. Like for one, you know, there was an instance when I was in, I guess, first or second grade. Some little dude spit on me, a little Black dude, and we was walking home from school. So then I just ran back to the school and shit, and I was like mad embarrassed. Everyone used to make fun of me in school and stuff. So this little white girl in the school was trying to pull me aside. She saw me running through the building crying, and she tried to pull me aside. But I just figured she'd try and make fun of me or something like the rest of the kids in school usually. Because she chased me down. I tried to run past her and ignore her, but she literally chased me down. And she was the sweet and sincere person I've ever, like one of the most sweet I've ever met. And she was like, "Oh, what's wrong?" And when I told her, she didn't laugh at me. She didn't disgrace me or make me feel bad. She helped me find help and go and talk to the principal and stuff like that. And she showed true compassion. And the same thing when I got my heart broken by my ex. So it was a YT person there showing me the most genuine support and everything. So I can say bittersweet, you know. I don't like hate white people or nothing, but I just wish systematically overall, I wish they treated my in the system. And the only way we can conquer systemic racism is with the white people who say that they're not racist. So, okay, so if we were all the same color, would it be a better world? Possibly, because somebody made race a very big deal. You know what I'm saying? We still have sundown towns around America to this day. So, like, I don't know. The next question: if you could be any race, what would you choose and why? I would always choose to be a Black woman because I feel that I'm a part of the most valuable, most wonderful race in the world. Not to say that we're better than anyone else, but just to say I know my true value and I feel we're the original people. And I would never want to come here as anybody else. So that's all I want to say about the topics. I really appreciate them. And thank you for having me up to express my opinion. You know, I'm not going to be up here long because I'm with my man. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right.
My
Thank
turn.
you. Thank you for all of that. And I just also want to let you know, maybe I should have mentioned this. I'm just a moderator for Kev. So I try to make sure that we all kind of keep things on track. And I just want to let you know that while you're free and open to say everything, we do allow people to give pushback and whatnot, and we don't let it get out of line. So just letting you know in the future that someone might come with some pushback and that we do encourage it, but we don't let it get out of hand or disrespectful. So I just want to let you know we appreciate what you had to offer up. And typically there's a full panel with people that have ideas or questions. So I just want to let you know that that's an environment we tend to offer here.
Awesome. I appreciate it. And I plan to join more of your panels and stuff like that. And I have no problem with pushback about any of my opinions. I'm sure that most of them are highly controversial and I'm used to that. And I can hold my own without being disrespectful as well, you know. So I look forward to sharing my thoughts, you know, as long as they're accepted, no matter, you know, what anyone may think about it. And I can do the same thing. I don't have to agree with everyone in order to show common respect and decency, you know.
Yeah, you know, shameless plug, you know, but we just want to laugh or learn. You know, that's kind of what we're trying to do here with Kev.
Absolutely. It's such a great time, and I'm happy to be here.
But anyway, since we're here to laugh, we're here to learn, and we're here to do this with Kev, why don't we tap the screen and give Kev some likes? Let him know that we appreciate the space that's here. And, you know, feel free to gift him. That always tends to help. I know he's not out here asking for some gifts, but go ahead and gift them. Feel free to gift the panel. Don't gift me. Please don't. Just send it on over to Kev. Send gifts right on over to him. Keep TikTok out of making money off of me and you, because I'm just going to send it to him anyway. So go ahead and just send it on over. If you really like what what you're hearing, tap the screen. And actually, if you don't like what you're hearing, I want you to really tap the screen. I want you more than the people who love it. That'll just keep encouraging me to give you something to keep that blood pressure up. I'm doing what I can where I can. So hashtag FYP, hashtag haters welcome, hashtag like for haters, whatever we want to put. I don't know. Come on, let's be creative.
I see no one else is talking, so I just want to tell a story. Like, why not before I get off of here? I'm gonna get off real after this. So there is this one story I often find when we're talking about the subject of race and stuff. I often find that white tea people feel that maybe because some of them grow up in our communities, they go to the same shitty schools that we go through. Maybe they may come up in poverty and drug abuse and all of the same dysfunctions that we go through in our community. They feel that there is no racism and that life has dealt them a bad hand too as a YT person, and they feel that they are no different than Black people. So I just want to speak to
So
that, if I may.
let me ask this question then, because I heard you say a few things. So why we so worried about them type of people anyways? If that's the case, right? Because we can't make them feel no type of way, even if they is that. I feel like we seem like we more worried about them. Like why they don't think it's such thing as racism? So we can't force that, or the other thing. So I'm trying to get like, why do we worry about them type of white people? You know what I'm saying?
I generally don't worry about them, but when I'm on a platform like we are all, everyone on these platforms are called influencers for a reason. And if there is anyone out there, I mean, I think that this is one thing that may clear up some differences between Black people and white people, which I think would be a good thing. So I was in a shelter, right? A homeless shelter with my children. And there was another Black woman, and we was experiencing systemic racism. The people who the executive directors of the shelter was attacking us constantly, calling children's services on us, telling them that we're not feeding our children, we're not participating with the program, we're doing all these things, which were not true. So we were discussing these issues with the YT girl at the shelter, and she felt like, oh, because we're all in a DV shelter, domestic violence, we all must have been in some abusive relationship. We're all poor. We're all here with our children. She felt like we all have the same story, but her on one end, she have like the people, the executive directors was actually giving her gift cards. They was giving her money. They told her that not tell anyone else at the shelter, but she did. So she would always tell us that, and that was nice. It was good for her. And there was no problem with that, you know what I'm saying? But when we were talking about the issues that we were experiencing, they're trying to kick us out. They're trying to make sure we go back to being homeless and just not get the opportunity that we came here for. Then she was like, oh, you guys are playing the race card, because she feel that because we relate on so many levels that she's like us. But that is just one thing, like, I just want to point out publicly. I know there's much of an audience, but to say that, like sometimes they don't see it, you know what I'm saying? But she was receiving favoritism and privilege when they give her those gift cards and they give her all this money. They tell her not to tell anyone else. But when they call children's services on us and do all this business and stuff. So she think, like we got a common struggle and we're just alike.
I think everybody have their own struggles. I don't struggle the same way another Black person struggle. I don't think every YT person struggle the same exact way. So what I'm hearing right now, it sounds like I think that's one of our things, and that's the reason why this topic like this, because I do want to hear different things and different experiences though. But I think once we get out this competitive type mentality, because that's why we can't hear one another. Some people might feel the way you feel, but we try to push them away because their skin is a different color. But we don't know what they went through. We don't personally. And just because they got a certain skin tone, that don't mean that they like the rest of the other YT people. You know what I'm saying? Just like we're not like because it's the things you was talking about. I think you said another thing like, man, they F me over. So I'm like, it's Black people that F'd us over. I'm pretty sure you got somebody in your family that probably done F'd you over. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So these things, I don't, from what I'm hearing, it's don't come with a certain skin tone. Like the things that you're talking about, it's literally every human doing that. And I think we hurt ourselves when we try to put it on just a skin tone and act like the other skin tone don't do it. That's gonna hurt us.
You think that systemic racism in this country don't exist?
You said what?
Do you think that systemic racism in this country don't exist at all? It's erratic.
I don't even want to answer that question though. So it sounds like you didn't. I don't know why you asked, but if it did or didn't, what's the point?
The point is that until it don't anymore,
Then you can start acting like a human now.
No, I mean until it doesn't exist anymore in America, we and them are not alike. We don't have the
So
same.
we not even alike. So I mean, I don't get it. That make no sense. So even if that mean, huh? Say it again.
there is a racial divide in this country, whether you acknowledge
Of course it is, right? But it's a divide within our
it or
own
not.
race, so I don't get the point of saying that. It's divide everywhere. It's divide against mentalities. It's divide against men and women. I mean, it's divides everywhere. So of course, so I'm trying to see like, what's the point? I'm trying to get the point.
There's a specific type of energy that's coming that has been here always in this country that needs to be eradicated. That's my point.
Explain
I don't
that.
see what you're not getting. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, I'm saying explain that specific energy you're talking about.
I mean, why don't you explain why you don't
Please don't
believe
deflect. You better ask a question with a question. I'm just saying you just gave
You're
me.
gonna ask to prove a negative. Let's just do one question at a time to each other and try to have the conversation.
I mean, I asked him a question and he refused to answer it.
What's the question? You said, do I believe in systematic racism? Oh, yes, I do. Okay, yes, right. So now I'm glad we got that out of the way.
Exactly. Then there's no further elaboration needed because there is an obvious fact that you just ignore.
I also believe that a lot of us don't know how to communicate. I don't know what's going on. So I answer your question, you use that as a reason why you couldn't answer my question. Then now I answer, now you saying I don't need it further along. What's going on? I don't get what's going on.
The answer to my question make your point irrelevant. Make your question irrelevant.
According to who? What? I don't get it. According to what? Well, relevant to what? But you don't want to listen no more now because we having a conversation.
According to the point that I was trying to make when I first asked you that question.
Yeah, I got you.
What was your question to her, Kev? What was your question to her? Let's see if we can get to it.
I done forgot. We done got so deep in the rabbit hole. I done forgot what my question was now.
Oh, all right. I was trying to keep us going. I was trying to keep it going, so that we could get to the point of it and we could get to the destination. But
no, I asked her. No, I think. Oh, I remember. I asked her what was that. She said it's a specific energy that we got to watch out for. And I asked her, what is that?
Systemic racism is that energy.
What the
racism has our people hanging from trees all over this country to this day, and they
you got some. So
move aside.
Okay, so who got went through that?
It's not about me personally. It's about how.
Oh my gosh, you just said us people just got. I ain't seen that in years. I don't even think I was in my time frame.
And Kev, she is correct though, Kev. We just in North Carolina, they just found a black man. He was a truck driver. They found him swinging from a tree. And so,
how do we know it wasn't another black person that did it? I mean, we unalive each other every day.
That's the way we do it.
We don't report that.
That's historically the way that we do it.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, well, you can say is that historically how we do it, but then there's the argument that if you want to get everybody looking far away from you as possible, you make it look like the least possible way that you would do it. I mean, that's just
anyway. I don't know. There was
in today's world. If I wanted to get away with it, I would definitely make it look like a stereotypical crime committed by someone who doesn't look like me. That would definitely be a great way to distract the police.
Yeah, but they don't because they take pride in their history.
I'm not gonna prescribe to describe what is in the intent of an individual in their heart. I
wouldn't continue to say they, because I can promise you, as a YT woman, that is not in my culture. That is not something that I subscribe to. So I get what you're saying, that in history, YT people have done horrendous things and continue to this day. But to continue to wrap everyone into one stereotype is, I think, kind of Kev's point of this, is that continuing to wrap everybody into stereotypes is what continues the divide.
That's the energy. There are the energy.
Many of YT people that don't feel that way anymore, that actually hate YT people that think like that or act like that. So I understand where you're coming from, and I do believe in systematic racism. I watch it with my own children. I watch it with my own husband. It's not that it's not a thing, but if we continue to make that at the forefront of our lives, it's going to continue to be at the forefront of America.
Well, I mean, rather you put it at the forefront and not as a black woman in this country, and I have an 18-year-old son, I feel afraid of him walking down the street.
Mm-hmm.
And
my 3 black children. So
I'm
I
not blaming
completely
you.
understand. I'm not, it's not like a me versus you thing. I'm trying to let you know that as a YT woman, I hear you and I see you and I understand where you're coming from as a Black woman, as I have 2 Black daughters and 2 Black sons. And I personally have had to step in on racist things that have happened to my husband, to my children. As a YT woman, I see that and I acknowledge it and I'm here to make the change. So I think the point of just continuing to shove it that every YT person or every Black person is the stereotype is what's keeping everyone still divided. Because I tell you, the hatred and the malice I get towards myself for dating a Black man happens every day. So, but I don't make that the forefront of my person or my life or my family. But it happens. Yes, it happens. And it happens to my husband. We were just at the mall last
So
weekend and some lady followed my husband around the store the entire time. And the second I popped up from around the corner, she rotated to the front of the store. And guess who stepped up and said something? Me. Because she was a YT woman, so of course I am going to address her. So what I think continuing to say that we all want to hang Black people is causing a
Gotta watch what you say a
complete
little bit,
divide.
Kelsey.
First of all, can I
My bad.
respond? I never said you all. I said they. If I would have said you people or you all, that would have included you and everyone YT person on this panel, but I did not. I said they. So I'm speaking about a specific demographic of YT people. You felt offended. I wonder why. So that is just not
I'm
right.
Gaslighting.
offended.
Can I add
saying
something really
continue
interesting
to
to the
make that the
conversation we're
forefront of
having
our
right
can I
now?
jump in?
conversations.
Can I jump in, Mr. Print?
Yeah, I want to
Miss-
go after you, Millie, and then
Go ahead,
Lovely can keep the
Millie.
conversation going.
Go ahead, Millie.
Okay, thank you. So, I can understand where Miss Cush is coming from. I can understand where Kelsey is coming from. I can understand where Kev is coming from. But I think there are several nuances in that, right? And I think it goes to the first question and what I want to say. What do Black people not like about white people, right? And I think for that it's because of, so for instance, if I walk out of my house right now, right, and I say I'm not going to see color, I'm going to live my life like everybody else, right? Because we're all the same. We all bleed. I'm sorry, can't say that. We all run red, right, through our veins, right? Somebody is going to remind me who I am. Somebody. The world reminds me each and every day that I am a Black woman, that, you know, the stereotypes, I'm going to be loud, I'm going to be aggressive, you know, all of these things when I'm nothing like those things, right? And a lot of the times, and especially my name, because if anybody knew my real name,
Miley.
because that's my nickname. Yes, I have one of the blackest names. So it's like you see my name on a resume, right? And you know what I am, right? So as much as, you know, and goes to Kush point, as much as I would like to walk around like it does not matter, it's going to be people every day that reminds me who I am. Unlike with Miss Kelsey, right? You know, she can walk out of the house, right? And she can have the privilege to say, I don't see race or to see these things, right? And can live in that bubble, right? Because other than, let's say, having this conversation with a Black person or coming across a Black person or whatever, she may not get reminded of like constantly who she is, right? When she go to apply for a mortgage, when she go to, you know, get her house appraised, or when she go to apply for a job, right? So I think the nuance for me as a Black woman that I don't like sometimes when having these conversations is that almost like it's almost like being in a relationship with a person, right? Like a guy or a girl. And I think Mr. Print can relate to it. Jim and I laugh out loud because we all been, had our relationships, right? Like when you're just trying to express to the person what it's like for you so that they can hear you, to validate what you're saying, but it turns into excuse my language, a pissing contest. Well, you didn't da 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 da. Well, I'm this da 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 da.
Right.
It makes you feel like, well, damn, we can't go nowhere, right? And so I think for me, what I don't like is when I try to tell you my experiences, right? Or just talk to you about it so you could be more knowledgeable about the things that I have to go through. It turns into, they get defensive, right? And some do get defensive. Some listen, right? I'm not going to put them on all. But for a lot, they get defensive and they invalidate my experiences. And they say, well, everybody go through certain things, but there's certain things that everybody don't go through, just like it's certain things that you may go through that I don't. But we could talk about it, right? I don't want to monologue, but I just want to say this one more thing. So living here in North Carolina, and especially working out in the rural areas, a lot of the rural areas are, I still come across a lot of people who are like that, right? I've worked with people who are nationalist members who are in the Triple K, things like that. They have told me that they don't want to work with me because of who I was, stuff like that. I still get that. And as bright and light as I am, right? I still get called the N-word, right? And so I have learned to separate my job, especially in the care that I give, from my personal feelings, right? I'm still going to treat you like a human being. I'm still going to give you the best care and stuff like that. But I have met people who I've been able to sit down, and because we were able to communicate and express to each other about our woes, our struggles, we learned that we got more alike than we got different, right? And then there was a different sense of empathy and understanding for each other, right? But we can't get there if we don't first validate each other's experiences and not be so defensive, if that makes sense. So, I land there.
Is it Millie or Miley?
Kev calls me Miley. That's his nickname for me. But I'm Millie. It's okay for Kev.
Just brought up because everybody's bringing up this question, and you just posed a thought, because my husband and I had this conversation a few years ago. With my husband being black and me being YT, when we're pulled over by the police, we feel different. We feel different. We're experiencing something different. Like you said, when you walk out of the house, it's different for you than it is for me. So
it's always gonna be like that, though.
Yeah.
So and I said, oh, I thought you was done.
No, go ahead, my brother. Go ahead,
do your thought, Dizzle.
So when you bring up this question, like, what do blacks not like about whites, and what do whites not like about blacks or YTs, and however we gotta name it? Remember I asked that question, I think it was on your live the other day or somebody else's live, where I said, what if we were all blind? Are we actually going off the character of the person? Like what Billy was just talking about is, like, are we gonna sit down and have a regular conversation just on our character, not in what we look like of the color?
If we were blind, we would judge each other on smell and texture and all kinds of other things. We don't need vision to find reasons they hate each other. We can do that without vision.
Facts.
What are we
Humanity
talking about?
is crazy.
Wait, what? Are we talking about this like this? Because we have a whole system of white supremacy that we have been dealing with for about 400 years. And this woman is talking about us if we didn't see each other, as if the problem stemmed from seeing.
No, I was giving both points of how we see each other and how if we didn't see each other in the way that the agenda has brought us to, the isms.
Yeah, I was just being silly off of what you said. That's all. I
Yeah,
was
no,
trying to bring some
Flocky,
levity.
we're not discounting anything, and that's why I was, well, like Millie said, you know, people have to be validated because everybody's experience is different. We're not trying to compare the experience. We need to validate that some people do go through a different struggle than we go through, even as YT people in comparison to blacks because of how it's been driven, how the agenda has been driven. So.
I mean, I would like to add, if I can, when you're done, Lovely.
Yeah, go ahead, my sister.
Am I your sister?
Right, that's what confused me a little bit.
Maybe it's an accent. She was saying Mister, but it's an accent.
Oh, all right.
I thought you said my sister, right?
You know, I just, with the last guest that was up here, I hope that she can come back because I was really enjoying having her perspective. I don't think that it's wise to think that because someone looks like me that they share my experiences. I generally don't think that's
my
wise.
whole point. That's what I wanted to do.
I've lived a colorful life. I didn't have an atypical childhood. And if you want to do a Google map and see the area that I spent my formative years in Los Angeles, I can give you the coordinates. And she had given a story about how she kind of got a taste of positive and negative from the other race. And I can really relate. I've received positive things and negative things from every race I've encountered. The human race typically is an easier one to classify it under, but they all kind of fit under that anyways, you know what I mean? Every race I've met, I've had people who gave me good experiences and bad experiences, and it had nothing to do, in my opinion, with who they were based on their color. I got chased and beat in Tarzana, going from Reseda High School to my apartment at Reseda and Irwin every day for 9th and 10th grade because I was white. And I know because as I would be getting kicked and running my mouth, they were telling me that they were kicking and beating me because I was white and I was in their area. So while I was experiencing that end of racism, guess who broke it up almost every single time? Be two gigantic black cops, really all muscular, ripped out, and they'd come and break it up and pick me up and send me on my way home almost every day. So yeah, I experienced racism from black people, but then guess what? I've also experienced a saving grace from black people as well. And guess what? I've had white people in the system who have totally screwed me over dispassionately with no concern for the effects that it was going to have and how much more difficult my life was going to be. And I didn't get no privilege because they looked at me because I was white. You know, I live in a really unique situation. You know, we were talking about the hangman situation earlier. Well, you know, look at some history here. We'll type in largest hangman situation in United States history. Type that in the Google bar. And guess what you're going to find? You're going to find my heritage listed, Sicilian. My family came here after this event in 1891, where 11 males were hung because they were the dying breath of someone said it was that damn dirty Dago. So 11 of us were strung up. So, you know, I get grouped in the same people as apparently who take pride in doing that. Because you're looking at me, calling me a white T-man, not realizing that this white T-man is, you know, technically related to the race that has the statistic for the largest mass hanging in American history. But yeah, I get grouped in these conversations. That's why I think stereotyping off of race is kind of silly. You got to look at the individuals doing this. There's laws against this that are designed to make anybody that does this, they go to prison. There's like 5 different ways that the hangman situation is illegal in this country. There's like 5 different forms of it being illegal. So, you know, to bringing it up, if that did happen, whatever that girl had brought up, if it did happen, I think the fullest extent of the law should be brought down upon any individual that breaks those laws. plain and simple. And if they're YT, bring the whole hammer down. There's like a million laws against it. Look it up. It's been resubmitted as an illegal action several times since the 90s. But yeah, I'm still also waiting for someone to explain the seasoning.
That's just, like when you take chicken and,
Let's stop breaking up.
and you take the,
You're cutting out, Jim.
Yeah, Gemini, you're coming in and out real bad. I don't know if you're using a mic or something. Yeah, I think the hot spot is a cold spot, man. I think it's letting you down.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, like, all right, you go to
That
the
boy done got on
store.
top of his rooftop.
You go to the store and you buy a pack of chicken, right? You take the chicken home and you take it out the package, and then you just put it on some heat. Like, you ain't season that shit at all. Or you take some wings and you put them on a cookie sheet and you slide them bitches in the oven, and you ain't season them bitches at all. Like, you ain't put no salt or pepper. I mean, bare minimum, you can put salt and pepper on some shit. You know what I mean? And it just kind of seemed like it'd be a whole lot of food that come out of certain people's kitchen that ain't got no salt, ain't got no pepper. Like do y'all got garlic and onion powder at y'all crib, or turmeric or cinnamon? Like it. You know what I'm saying? Like, put something on that shit. Like, no nobody want just plain saltless, pepperless cooking. You know what I mean? And that's not to say that you do that.
I hope you know I was just joking that whole time.
It's an adding of
Gemini. Gemini.
You know what I
Oh my
thought?
I
God,
hope
You know what I thought
cracking up
about?
over here.
I can show you my pantry if you need to see I got seasonings.
Hey,
No, you
you know what
good.
Hey, look, this what I thought about though. What y'all when people we be making that joke about them not using seasoning, but then we the most unhealthy ones though. That'd be funny to me. And it's like, dog, maybe they was on to something because that's why they not having high blood pressure and they not having because we go overboard with our stuff. We like, oh, it tastes too bland or something like that. But then we gonna just go get high blood pressure over because we just or
In
shoot.
my house, man, gravy is its own section in the food pyramid.
Yeah.
Oh, they have it too, Kev. And that's what I'm saying, right? These are, I think, white people and black people, right?
We eating
We
chitlins.
live off of the stereotypes, right? Like, because we have a lot of health issues, right? But they also do too. They have certain diseases and stuff that we don't necessarily have, and we have some, such as like you'll see sickle cell anemia more, in black people, where you may see
Oh,
some
now we
other,
can compare our issues now. Now we can do it.
yeah, and
We
they
just
may have
selective with
like
it.
they may have certain syndromes, right? And then too, when it comes like in healthcare, right? Even we still have some ancient practices, right? Such as, black people don't feel as much pain as white people, and that's why you had the whole the pharmaceutical epidemic in that community, right? Because it impacted them more than it did with us, with over prescriptions and stuff. But that's what I'm saying, right? I feel like, so if anybody know, I'm an independent, right? And I am a progressive in the way that I think, right? And I always feel like there are systems and powers that try and keep people divided. So like Mr. Print and Lovely was talking earlier about how if we were all blind, right, we would still have some division, which I agree. I don't know if y'all remember that movie. It was a movie that came out a long time ago. Mr. Print, have you ever heard of a movie called Blindness or Blind, where it was like everybody in the world for some reason went blind? Nobody could see. And it showed what that utopia would look like, right? In that instance. And they still found a way to define this division in some way, even with everybody being blind. So I say this to say, right? There are powers that try and keep people separated. And I feel like these powers are very good at what they do. Even I think with these TikToks, right? When you look at the gender, when you look at the election, when you look at the whole race and all of these things that you see, right? Even this thing now I'm seeing more on my timeline when it comes to black people that are here with slave ancestry versus black immigrants, right? I'm seeing that division a whole lot now. But I say this to say, they need to keep us divided, because if they keep us divided, we'll look at each other instead of looking up at the top, because it is more of us than it is them. And if we, for whatever reason, even when you go back to slavery, when you look at poor white people and you look at slaves, they work together. That's why they developed that rule that, that black people were, not a whole person, so that they can make poor white people feel better, so that they could create a division. And even when the Irish and white immigrants were coming over from other countries during the 20s and the 30s, they worked together with black people. A lot of the HBCUs that are founded, there were a lot of professors and teachers were white immigrants from other countries like Ireland, right? And so we have to learn and understand that the reason why a lot of these things exist is because people want us to stay divided. So we have to listen to each other, and we have to validate each other's experiences and not get into this, excuse my language, pissing war of who had it worse, or I had that too, or this, that, and the third, right? And, but yeah.
And I'm just going to piggyback off of that a little bit. I think that as human beings, it's natural to try to compare like your situation to the next person's situation, because that's where people think they're finding a common ground to be able to start said conversation. So I don't think it's a tit for tat or a pissing match like you said. I don't think it's a fight for who had it worse. I think it's the mindset of, okay, well, maybe if they know that I've also went through this, we can kind of be on the same page and start at that point to grow forward. So maybe that's where the disconnect is. Because like whenever I personally bring up like a personal thing that's happened when we're having a conversation, it's just to create a platform where we all can start at. Like, okay, I hear you, I see you, I understand what you're saying, whether A, I've been through it, or B, I've seen it, or whatever it is. I don't think it's a battle between who has it worse or who has it better, honestly.
Yeah, one of them, the difference is one of them is a competition and one of them is just a comparison, and that's two different things. So I think that's the problem. That's why I was trying to ask those questions early, because I was asking the same question, because it's like the way she was making it seem like the one lady, she was making it seem like it was just a one-sided thing, and I'm like, hold up. So you said, yeah, they effed me over. I'm like, don't you got family right now that probably effed you over? I don't get why you saying it. Why you saying it that way? I like, it's supposed to be a specific, type thing. And I also like, right, this one thing, right? I know they were saying that if we invalidate another way feel and all that stuff, but it's not really about that, because it's just like that's the reason why this fake, it ain't even really a gender war, right? But that's why we can't hear one another, because one side saying this and no, both of each other, both sides have valid points, but it's just like what's the solution? At the end of the day, it's like we both gonna keep talking about uh I this is my experience and all that stuff. Well, that's why other people like, well, I experienced the same thing. That's not a competitive. It's just telling you that I understand you, I feel you, but I think especially, what, and I'm just gonna be real, especially us as black people, we don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear nobody that we want to stick with the mindsets that we have and be like, no, we're at the bottom of the bottom, and nobody gonna tell me nothing different. And if you did the same thing, you got people that got sitting on a tree, but they wasn't sitting on a tree as bad as my people sitting on. That's I mean, like, we got to get that. That's the silliest stuff ever. Well, he ain't go to the grave the way I went to the grave. Like, what's going on? We got to get that stuff up out of here. We will never become better, and we'll never become better. And even that's why I asked that one question. Like, okay, you're using systematic, but you still on this app crying about systematic. Like, what are you doing to even change from it? Like, I stopped talking about things that I can't change and try to work with what I got right now. And that's our issue. So really, our issues be ourselves for the most part, and we keep putting on outside things. And that's the whole point of this topic we really about to get to, though, because it's like we can hear people cry all day about this stuff, and what did that mean? Like, even if that did happen, what's stopping you?
Before we get too open panel on this, I want to bring up a perspective that kind of coincides with what you're saying really quick, because I think that we're finally starting to get a little heated. I think there's going to be some interesting ideas coming out. I find that what you're talking about, Kev, the experience that I get, the treatment that I get is what's expected of me is to listen and then absorb what I'm hearing as matter of fact. And then I'm not, if I try to say I understand how you feel because of XYZ, the way the conversation goes is shut the hell up. I have the monopoly on pain and suffering. Look at me and look at you. That's how the conversation always boils down, and that's how it always feels to me. It's like I'm not allowed to talk about how the same system that you're pointing out, how it fucked me over in the same exact damn ways. And you can see between us that there's a difference in quote unquote whatever we're going to call race. But that same system fucked me over in the same horrific ways, and I just have to not bring it up. I can't have the same space provided to me that I'm expected to provide. So, it's like, why do we have to have this monopoly on who suffered more throughout history? Well, guess what? 99% of all humans throughout all of human history suffered. Okay? It was 0.1% that lived good throughout all of human history. Okay, like recent history is when things have really changed for the majority of us. And it's like, this system screwed me over in so many ways. And I feel for everybody that it's screwed over, and I want to help. But I can't ever express it without getting kickback. And I say ever, and maybe I'm using terms I shouldn't be, because Kev, you've provided a different space, and I've met a lot of other individuals in here who have provided this environment that I'm talking about that doesn't exist predominantly. So I will say there are people who do what I'm asking, which is they give me the same level of respect and grace that I give them in explaining their lived experiences. They don't say, oh, well, it wasn't like that for you because of this. They trust that what I'm saying is fact and truthful and genuine, just like I trust them. And so I guess what I'm pointing out is the thing that I hate was that it's like one-sided. What did I find? I found your page, Kev. I found your page, a place where we can all grow together and we can all share our perspectives. So I guess thank you for getting rid of that thing I didn't like. Sorry to monologue, everybody.
Do your thug thizzle, man. All right, that's facts, right? But that's why I said we can't, like I said, we can't base that's what I was trying to tell old girl. We can't base ourselves on how other people may feel towards us or invalidate it, because it is people that's willing to listen, and that's what I had to focus on. Even in real life, I had to realize that, like, you know what? Yeah, some people just, even if they family or not, they think they way and I think my way, and I can't force nobody to think differently sometimes, especially if they not trying to look for change or whatever the situation is. Some people just gonna be stuck being them, and they gonna stay being, I guess, miserable. That's what it is. Some people just love staying in their misery.
Yeah, and
Some people like
Gemini brought
patterns.
up a good point. Why don't you run the whole panel through, Kev?
So what?
Gemini brought up a good point. We ain't even got to these questions yet. Why
I
don't you run us
know. Let
through?
me finish mine. Why I can't finish? I was gonna let everybody go. Dang, rushing me. I was about to let everybody go. I see Nate little forehead over there. What's the deal, Nate? Creole in the building too. Who haven't talked though? Yeah, let's get
Nay and Creole haven't talked.
Yeah.
I've been waiting to hear their perspective.
And Nan Creole.
And it better not be that old phone, Nay. You know, don't try it. Don't even try it. We want to hear your voice today. So go ahead. We're gonna start off with you, Nay, and I'm gonna give Jane a chance because I know she's looking at what I'm looking at. I'm gonna give her a chance, and then we on you. And then you get to look away, and I'm gonna look.
Yeah. Jane looks like she's ready to jump in here right now.
And my girl fighting too. I like her. I think she go crazy. She always fight with Jake Paul.
We
What you
all
got for us, Nate? Go ahead, mute, and let's go ahead and get this thing. What
we
you
all
don't like about
boxing
YTP?
tonight. We're all boxing tonight.
Oh yeah, this just yeah. Mike Tyson and them, they just a baby fight. The real fight about to be tonight. And like I said, we got to realize, like I said, and it's gonna be some triggering things though. But I believe we can have this conversation and we can find the people. Well, I guess the key word would be like-minded. It would have to be like that, or people that think the same. And I realize that don't even come with a skin color. And some people gonna realize that later. There's people that still stuck on that. They're gonna be stuck. That's just the key word, stuck. So, what you got, Nay? Yeah, she did. She did it. She did it anyways. She is disobedient to her own phone. The phone said, "I'm not gonna work for you," and she gonna go try it again. That's why we couldn't hear her yesterday, y'all, because she tried a new phone. That's why she's like, "I'm gonna try it again." Maybe it was just that day. Nope, it's ever a day. Yep. So you know what
We're
to do.
waiting. Let's tap that screen. Let's share the live. Let's see some creative hashtags with some FYPs thrown up. Come on, let's do it real quick. We've got 17 people. Let's get a spike in those likes, spike in the shares. Bring the views up really quick while we're waiting.
Hey, Miss Jane. I knew you were next. I love when you're up here.
I'm gonna let Nay go because Nay came up.
Oh, she came back up. Okay, cool. We got her.
Yeah.
On the second phone.
Did I hear her voice?
Yes.
She back, baby.
Okay. What do blacks not like about whites? YTs? Okay, so so this is what I be hearing a lot. So I be hearing black people say about YT people, like, why
Hey,
they
you know what, Nate? Before you finish that, yeah, let's do it that way. We don't even have to do it. We can do personal, but I like how you doing it though. That way, everybody can say both perspectives. So we can say just like how you doing it now. We can say what do we hear about? That way we can answer both questions. What do we hear about black people say about YT people, and what do we hear about YT people say about black people? And we can do personal ones. So I like that though. So yeah, you go ahead, do your third this one. I like that one.
so I be hearing this too much, and I be just thinking like it's so stupid. But I be hearing black people say about YT people, like, why they trying to act black? Like they like this YT girl, like she trying to act so black. Like I don't know why we say that, like why our culture say that, but yeah, like I don't know. But and what do white YT people not like about blacks? I mean, to be honest, I really don't know. like I haven't even heard. I really haven't heard much. So if Mr. or Kelsey wanna educate me or Lovely, I mean, I really haven't heard nothing for real, but
You haven't heard? Have you ever heard? Like you never been like on any panels of what they may have a problem with black people about or anything in life?
I mean, I really haven't heard like much.
Okay. We gonna rock with that then. We gonna rock with that then. Okay. All right, for sure then, for sure. Okay, all right, let's get. All right, so cause we only on the first question anyways, though. So, what you got, Creole?
Okay, so the laundry list of things. Okay, let me sit up. Okay, so first thing we're gonna talk about is dismissal of the R word or gracism. There's a complete dismissal concerning gracism for a great deal, and we're talking about overall. We're not talking about in my personal life and things of that nature, but overall, gracism is overlooked and overshadowed, and is usually pawned as we're playing a black card. Let me see. It's so many things, Kev. Oh, okay, let me get out the screen.
Nah, I was looking. Nah, we was looking over there. Nah.
Okay, so the colorblind attitude, or the when YT people say we're all like in a mixing pot and things of that nature, that's almost like dismissing culture completely. You know what I mean? It's like it's supposed to be like a salad, or like, it's nothing wrong with finding indifferences with other people based on where they're from. Microaggressions. And when I say that, it's like the little slick comments and you're so articulate. You're so smart, as comparison to what? Like the passive aggressive microaggressions, right? Black people don't like that. Let me see what else. Centering, the centering of conversations, or based on what I said earlier concerning like the microaggressions, you don't look black, or you don't act black. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like that goes on both ends. And I feel like, to be honest with you, with this conversation, we have more of an issue within our community that we need to focus on. Outside of our community, that's why it's a little hard for me to touch on this topic.
I knew the coonery was coming soon.
It's so yeah, I'm gonna come put them in
This
the chat.
time, Tinkle, let's get it, baby.
Put them in the chat now. Because at the end of the day, when it comes down to, I live in a mostly YT populated area, right? And most of the time I can tell when somebody is uncomfortable because they'll be overly talkative, or they'll be very loquacious with me, and I have to let them know, you don't have to be uncomfortable around me. You know what I mean? But we found discomfort, or we found comfort in things concerning making each other either inferior or superior, versus understanding that we're all, it's either you're rich or you're poor. But we have more issues within this community than worrying about issues that are microaggressions, or, colorblind attitudes and tokenism and cultural appropriation and stuff like that. I don't care who gets braids. I don't give a damn. If it takes out your edges, that's your edges. That's your hair. I don't care if somebody wants to call it lock versus dress. I don't care. You know what I mean? If somebody's uncomfortable around me based on the color of my skin, I don't care. That's a personal problem. That has nothing to do with me. I can't jump out of my skin and make myself anything else, even if I wanted to, which I don't. I love who I am. So none of us came out of the womb knowing if we were going to have a great deal of melanin or lack thereof.
That's right.
I think the main issue is the fact that we want to hold on to so much and have so much pride when it comes down to being black, but we don't have enough pride to say that just because somebody is a lighter skin complexion in the community, you're treating them differently based on their complexion, or because they're darker skin. We fight each other more than any other race will come in and fight us. I think those are the main issues. And braids are not gate kept. Okay. If it was, then it wouldn't be in books. Let's just keep it real. It wouldn't be an ability for anybody to travel to figure out where braids came from and the purpose of them. If somebody is rocking said hairstyle, doesn't mean that they did not understand the culture. If we wear something coming from Africa, well, we're not descendants directly from Africa. We come from whatever state we come from in the United States. So aren't we culturally appropriating ourselves in the wrong place? You know, we want to wrap up our hair and we want to wear dashikis and things of that nature. We wear jeans if you're from the U.S. So, you know, it's a touchy subject. You know what I'm saying? And I be seeing them panel. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm long with it. When I be seeing those panels and everybody wants to be, oh, well, Black pride and I'm all about Black and this, that, and the third. What the fuck have you done concerning
man, that hit right in my stomach.
TikTok and talking about situations and not wanting a solution because a solution would mean that you would have to shut up with your conversation. No, they want to bring in other people from different races and say, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, because you live in your world and that's okay. I live in my world and that's also okay. You know, they want to piggyback and say, well, we need somebody to pick on today. Well, we don't talk about in the community the absence of YT people. Why is it that the biracial people are getting picked on or the lighter skinned people are getting picked on? Because they said that's not color, colorism. That's just you've been bullied. But it doesn't feel any less because if we're getting bullied by our own people and then it's racial things going on other sides, that we're getting double the blunt. All because we came out the womb and our parents chose a partner that they chose. And their parents chose the partner that they chose. So I don't believe anybody in 2024 was a slave. I believe the slave mentality is what Black people like to hold on to. I believe that they want other people to understand a plight that they would never go through. I cannot stand our people saying that they're not their ancestors. That's the most disrespectful thing. No, we could never be our ancestors. We can't even make decisions about where.
I hate that statement. I really hate it with a passion, Creole.
Right. Because I'm definitely a descendant from my ancestors, but absolutely not. We couldn't withstand what they decided to withstand or had to withstand. We couldn't do that.
She probably had like 5 people click on her profile. She better not be YT.
I'm called.
She preaching too heavy.
They done said I done came from India. I can't speak because of the color of my skin. Oh, I don't know the issues when it comes down to more melanated individuals. Well, my mama was heavily melanated and she went through Jim Crow, and I watched her torment herself throughout her entire life behind something that she had no control over at the age of 3 years old. And I refuse to continue on with my children, expecting the color to be lighter when I'm giving birth to them, saying that I did a good job. Those are our issues.
Hey, really quick. I'm gonna do something that I've been told Black people don't like about white people. I'm gonna exercise some privilege right now, but mod privilege, and do a mod break. So please tap the screen. Let's get those likes going up. Normally, Jane, I would be cool with you not having the camera on, but when it was on, we had 4 more people in here. So maybe turn it back on. I'm just joking. Anyways, let's get the hashtag share, hashtag FYP. You know what? Hashtag share. Why not? Hashtag live, hashtag YT, hashtag Black, hashtag come together, hashtag coexist. Actually, maybe not come together. I don't know. That may not work. Maybe not. We don't want those people, maybe. But yeah, I do actually got to drop down for just a moment. I gotta go cook some dinner for the family. We're having some people over, so let's make sure we get this going, and let's keep the likes going. I'm not going to be here. I think Warlock is here as a mod. I don't know if Millie's a mod, but you guys got to keep these people tapping, man. This conversation is too good to let it go for free. Oh wait, tapping is free, people. Tapping is free.
This live out.
I'm not modding shiznittle.
You know what? You are gonna mod it, and you're gonna do it not because I told you to, but because it's the right thing, Warlock.
Well, I'm riding around with my daughter, and my granddaughter right now, so I'm not modding.
You know what? Actually, because of that, you're totally right. You're not doing shit with this because that's way more important. But whatever mod is available, drop me so this panel can get this spot filled before you guys get too deep. I'll be back later. Be blessed.
For sure, man.
Can I ask Jane a question real quick before we move on to the next person? Just to Because if we're going to have this conversation, I think solution is key. So one thing that stuck out to me that she said that maybe I might possibly do, and I just wanted a further understanding of what she meant by it. So when you say that YT people make themselves like the center of the conversation, could you give me kind of like a rough example of it? Because I like that resonated with me a little bit, and I'm just trying to understand if it resonated because I do it or because I see it.
Hey, Kelsey, here's an example. I'm a white T person waiting to be dropped from the panel by a mod, and nobody cares. Focus on me until I'm dropped.
Say less. Boom.
I was almost ready I was on the finger.
Y'all slow. Y'all slow.
So one reference is I'm gonna use Hollywood, right? Because it's a lot of different references. So I'm gonna use Hollywood and I'm gonna use The Lion King. The centering of the conversations when it came down to everybody, but they didn't use African voices when it came down to that experience, and they got completely ignored. So Hollywood stepped in, and people from different countries, and then YT people, and everybody had to chime in on what's supposed to happen with The Lion King, which made it one of the most controversial movies, not necessarily likable, but controversial, because they decided that we're not going to have any of these voices, and we're not also going to listen to their plight when it comes down to talking about their homeland. Another example is that if there is a discussion when it's coming down to African American, Black American, whatever we want to proclaim ourselves derived from, right? When we have those discussions, there's always, but there's a Me Too in there. Oh, we're all live. You see what I'm saying? Which I was not a direct reflection of BLM whatsoever. We created our own chapter out here concerning BLM, but I digress. When those conversations do arise, and there is like a closed chapter where there are African American people talking, and then there's that one person, well, I was a sharecropper. My family came from farming. When we're talking about slavery and trying to get down to the root of those issues and the direct reflection it has on today's society and how we're raising our own children, or how we're talking about each other, or how we're separating based on the skin complexion that we have. Then there's somebody that comes in and say, well, Japan has this problem too. If you're not pale, you're not accepted. So a lot of the times we kind of get swept under the rug, and it shifts the focus from the actual conversation into a whole nother focus. And I don't think that you do that, because I never heard that. There are people that come on panels that directly want to do that, where there's a conversation. I won't say a Black space. This is TikTok, and it wasn't created by anybody Black. But I will say that there are people that just come in to just disturb, and they come in and say a great deal of things that really don't matter, just to shift the focus back onto them.
You know what, Jane? You just proved a good point, and based upon the question that Kelsey asked too.
I thought Kelsey about to respond.
It kind of reminds me of affirmative action. Why did we have a law that said we need to give better education or more education to the Blacks, but how come YT people didn't have that law? It was just given to them.
That's not what that is, though. Fully what you're speaking on, that was really put in place for the workforce. That was to stop the favoritism of other races getting jobs and placements. I don't think that had to do with education. But yeah, Jane, the reason why I ask is because I personally, as everyone sees, I have a Black husband. My children are Black, and they're all going to be perceived as Black. And as a YT mother, I don't want to do any of that to my children. I love them dearly. I want them to live happily. And I grew up in an all YT town and home. So I'm sure that I've, picked up some of that systematic racism that people talk about. And that's why I ask these questions, because normally when you look in the mirror, you can't point out those attributes about yourself. It takes someone else to point them out. And you have to have an open heart and an open mind to understand that these people are telling you these things not to hurt you, but to further you in life. And I trust Jane, and I love Jane, and she's one of my favorite people on Kev's panel, which is why I asked her, because I knew she would give me a straight answer. And I don't think I do what you said. And the All Lives Matter thing was a perfect example of YT people doing that. They absolutely do. Like what about everybody? Include everybody.
Yeah.
you know, and I do see that very often in the YT community, and it is very disheartening. And I was absolutely not behind any all lives matter people. That was crazy.
Yeah, I look at it. It depends on the timing and the intentions behind it, because I do believe it is times you would compare, right? Like if you're trying, just like what was happening earlier, and it ain't to, because some people just want to only hear themselves all the time, and they don't want to, uh, they don't want to hear somebody that might relate to the same thing. But like it's also bias, right? Because my thing is, if a person, like, say if a YT person said, no, I went through that same thing or something like that, they go, nah, if what you talking about, you'll never know what I go through or something like that. But if a black person said, you get me, you feel me, I think the whole point is that they just want you to say, it's the same exact thing that if a black person did the same exact thing. But it's intentions, right? Because somebody's looking for validation just so you can just have the same hatred towards something else. And the other one is like, you know what? No, I'm just trying to get you to understand that, that everything ain't like that, and it's just is really a character problem, not just stuff like that. That's what I'm looking at, from the situation though, because some people just want to not hear nothing. They just like, no, I said what I said, and I'm gonna stick on what it is. And if you're not, because their experience got so bad, or they just want to, just like when we talk about men and women, right? And if they feel like they're that type of person, they rather just, make the other person look bad for the most part. But both sides have a valid point, you know what I'm saying? But we always counter each other or not hear each other because we always like, no, well, my pain is worse. You don't know what it is to be a woman. You don't know what it is to be a man. It's like, it's not a competition. We just trying to let you know that we both have, harsh experiences, and we both need to figure a way to try to make it through it. So I don't know, man. It's just Warlock, go ahead.
Oh, that was perfect timing. They just got out the daggone car too. Now,
Nah,
what
you
the hell?
just did it because I told you to.
Warlock's coming in with some war.
Whatever the hell.
Say that.
What the hell are we talking about? Because y'all know I'm driving. I ain't trying to look at this shit. What the hell we got going on?
And I love you too, Kelsey. Bring your war, Warlock.
I don't even know if I'm gonna need to bring it now. What's the first damn thing?
What do blacks not like about whites, and what do YTs not like about blacks?
Well, I'm gonna tell it to you like this: from my perspective and my life, there aren't too many things that white folks dislike about us. I mean, I think it's more so us with them. I know that a lot of black folks don't like white folks because of quote unquote privilege, because of the simple fact that they can do some of the shit that we can't, or whatever. I wouldn't so much as call it a dislike. I would call it the unfair treatment that we have for each other for whatever reason. I do think that we do. I don't know who said it, but I heard it between my daughter talking to me, something about a race card. I do believe that we play that motherfucker a little bit too goddamn much. I think everything, I mean, I've been on panels when we was talking about prostate cancer and cervical cancer, and that shit turned out to be a black and white issue. I'm like, how the fuck are we trying to figure out what caused? To me, a lot of people just want to make things a racial issue just because. Right? I'm not saying that it does not exist. I'm not saying that it may be prevalent to a lot of people. But not every fucking thing you discuss can be a fucking racial issue. And I think that is because of the simple fact a lot of times people don't want to. Oh, hold up 1 second. I'm backing up. People don't want to take responsibility for their fucked up actions. So they try to blame it on everything and anything except for that. A lot of times. Okay? That's just the way that I look at things. People may disagree with me. That's fine. But that's just the way that it seems to me. Because although I am chocolate, not to really run across it, or I've just fucking ignored it and did what the fuck I did, or something. I don't know. But a lot of times when people say things, I've never seen it in my personal life. I've never seen it with people around me. So I don't even what the fuck. So maybe that's what it is. Anyway, that's.
You know, you just made me think about Warlock. Is it like Kev, and you make this question: what do whites don't like about other whites, and what do blacks don't like about other blacks? So,
oh, that's a longer list. Shit.
I know. I was thinking about that too, but I was like, that's deep because I wanted to ask, what about what black women don't like about black men? And then, I didn't even got to say the other side. That's enough conversation for the whole entire year. And then what's the YT people not like about what? I wonder if man, that's a whole other thing for sure.
I did one thing when we were doing our thing out here concerning things that we shouldn't have been doing because it just went over our heads out here. Oh.
People dislike their own race more than they do others.
When we were outside, right?
Oh, that one bar tearing Warlock up. He got one bar.
Yeah, you're coming in.
Say what?
You had one bar. You good now, I think.
Just like more about their own race than they do others. That's all. That's all I said.
The one thing that I heard during all the protests and stuff like that, because I went to several places, right? But I really got down to having a conversation. And the main thing that I heard was, oh, y'all think y'all smarter because y'all went to college. It wasn't anything concerning us being black. It was all because we were college students. And then we had a college professor with us. And I said, well, that's your gripe. And it was older gentlemen out there. And they was like, yeah, that's our biggest gripe. When we talk, it's almost like y'all are talking over us and y'all get the news briefings and y'all get to say what y'all want to say. But because we're not smart enough, we don't get to say what we want to say. And then I found out that most of them had to drop out of school so that they could go on farms and stuff like that and work on their family farms. You know what I mean? So... but my group of friends, we're diverse. So, you know, I'm a coon.
That's a crazy way to end that statement.
What you got for me, Chit Chat? You the newest one on the panel. What you got, man?
Yeah, I just joined. I'll tell you what I hate about white people, and I am white, is I feel like they're really fake towards black people, you know? Like they're, I don't know, trying to impress y'all or something, you know, instead of just being themselves. I don't get it.
Talking about that open or that overcompensation, the trying too hard.
Yeah, trying to be extra nice, you know?
Yeah. It comes from a discomfort or uncomfortable circumstance, not knowing the reaction. That's what I believe.
Yeah.
There was a whole waitress that came and sat and ate with me, and I'm like, girl, you supposed to be working. But she wanted to talk about her life, and then she started crying, and I was like, you feel real comfortable. I'm gonna need some money, you know? This is a therapy session.
You got paid for that, Jane.
I gave her a good tip because she did everything she needed to do, but she sat down with us, and I'm like, girl, you know, you're gonna lose your job trying to prove that you're not uncomfortable. It's okay to be uncomfortable. Because one of my friends from basic training, he never seen black people. He came from a small town. He ended up married. His wife is black. But he was scared to even, he didn't know that outside of TV, he didn't even know that we really existed.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for sure. And yeah, I think that's it, right? Like if you're not hanging out with people, and it's like your first time hanging out with a black person, you're like, hey, how the fuck do I talk to them? You know, because it feels that way, right? Like it feels like you're very different people than us. But at the end of the day, I think like all people are people, and if we just act that way, you know, things kind of fix themselves.
Well, and think about it too, Chit Chat. And I don't know if this happened, years ago? When did they start saying, oh, well, you're welcome to the cookout?
Yeah, I know those. Yeah.
You know, it's like, are you being welcomed there, or are you trying to force yourself into an environment that you haven't, like what Jane just said, like being uncomfortable? You grow the most when you're uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to be in uncomfortability in order to know the good, the bad, the ugly, all that stuff. You need to know both sides, good, evil, black, white, right, wrong, all that stuff.
I think you're putting that under the comment section, like, oh, I accept you because you did the little dancey dance that is open to anybody to do the little dancey dance. Like it's a dance on TikTok. So
Right.
why they ain't nobody coming to my cookout because my cookout is my family cookout, except family. But why is it that we have to extend and say, yeah, well, I'm gonna welcome you in because you know you did a dance so you can sing. Like singing is just meant for one culture. Many people can dance. Many people have rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone made a good comment. I think I think white people don't live around black people is what they said. Work with many black people, and that can happen too, right? I think it's like I live in a pretty black neighborhood, but I feel like most people don't who are white, and vice versa with black people living around white people. And if you're not around each other's cultures, it can feel scary, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of an excuse, to be really honest with you, because we're all adults and you have to mingle with people everywhere and anywhere. And regardless if you grew up around mostly black people or mostly white people, if you're a good person, you're a good person. Because I grew up in a very small rural town in Minnesota that was predominantly white people, but there were black and Asian and Hispanic kids that went to my school, not in abundance, but they were there and they had just as many friends, and they didn't all just only keep to themselves, but they were the minority. So I think that's an excuse white people like to use. Oh, I was uncomfortable, or oh, I don't know how to speak to them, or oh, I don't know, like as if they're like aliens. That to me comes off kind of racist, honestly. Like, what do you mean you don't know how to talk to them? They're humans. Like, that's crazy. That's a crazy statement to make.
You know what, Kelsey, that's actually a good point, because if you look at it, is it our parents, our family environment, or our educational environment? Because or our environment where we live, whether we grow up in the city, the suburbs, the country, is what is creating these racist tendencies? Is it our parents? Is it our peers? Is it the educational system? What is it that is actually creating this this mindset that is telling people that you need to treat somebody different because they're a different color of skin?
Well, the simple answer is the systematic racism that everyone brings up, but that's something that you're taught and can unlearn. So continuing to push like, oh, well, some white people might feel uncomfortable. Some white people don't know how to talk to them. Some white people never grew up around them. That's crazy. That's like, I didn't have a dog growing up, but I still go around dogs and I still know how to pet a dog. That's what I'm saying. That comes off really like disingenuous, and I don't like that being pushed coming as like what YT narrative, because I think that that's outrageous. I think everyone is taught things as children from their parents or grandparents or their teachers or whatever, but we all have our own brains and we all get to choose what we want to use as our knowledge and use as what makes us people. And if you're continuing to choose the bad as what you want to be, then you're just a bad person.
Okay, so I'm gonna use this example, and I feel like we should not be outside. I feel like that's an American thing, to be honest with you, unless you're willing to travel or willing to have a group of diverse people to learn from. I'm sorry.
Is my stuff muted or not? I must
Yeah,
was
it was
muted. I don't know. No, that junk. I've been trying to cut in for the longest. I'm like, what's going on? I think it was my stuff.
I didn't hear you, Kev, but
Yeah.
go ahead, my brother.
Right.
Go ahead, my brother.
I was about to say that I was trying to get it out a long time ago when Kelsey was saying, what I trying to say? That I would say I wouldn't say that's an excuse though, because like we don't, like I said, it's good we can speak on a black side, but I do believe it is. I mean, it is some YT people, like, you don't know their experience though. Like some of them might have had a bad encounter. They might have had a bad encounter with. Dang, as soon as I want to speak on that, that's why I wanted her to say something. It's crazy. I'm gonna say this all over again. But I do believe that we don't know. Like maybe they had a bad experience with a black person because they got put in the same boat like we be seeing recently, right? Uh, like some people just can't even talk and they ready to, and I see that up with my own people, so I already know, I know how it is. Like you got to walk on eggshells with some of them because they done brung up this thing that some of them didn't even experience, not nothing, and they just go from hearsay and just get angry at they don't even know why. But I do believe that it is some of them that is scared. Like it's shoot, some of us scared of each other. So why would we think that another YT person wouldn't be scared? I don't think they racist because they scared to talk or communicate because some of them snap. I can't even have a conversation with some of us. And you think that they gonna have a conversation, be like, you know what, I'm a human and I can do it. Nah, I mean that's like setting them up. I wouldn't even want to set them up, let alone set us up. Like it's just people you just can't talk to, or you gotta be selective. And some people just you know, I mean, it just really depends. Like, we don't know humans like that for real. We just really don't know humans like that for real. So and I do say, and as we see now on the other end, it's just experiences. It'll make a person. Because I wish I could have people to think the same exact way as me. Be not scared to just talk and all that stuff. But we can't invalidate if somebody may be scared for real and just be like, nah, you're racist because you're scared. No, I can't really just say that because like we just really don't know. We really just don't know what another human is going through. We just really don't know. And that's on the other end, like because we just like trying to invalidate, a black person from them. They might have went through a lot of things, but all we can tell them is like, everybody's not like that. That's all we can really just say. But we don't know if they went through a school where they got told by every, YT person, hey, you're this, you're this, something like whatever they did. We just don't know what they went through, and they taking it out on everybody else, just like vice versa. So I don't know. That's how I look at that.
And I was gonna piggyback off something. And I was going to say, well, how about all of us as Americans go over to Japan and tell everybody thank you instead of bowing? If we want to be labeled as a culture within a culture, because then there's Americanized culture, right? And then we also have our culture. And if I was to go to Japan, I would be a little nervous about where I'm supposed to be sitting at because I don't want to disrespect the culture. I also don't want to say hello and goodbye when I'm supposed to be bowing. And that also comes from if somebody is from the Asiatic community here, if they have their culture standpoint and they don't say goodbye to me or they don't say hello, they're not being rude. It's just not something that they do as a culture. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like if we've gotten to know each other, instead of prejudging or thinking that everything is a form of disrespect based on skin color, I think we get a lot further in life with.
I agree.
I definitely agree.
I just want to interrupt real quick. We just need to do a quick commercial break because we got 12.5K likes and we got 14 people now in here. But if we can at least get to 20K, everybody tap while you listen. Everybody, you can tap on the screen. You can keep on moving and share the live as well because there's a lot of amazing, beautiful wisdom in here. Just keep going.
Question. I have a question. Kev, where are you at with the questioning? I had to step away for a few minutes and I'm back and I just want to.
We about to start the first one, I guess. Yeah, because we didn't even middle road. You said, hold up. You come up middle road. You said could be expound on that experience. So that would be that'd be your famous word that you use. That would be subjective. So we wouldn't know each person's experience though. So that I think the answer to your question was people are that way. Their basis of fear is from experience. Everybody's usually fears is from experiences. If they had something that went south in their life and stuff, that's why a lot of people scared of these so-called women scared of men and men scared of women and all this other stuff. It's all through their experience though. And the only thing we can do is just tell them that, hey, it's not always like that. That's the best we can do, or just be or learn how to put on I can't say guard because some people's guards be so dang on bad that they can't even open up to people in life. But we just gotta realize that they gotta learn themselves. That's all that is. That's all that is.
Yeah, like a mask. Like some people wear a mask rather than a guard.
hmm So let me get Lynn in before we go to the next thing. Let me get Lynn in and with the topic first, and then we can all start at that other one. You,
Hello. Hi.
what's up, Lynn? How you feeling?
I'm pretty good.
All right. So the topic is what do you can go off what you hear and what you will personally experience. You can do both, or you can do either or. What do black people not like about white tea people, and what do white tea people not like about black people?
I feel like what black people don't like how entitled some white people can be, maybe in certain spaces. I see that a lot, like taking over the conversation. And I've also heard like what's it called, hairstyles that white people or white tea people wear, like box braids and whatnot. What do whites not like about blacks? Maybe like certain music that we listen to. I don't know. Like gang stuff. I don't know. I'll go to the question.
I think you're good if that we are good now. Yeah, we
Okay.
good. All right. So now we're gonna do a zigzag. Start with Miley and then Warlock, then Creole, then Lovely, then Gemini, then Chit Chat. So Miley.
All right. So, what are the stereotypes we need to change about each other and why? I think we all got a lot of them, right? So, I think I'll start with black stereotypes. That we are aggressive, that we are dangerous, that we are angry, that we are just baby mamas and baby daddies, that we are ghetto, we are loud, we don't have any values or morals. So basically all of those negative things, right? Because I think black people, we are a loving, everybody has bad apples, right? But I think for the most part, I think we are very accepting of people. We are empathetic to others because we have been through so much as a race of people that we're very understanding and empathetic to others. We are very welcoming, right? And accepting of people. And so and we love, like, even when it comes to black men, right, there's a statistic out there that says if you are needing help, statistically it's safer for you to go ask a black man than other groups, of men. So yeah, like, I think breaking down those stereotypes would be good for us, and that way we're actually seen as people, and not like wild animals like people like to portray us as. For YT people, I would say that they are all not the same. I know sometimes we like to put all of them in a category of being smaces, right? And arrogant and feeling like they're better than other people. But I really can't speak on necessarily all the stereotypes they have. I could just think of what we generalize them as. pretty much. But I'll leave that for them to, describe.
So how do we change that?
So how do we change that? First,
How do
I
we
would
stop
say,
being baby mamas? How do we stop being attitudes? And all the things you just listed. How do we stop that stereotype?
well, to say that, because I don't like to generalize that that's all of us, right? Because we're not a monolith, right? But all of us carry that stereotype. I think that it starts as an individual, right? You holding yourself accountable, right? That you seek healing, that you work on yourself, right? You determine what your values are, your morals are, and you show great integrity and you hold on to those things. Now, what I can do to not stereotype others is to see other people as individuals and not as a group, right? So, like, if I meet Mr. Print out on the street, right, I'm not going to automatically assume he's like this Triple K member, stuff like that, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to treat him like an individual. I'm going to treat him with respect, right? I'm going to treat him like, those stereotypes don't exist so that I can get to know him as a person, right? So looking at people as individuals
You gonna
and
say I don't see
not
color? So I don't
generalizing
talk
it to the
to
great. Huh?
that was being funny. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't see color.
Yeah. See, getting to know people as individuals rather than the generalizations that and the stereotypes that has been given upon to them. But yeah.
What you got for me, Warlock?
I love that laugh.
I'm gonna say it like this, right? I have seen in my lifetime that a lot of the negative stereotypes that, and I'm gonna touch on black people first, that has been given to black people has been from black people. So, and a lot of the negative stereotypes that has been given to white people has been given to them by black people. Now, I'm speaking from a standpoint of I was engaged to a white T chick, and my sister's been married to a white T dude from freaking Montana for 30-something freaking years. Never wanted to be black, never acted black, never, none of that shit. Love him for it. Love him to death. So, to say how can we change this? I think it's very freaking simple. Just treat each other as fucking human beings. Period. And the respect that comes with it. Now we understand, I don't want to hear this shit about, well, not everybody, we know not everybody's shit. So please don't bring that into my argument. But just treat each other as human freaking beings. Until someone gives you a reason not to, or treat them differently, treat them like human beings. That's how we solve a lot of this shit. The ones that don't want to be treated as human beings, you'll know who they are. Just don't be stupid enough to ignore it. It's just that simple with me, Kev. It's just that simple for me. I coach many different races of kids. And you know who gives me the most fucking problems? Black parents. The whites, Hispanics, the Latinos, the Indians. I actually had oh man, what the hell do you call them? God damn it. Portuguese. I even had a Portuguese player one time. They had to use the freaking app to translate. But I've always, and there's very few things that I say that's absolute, but this, I have always had issues when I had them with parents from black parents. Never the white tea people, never the Latinos, never the Asians. It's always been black parents. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to put us down, but I'm just that motherfucker that's gonna call it. I don't give a fuck how I make you feel. Like I said, if you don't want to be the bad guy in the story, change some shit. Because if most people are looking at you as a bad person, then evidently something ain't right there. Not everybody, not a vast majority of people can be wrong. Well, they can be, but not likely. That's just my little spiel. I'm trying to be very concise in my shit. But go ahead.
All right. I gotta skip Creole.
Oh my
We
God,
gotta.
I got a whole list.
We gonna get back to you.
Let her
We
go.
gotta get back to you. We gonna get the I can't even say that. You already knew I was about to struggle.
Danira.
All right.
Yes.
What you got for me, man? You could do the purple one and then do the first one.
Okay, why do blacks not like what do blacks not like about whites? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe they don't season their food. And what do whites not like about blacks? I mean, because we do everything better than them, they copy off of us and still can't get it right.
Interesting. Like what?
There's basketball. They've had a bunch of in the 60s, 70s, 30s,
Wait, so Larry
40s.
Bird
They
not
had
really shooting threes?
No, I'm just going over my history, what I've learned, what I taught myself, watching things, documentaries. That you had a lot of music, for example. You would have the Temptations do a song, and then you would have a Caucasian group out there trying to do the same thing. They not doing it like the Temptations. Like, how many times was Hairspray made and it was still whack? Like, how many times we gonna do Annie? We gonna portray her as black and then portray her as white? Like, come on.
Did we
And
make
it was
Cinderella
still
white?
whack.
Black?
They did do Cinderella back. Now that one I could appreciate because it was Brandy. Brandy was
Wow.
the first black Cinderella.
Did we just steal that from them though?
We didn't steal nothing from them.
Oh wow. Okay, I got you.
We didn't steal nothing from them. You know, if anything, I found out this week during my history class that blackface was a part of
Little Mermaid.
no. Blackface started out in Louisiana in the 20s, them celebrating, them thinking that they're celebrating blacks by putting black makeup on. And that's how you got Mardi Gras. And people still do it till today. Like the fact that you have to portray somebody. Like look at the famous wackest family in the entire world. They made money off the black culture
Kardashian.
and still can't get it right. All of them are baby mamas.
What's getting it right? Because we got. Wait, hold up. You saying they not better baby mamas than us?
I am saying you try to date black men. Kim dated Kanye, messed this man all the way up. He was cool until he met her. the bald dude with Courtney. He was cool until he met her. Even
Think
the
they
Caucasian guy, what's his name? Scott something. He was cool until he met Courtney,
interesting?
and then messed him all up.
Did so they wasn't messed up
But
before that? I thought they dated black women right before that and then messed with them
mm-mm.
and still was messed up.
I just believe that people have taken things from the black culture, like have taken things from the black culture and not have and didn't give us our recognition, but want to benefit off of it and get money off of it. But when we do it, you're doing the same thing that Kylie is doing. No, baby, I'm doing me.
Do you
I'm
think
doing what benefits my culture. I am Trinidadian and Samoan, so I'm going to do what benefits me. Why do I have to sacrifice my culture so that way you can make money?
do you think that goes both ways, Day or Danira? I don't know what.
How we opening up and I got skipped?
Go ahead, my
Right. She about to
sister.
ask
I
another
know
question.
Dave.
She
You
like, you
know
know.
he's not ready to hear this.
And
Go ahead,
She
then
Dave.
said,
Go ahead, my sister.
and then on
what
top of that, what stereotypes we need to change about each other? Man, not all black people like watermelon and watermelon and fried chicken.
so we gotta
I
stop
don't
eating it?
like watermelon. There are certain stereotypes that black women are ghetto, women are loud, and we're ratchet, we do a whole bunch of things. And it's like, that's not really true. It is true, but it's not true. Because you got the Pookies and the Ray Rays, and then you got us normal people over here. I don't know. So I'm saying there are stereotypes on both sides. Like, I don't understand when people say, because I'm in college, how they'll say, you speak like a white person. And I'm like, but when I'm not in college, they say, oh, you speak like a black person. I'm like, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I speak like I have sense at school because this is where I'm getting graded at. I'm not getting graded at home. Like,
Don't you think
I
we
don't
following?
understand.
That made me think about that too, though. Don't you think we following the YT people? 'Cause if they, do you believe they the ones that started off making skin matter?
No. In
Okay.
my opinion, no.
So who started
Because
racism
I
first?
think, well, I wouldn't say racism, I would say colorism.
Who
Because
started it first?
the lighter skin melanated people were in the house, the darker skin melanated people were outside.
Well,
So it was a
so
conflict.
yeah, then that came from, but that came from racism. So I'm trying to see, like, I'm trying to say who started it? Who started the? So you said it was the YT people, right? You said basically that started racism
I mean,
that we know
that I was taught, yes, that Caucasian
of.
people started
So
racism.
yeah, I was just asking that because you was just talking about that they copy us, and it sound like it seemed like we copying them now. Now I'm listening and stuff like, well, just because y'all made scan matter, we're gonna make scan matter. That's what I was wondering. So I feel
Yeah,
like
I just
all
I
as
just
humans, we got some
and in order to change, we need to stop looking at a person's skin color. Like somebody told me while I was at the
There
doctor's
you
office.
go. We getting somewhere.
Like somebody told me at the doctor's office, I went to get last Friday radiation, and because I have my hair done in locks, she goes, "Do you smoke trees?" And I'm like, "Do I smoke trees?" She said, "Well, you got locks. You got the whole look." I'm like, I push that button so darn quick. If you don't get this lady out of my room, I'ma smack the Holy Grail out of her face.
And that's why YT people don't talk to us. You got the answer right there. Because they
I'm
don't know
not
who they gonna run
aggressive.
into.
I don't know, but that was negative for her to even ask. Just because
But
the person has locks, don't mean that they smoke
But
grass.
she don't know, and
That
and it's proven more. I like that you're saying this because somebody asked the question, why is YT people so scared to talk to black? Because they don't know. They don't know what answer they gonna get. Even just like what you just did. Who knows that she was trying to come off with ill will? She probably going from whatever little information she got. We just really don't know. So by not knowing intentions, I think it is best to be scared to talk to some,
and
and you just proved it.
I don't know if it's scared, but like I
No,
don't
they're
like
scared.
they okay, maybe they are scared. But I wear body oils. I wear Egyptian musk, African I forget what it's called, African something. I wear a lot of oils. So I don't wear a lot of perfumes and stuff because they make my allergies go weird. So when I went in with my Egyptian musk on and my hair locked, she just was like, "You smell? Did you?" She even asked me the question. She was like, "Before you came in for your radiation, did you smoke any trees?" And I'm like, I'm ready to pop little Susie, get her out my face. Knowing that I'm
Wasn't that
handicapped,
racist?
I'm ready to pop her with my good ankle.
That was a racist on racist. Oh wow. But all right,
But in
I
order to
got you.
change, but in order for us as humans to change, they gotta stop looking at us one way, and we gotta stop looking at them another way. Like I could be real offensive and could have been like, "Oh, you smell like a dog and a cat because it's raining outside." I could have said that, but I didn't. I kept my inner thoughts in my head. Good thing she wasn't a face reader.
Mm.
And she, like somebody said in the comment, that lady was an adult. She knew it was offensive for her to ask them damn questions.
Did she?
She knew her behind was offensive. We ain't gonna go
How do
there.
you know that? Or are we projecting?
I'm not projecting.
How would we
It's
know
not
what another human thinking though? I'm trying to understand that. Like, I think we want them to feel like it was offensive.
who is we? I'm not
I
speaking
think,
French. I'm
no, I'm
just
just saying
saying.
in general, right? I think, well, you just spoke for that lady though, so I'm saying for the most part, let's say you then, because I mean, it's plenty of yous that do that, right?
Many me's.
Yeah, right. It's a lot that do that. They want somebody to offend them, which I don't know. They just be on go because a lot of people just like toxic things, right? So they just, nah, you knew what you meant. You knew better. It's like the older folks, some of the folks be like, you know better. You're supposed to, nobody who knew. I think a lot of, I say we again, use.
See, use eyes,
Yeah, you the first
me.
person I have to adjust the way I talk to, and because I want you to listen. But for the most part, I think a lot of yous do that, because y'all's project a certain way and think that because yous will feel a certain way, or when yous talk like that, that yous are trying to offend people.
Okay,
Man, that
maybe
just
it
hurt. That
comes
just hurt to
from.
say that.
I'm not gonna say maybe. It comes from my background working in the medical field and seeing the racial bias between the different
Exactly. Experience.
races in the
That's the
experience.
answer that middle asked earlier.
Like the Asians. Like I had one Asian friend. She said, "I'm not smart. Don't cheat off of me." She was factual with that. Anytime somebody would cheat off of her, they would they would fail. She said, "Don't cheat off of me. I'm not smart." Then you got the Hispanics and everybody else. We all clicked. I grew up in a melting pot of a community. So we all got along. But when we went to school, we separated and I never understood why.
So let's do some examples. Say it without a color, right? Because we all of us do that, right?
Mm.
So say if it was a black person that's like, man, you got all them lips you got on you. I know you can like a heck of a kisser, or I know you got them sucking boys or something like that. Right there, right? See what she doing down there, right there?
I've been told
You
that.
know, but we wouldn't have blew up because we like, something like whatever, whoever. All right, let me stop
Yeah.
saying we. Use, I forget. But huh?
Huh?
You said what?
Coolers. That's what they call soup cooler.
The soup
Oh.
coolers, right. We eat that up, right? We eat it up like crazy though. But then if it was another color that said that you are being offensive, what the fuck is
Yeah.
you doing? I don't suck D with these things and stuff. You just got to say you admitted you sucking D with with your own kind. Now you don't do it. I just like I said, we stop saying the we's. Use.
Yeah, because people
Man,
get offensive when you say we, like we're speaking French. My bad.
I don't care no more. I'm about to say we. I don't even care no more. Whatever. It is what it is. Well, a lot of us do we have that issue, and that's the problem, man. We
Yeah.
so yeah, that's just crazy. I only just because I was hearing that, and I was like, we got to realize that we do the
thank you for
same thing. We be
understanding.
hypocrites. We be hypocrites. Yeah, for sure.
I understand that sometimes I am a hypocrite when it comes to different races and but and I understand
So you have a
that's who I am.
prejudice. That means you're racist.
I hate ignorance.
What if they
I
said
am
that?
at this point I am really, really ready to take my chances with the aliens on Mars.
Yeah, low. We gonna find a way to discriminate from them. You said bebop. That was offensive.
A robot.
You wasn't said boobop. You was supposed to say boop beep. You knew what you meant by that. You was throwing the slide shots. Like, no.
Hey, before we go into the new panel, I just want to do another
No,
commercial
who
break.
said I hate myself? Why
Hold on,
dude?
Dave.
Why is he talking to me?
Who said that? Who
Like
said that?
he said I hate
Man,
myself.
Gyro always
Like,
gave the gaslight king in every room. I swear.
bro, you don't
Hey,
know me.
you supposed to be
don't
a
know
man,
me.
a guy. You gotta stop the gaslight, man. I meant to get on you that other night.
I gotta put the truth out there, man. When you hear
Man,
people making these
No,
statements,
I don't hate myself.
she is the same thing that she doesn't like. That's all.
Leave
That's all I'm
her
saying.
alone, man. This dude, I swear he be swear he innocent. This dude be a
Look,
gaslight king, dog.
bro, don't talk to me.
That's real,
Don't
man.
look at me.
So
Look,
just
I'm
like
in here
when
with I'm
she
in here.
So real
Look,
quick, we gonna finish
look.
this mod break, cause
just
y'all
like
just cut one of my mods off. So let my mod.
Can we have a commercial break real quick? We got 14K in here. It's the fight night, not just Tyson and Jake, but we got all of us in here. So we're here to love, bring some compassion, bring some kindness, but everybody can tap the screen. If you're in the box, tap the screen. If you're in the comments, tap the screen, tap while you listen, and share the live. Bring a lot of people into it. It's Friday night. If you ain't got nothing to do, you can be here.
Facts, I like that.
Thank you. And I just admitted something about myself. Okay, so for you to say I hate myself as a Christian
Nah,
man,
don't
I'm a
listen,
Christian.
man.
I'm a
Don't
Christian
listen,
woman.
man.
Look, so we go. I'm a Gemini, so we go toe to toe. You ain't gonna do that to me.
Not the
I don't care, bro. That's not what we not gonna do. Look, no, I don't hate myself.
Yes,
Wait,
you
I don't
do.
care.
Stop it.
I don't
Yeah, I
care.
know you don't care. So then
Let it
nobody
go.
should be
I
caring
don't
what you
care.
say, right? Okay, good. Well, then nobody should care what you
Let
say.
it go.
Thank you, boy.
I'm not watching this devolve into some back and forth bullshit. I'm not. So, Kev, back to you, my dude.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You better get your mind powers back in a minute. Stop, chill. You better chill out. Sorry, bro. I never heard somebody fight for it. Did the opposite way. Let me get we got a couple more people that haven't said nothing yet, so let's get it going, man. We looking bad, man. We looking bad. If we supposed to, man, we gotta stop this, dog. Two black
Hmm.
people fighting. That's crazy, bro. But we gotta do
Charisma,
better.
and
We got to,
then I think
yeah.
middle was here first, and then charisma.
Okay, let's get middle in, then charisma, then open panel again.
Love the
Is
open
that
panel.
magically delicious in the comment? I caught you down there.
Go ahead, middle. What you got to say? What you got, my brother?
All right. You know what's funny is that these would seem to be simple conversations, but they're highly complex. You're dealing with a lot of nuances, a lot of experiences by different individuals, what they took from their experiences. And when we have these conversations, it's going to always be difficult because as human beings, we take things personal. A lot of folk do. They may tell you they don't, but they really do. When you find that you say something that they can deem to be offensive in any manner, it doesn't matter who that person is, they're going to take exception to it. Like I was saying earlier to Kev about, when someone says they're scared. Well, what are you scared about? What's the basis of your fear? Is it ignorance? Is it, for lack of better words, you just don't know any better in terms of ignorance? Or is there some ulterior motive behind it? You don't know, right? But we also know this here, that individual who's doing something that would seem that they're labeling you with a stereotype, this is not their first encounter with you, right? Give an example of something. In the military, I don't smoke nor drink, I don't hang out. Bottom line. At the time I was married with 2 children, and my supervisor says to me when I was going on leave, he says, hey, when you go home, if you get in trouble, don't call the commander to call him. My question was, why would you tell me that? Now, this is a quote unquote YT man, and you know what I look like. He says, I tell you that because I know how black people are. And he'd been working with me for 2 years. This is what I'm talking about. What was it basically his ignorance, or he has some ulterior motive? He's viewing TV and movies and seeing me, despite what I show him, and say, you know what? You're still like them. And the thing, like I said, it's really complex because I would have never known that until he said it to me. And this happens even to this day. And when we have these conversations, it's kind of like, what they were saying earlier, the oppression Olympics. Who's worse at doing something? At the end of the day, I understand the whole concept of saying, listen, man, just behave better for yourself. But the problem becomes this here. No matter how well I behave, that cat who's stereotyping me has to be dealt with on some level. Because if you don't address him, he's not going to stop. So I'll step back from there.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. Lots of wisdom and love and compassion in this room today. I told you we're in a boxing ring tonight, but with some different wise minds. Charisma, what do you got to say on that? And then we'll go back to Jane and work our way back up, and then get back to you, Warlock and Jim.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for letting me come up. Kev, I ain't been up here in a minute. How you
All right, 2,000 years. That's crazy.
doing? Hey,
I
I've
remember my
been
first night
listening.
meeting you. You was in this boy for 3 nights with me. I'm like, how?
My parenting, genes then kick back in.
Factual.
Even though
You
they
gotta do
gone,
what you gotta
grown and
do.
gone. They still around. But what was the question? I don't even know. There's so many questions up here.
It's only the first one.
Yeah, we went off the first one.
Okay.
We've only hit purple, and we tapped into the first yellow.
What do BLKs not like about YTs? And what do YTs not like about BLKs? I don't have no problem with nobody, actually, no race. I really don't know why people don't like, the YT people. I'm sure it's from our ancestors and oppression and from their ancestors. It's not like, the YT people here have done anything to, I'm gonna say me. Nobody's done anything to me. I mean, I grew up in a very interracial neighborhood, went to a very diverse school. And my family is, very diverse as well. So I think that the YT people, they wouldn't want to be us. per se, but they would want to be us. Just our natural self, because we real natural with everything that we pretty much do. And I think that, that's a very envious trait that we have with a lot of people. And I feel like that's why a lot of people don't like us. Even other minority races that act like they're not minorities, they have a nerve to not like us.
Why is that?
But I don't trip. I mean, that's on them. That is an internal, personal issue with people who don't like people just based off their, skin color or their race or whatever. That's their own issue. Could be envy, like I said. Could be jealousy. Who knows? Don't hate me because you ain't me.
And that might go charisma if you go into the second question with the stereotypes. What's your answer on that? And then we'll go back to Jim, because I know Jim's been waiting. Jim
What
deserves
are
something.
stereotypes we need to change about each other? I feel like the stereotype about our people, that we're just naturally angry, and I mean that goes for men and women. Like they seriously think that we are naturally angry and aggressive, and that's why they're afraid. I don't want to say afraid, just intimidated, because our presence, I would say, back in the day, I did used to present strong, really, but over time, wisdom, all of that, I'm cool. And it's not my problem. It's not my responsibility to make someone feel comfortable around me in their own skin. Like, that's not my responsibility. So I'm just going to keep being me all the time. And I think that we should change the stereotype of always thinking that the YT people is walking around here with, YT privilege, because not all of them do. So, honestly, they don't.
Yeah, somebody the first one end up saying something like that. Ooh.
I mean, I got a YT man, and I ain't even gonna act like he don't dip into his privilege every now and then, but he don't live every day like that. He not. He a great dude. And hell, I even got interracial nephews that tell me, like, I asked them, like, because they mix with BLK and YT, and I asked them, like, what side do they choose? I mean, because they got options, and they straight up told me, it was like, it depends on the situation, TT. Depends on if I'm trying to get a job, or it depends on whatever I'm trying to do. So I was like, I respect that. I told them, enjoy. Yeah, sure.
I got you, my sister. There's so much. I like when Kev always says, "Ooh, didn't hear it from that direction."
I like different perspectives.
He always be saying that. We learn a lot.
I'm sorry, I got to drop. Oh my God, want me to come watch this fight with him.
All right, so go ahead, Miss Jane, because I know Jim dropped down, and I know Jim didn't get to answer the questions, but I know Jane wanted to speak real quick. No, you good?
It's what the host say, girl. I'm over here talking shit, and girl, watching Jake Paul talking shit. Okay.
All right. Where you want to go, Kev? I'm trying to be a middle ground here, and we can maybe go back up to Jehovah, and then work our way back down.
Nobody wants to hear from him. He lacks love.
I think he the only one that haven't talked though.
Jay's here.
Be quiet.
He has no
Jay is
substance.
here.
Did I
You
not
know you have
say?
nothing to say. You're
Stop.
an idiot.
Did I not say let that shit go?
What's up, Jay?
I love Warlock. I love you so much right there.
I'm off work. I'm ready
And
for
I didn't
all
drop
of
him.
it.
I don't know who the fuck did, but it
I
wasn't me.
did, because
'Cause my
I ain't no
mom
way they
was
both on the
taking
same
away.
tip. Ain't no way
Yeah,
they
they
both
want me
on
to
the
stroke
same.
the hell out. That's what it is.
What's going on?
That we can say that
Warlock,
too.
what you doing? What are you doing?
What happened?
What just happened? Kev, what just happened? Wait,
talking
one,
about?
two, three.
It
What just
wasn't him
happened? Something
dropping his
and middle. Look,
genre.
middle got his hand up, y'all. Hey, look, don't forget to like, share,
He
and double
always got
tap
his
on his
hand up.
screen.
Yeah, we've been doing that, Jay. I've been trying to have commercial breaks for like every wow. Look, we're almost at 20K. Look, let's take a breather and let everybody tap. We got 12 people in here. Keep tapping until we hit 20K, and we're gonna go back to Middle Road.
Where is
And
Jehovah? No, we're gonna go back to me since Jehovah not here. I've been sitting here with my answers. Type
and main thing is here too. So we
Middle,
got all this-
hey,
You
Kev
had-
and Lovely. Middle want to get in. He got his hand raised up.
Yeah, he been
But I've
getting
been
He been right.
sitting.
Oh, okay. I'm just getting here. Hey, y'all. Sis.
for sure.
Yeah, we'll go
But
to Middle
no,
and then go to Jay.
I dropped both of them because they just keep being on the same tip. But I've been let it go a long time ago, and she started off just going for him. I don't know why she did that. And I know he not about to never shut up, so I'm like, nah, I'm not about to keep doing that because we just turned the live to something else. No, I'm not trying to do
Hey,
all
we,
that.
we we only need 900 more likes to hit 20K.
Yes, but let's go ahead and get. You say I skipped over Jane that bad. I didn't even know that. Didn't even
And everybody else got to answer the second one and everything.
My bad.
Right.
I see. I was doing you a favor. I tried to get you to watch the fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because Jay Paul was talking his shit. Okay.
I missed that part
I
then
know,
because this
I've
junk
seen
keep
it.
lagging on me for some odd
Yeah, it's
reason.
lagging for me too. If you back out of it and come back in,
Yeah.
you'll put it in the right spot. I keep having to do that because
That's what I be having to do too, and it be kind of knocking me out a little bit.
I'm trying to watch live. They keep making me start from the beginning. I'm like, watch live.
the last fight was a draw and they beat the shit out of each other.
The what?
The last fight with Ramos, that shit.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we just hit
This junk
20K,
acting.
y'all.
Okay, there
We
you go.
just hit it. We just hit it. That's what I'm talking about. Let's do it, baby.
Hey, we hit the 20K. We hit the 20K.
What I'm talking about. Shit. Let's go.
Let's go. Middle Road. Go ahead and say what you
I'm
gotta say.
okay. I'm gonna
and
let
then
you back
Jay,
up.
And then
I'ma
main thing just got here. Honest.
No, when I got in, Middle had his hand up for a while, so I'm gonna put myself on mute because he been wanting to talk.
Yeah. Go ahead, sweetheart. Thank you, Jay.
And look, the only reason why I
Honest
let you.
just got here.
Oh my God, is I'm not talking. What's going on, bro? All I'm saying is I was about to say I let you back up because you didn't start it, right? But this not like I said, this ain't that type of platform. I really don't care about just whatever sign. Your sign don't let you back down. I get it. I mean, I get that though. But we can.
And that's why I said I apologize because as Warlock knows, that's my pop. I don't disrespect nobody. When he called me out for being a Christian and other stuff, I don't take that lightly. Being a Christian woman, I'm gonna fight for Jesus. So if you wanna go scripture for scripture, we could go there, Mr. Pastor. But since it's on your live, and this is your house, I'm gonna give you the respect that you are owed, and I apologize.
All right, for sure. All right, go ahead, Jane.
Okay. So I have my list. I'm gonna start off with YT. Right. They don't all like outdoor.
Nope, Creole, nope. We not doing that. We not doing that. Because I'm not gonna be able to take nothing you say serious. I'm not gonna be able to take nothing you say serious.
If you don't take that motherfucker,
I matter.
That junk looked horrible. It was getting worse the more shit.
So all YT people don't like
I
outdoor.
just love it fit her so perfectly.
Like camping and skiing. Okay, that's a stereotype. A lot of them season their food. Okay, that's a stereotype, and all of them don't like mayonnaise. They did not create the new age spirituality. Okay, they can communicate. It's not just all indirect. They're not all passive aggressive. They have rhythm. Some of them. I'm a black person, ain't got no damn rhythm. Okay, I can't dance. Lives are not made easier based on the societal structure.
Okay. The societal structure is what it is. And that
All right, we've had enough. It's not for Elise St. Cole from Philly
they
True
don't
Symbol.
all wear Uggs. They don't all drink pumpkin spice. And they don't all wear flip-flops in the wintertime. Okay.
I swear to God, I cannot take her serious.
Dog, I looked away from the screen and came back. It was more funnier than I thought.
Anywho,
they don't all participate with cultural appropriation. Okay. Some of them have an understanding of what they're doing. They don't all come from Italy. Okay? They don't. All right. And
Get back on the back. Go to the back of the bus.
Okay, because I ain't gonna sit here and play with this lady. I am not gonna play with this lady today.
Nothing's wrong with my face. Okay. And they don't all just listen to country music. Okay? All right. Okay. And now for us, I may be the first Black person to admit this. We don't all eat chicken and watermelon. I don't like chicken. And
Stop stealing my answers.
I'm sorry. Okay. Hold on. And Black men are not aggressive and intimidating. We're not all loud like how I'm being right now and aggressive as Black women. Hyper sexualization. We're not all out here just trying to get it like rabbits. Okay. And we don't all, just because we get a little money, we don't all just switch up and become tokens.
I cannot play with her today. I'm done. I'm done.
How can we change this? By getting to know each other as individuals. I think somebody already said that. Get to know
Somebody
your
screen
neighbor.
record this, bro. I'm phone them great. Somebody screen record this shit.
Oh, hey, Kevin records all his lives. You can always go back and watch this.
Know your neighbor. If you want to experience another culture, or find out that white people or YT people, some of them, they cabinets is full of seasoning. Then get to know thy neighbor. Oh, and another stereotype. All white people don't let their animals in the bed. Okay? They don't all do that. And yeah. That's it. That's all.
So Jane, man, you just
She look creepy.
talk
I
about
swear,
look. Learn. My stomach hurts.
Hey, this Ashley. Hell no.
Who is
You look like you throw tomatoes at your man.
Hey, go ahead, Honest. Now that
Hi
you're
guys.
here,
Hi
and then
guys.
go
Hi
back to
guys.
Lady
man?
J.
Dang.
Go ahead,
Dang.
man. What's your first response to the question?
First question is, what do blacks not like about whites? And what do whites not? Shit, I think black people don't like that white people got all the money. We ain't got no money. No, I'm playing. But I think black people don't like that white people abuse their privileges.
Yeah, we've heard that a lot tonight. Most definitely.
Yeah, they be taking that white privilege to the heart. And I think something that whites don't like about blacks is that we steal. No, I'm playing. I just think that they don't like the fact that shit, we pour bad habits onto our own people. I think that just far as our kids, far as our men, our women, we're just, I don't know. I think that they look at us a certain way and they judge that. And that's what makes them not want us in their neighborhood.
Good point.
Yeah, I think they don't like that we're loud and that we turn everything into a celebration when it comes to being in their environment. Meaning, you know, they like it quiet. They don't like that loud ghetto talk and shit.
So that would be a stereotype, because that was the second question that they answered, that like black people being it's a stereotype that they're louder than white people are.
I ain't read that one. What are stereotypes we need to change about each other? I think change the fact that all black people ain't the same. Please change that shit. Like, cause that all black people, y'all think all black people look alike and act alike, and that we all kin and shit. Like, nah, another stereotype is stop assuming that that because a black person alive another black person that we all are that we all condone our people acting like that, or, you know, behaving in a certain way, because people will think that, oh, that's why I think we get followed in stores, because they stereotype us to be thieves or just bad people in general. Normalize shit, does this go for all races? Let me ask that.
Yeah, and that's what we were answering earlier. So like, we only got to the first yellow box, honest. And because you know how Kev's live goes. Sometimes he only gets to the first, like
only the first one.
Only the first, yeah.
Kev, you had 21 likes. How long you been here?
Yeah, I know.
What happened? Did somebody go to the next one?
Lady J, Lady J wanted to answer that because she didn't get to answer, and then Middle Road had something to say as well, and then we can go back up to Warlock and go back up to Jane, and then I know you brought up Jehovah again and Day.
And I just want to say this: stop stereotyping that all black people is messed up in the head, or that they just don't know how to be well mannered. That we all come from single mother homes and shit. Like, no, we got some healthy black folks out there that do know how to you know, respect others, love on other people. You know, they're not judgmental like you think. They're not people who sit up here and just want to see you fail in life. There is actually some black people out here that want to see you grow. They actually pour positivity onto their people, their children. I just feel like we get the bad of everything. Like, even when people sit up here and say, oh, don't let a black cat cross you because the black cat is bad luck. Why the damn black cat gotta be bad luck? Why not the white cat? Like, y'all, people be putting stereotypes on weird shit.
Right. I know Jay left.
So that mean that might as well get to marriages then. Why white dresses gotta mean pure?
Well, somebody told me yesterday, because they're going to a funeral this weekend, and they said actually a lot of funerals, actually, instead of wearing black, they wore white.
Hold up, Shantae follow me. Is that where did she just following me now? I know that's Dashante. Getting banana in these streets. She probably got banana and got a new page.
I know. I was wondering where. Oh, that's Sims wanting to come up, but Middle, go ahead, my brother. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay.
And then Sims.
All right. This is a pet peeve of mine in terms of, to answer his question, what do you not like about, I guess, black people? This acceptance of mediocrity in terms of how others view you, and the ability to just adapt. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. We use the term YT people. Why? We will sit and say N-word all day long.
TikTokers kick us off.
No, but follow what I'm saying. TikTok follows an algorithm, right? You can say white shoes, white cake, white bread, but you can't say quote unquote white people, right? And say why TikTok will kick us off. Why is that? It's an acceptance of something. Yet the same individuals who say they will not say that, they will correct you for saying it. They'll turn around and say immediately afterwards, you are BAN, and say the whole thing out and say it repeatedly. So why is TikTok not kicking you off for that?
They don't kick off YT people when they say YT, and they don't kick us off for saying the N word. You have to have your camera on when you say the N word. They can't say it, but they can say YT.
But if I'm saying the rulings behind it is based in what? Is what I'm getting at. And there's a general acceptance of it. Camera on or camera off. Language is language. And within the language, we all know that there's an acceptance of something. And I'm saying the acceptance, the question becomes, why would you accept that just as face value? And then conversely, go again against your own people at the same time, use the term BAN and say it with all their chest. That's I don't understand. So I'm talking about that. There's rules for one and rules for another that individuals themselves have put in place. And we say, well, TikTok is doing it. TikTok follows an algorithm. So we know how that works. And yet we, again, for lack of better words, we subscribe to it and we perpetuate it. I heard some guys today do the same thing. A dude, he called his cat all kind of names. And it's like, dude, how is that acceptable? And as soon as someone said, quote unquote, the whole word WHITE, they said, you can't say that. But not less than 30 seconds before, he called that guy everything under the sun. And it's like, wait a minute, where's that coming from? And again, it goes back to, for me, it's a mindset thing. It's a mindset thing. You know, where are we going with that? And again, it's the acceptance of something. And it's an acceptance of something that's basically mediocre, and it's unnecessary. But we do it under the guise of an explanation. I don't get it. That's all.
Mm-hmm. And I see where you mentioned a big word, and I want to give Warlock a chance to speak on this though too. And Kev, please.
Did Jova go or Sims?
Well, Sims just came in, but I know Middle just talked about adaptation, so I didn't know.
Yeah, no more old people. I mean, I ain't gonna say old, but no more people that haven't spoke, man. We haven't let two people talk yet, and everybody getting their points in. We got to make sure we get everybody to talk before everybody else to talk.
That's what I'm trying to do, is try to move it around and get back up to everybody, you know, especially while the fight is on, because I know a lot of us are multitasking.
You know it. You know it.
My brother Warlock.
Oh, go ahead.
Wait, before you go, CC, no, I gotta let Joe, because he was in here way before. Then I'm gonna let you go next after CC.
All right, real quick. First two questions. What do blacks not like about whites? Well, those who subscribe to the whole black-white thing. So, or YT, whatever you call it on this app. So they claim, I guess, the privilege aspect or whatever. They don't like that. The truth of it is, I really believe that many are jealous and shouldn't be, because they actually could be in a better space. But you know that, and then of course, you know, when you hear about the you know, everybody's racist kind of thing, that kind of stuff. And then you get to the next part of this question, and what do those who are fair skinned not like about those who have brown skin? You know, I've heard this before in the past, with some of my colleagues. The victim, the constant victimhood, the professional victim, Olympics that some got going on. You know, ghetto, loud, twerking, stuff like that. So you'll hear those type of things. And then I'll go to your next one, and let me see, what are stereotypes we need to change about each other and why? I'm not really counted in that we like that, because I don't subscribe to the whole black-white thing that Americans got going on. Thank goodness I lived in Germany for some years. I know better. So I'll say this: those who have those stereotypes attached to them, your character shows with your actions, right? So if you are accepting, mediocre performance and you want the max out of mediocrity, that's a problem. If you expect that things are just going to fall in your lap and you want to have this easy life or whatever you call it, that's a problem. So, I'll leave it right there.
All right, let's get CC in and then Cousins. Then we can go back to.
Hey, cousin. Sorry.
It's fine. Hello, everyone. Hello, Mr. Kev.
What's the deal?
Are we doing the purple and white one, or where? How
Purple
far?
and then the first yellow one.
Okay. What do BLKs not like about YTs? I would say, in my opinion, I think that a lot of I hate saying BLKs. It's so BLKs they believe that a lot of YTs are racist, are judgmental when they see BLKs. I guess I can't really speak on what do YTs not like about BLKs because I'm not YTs. But I mean, if I had to guess though, I would say I think it's because they think that we are all of the
What have
name.
you heard then? You can
Okay.
say what have you heard. That's what.
Okay. What I've heard is like they think that we're lazy. They think that we are bums. That's kind of same, but thugs, heathens, ratchet, a bunch of baby mamas, baby daddies, and they think we all live in the hood and we all just want to tear up stuff and not share. Like they just think the worst of us. Like we are just a whole bunch of ratchets running around waiting to tear up something that they built or have good. I say that because, like, in my neighborhood, where we just moved to, is majority of YT people, and one of my neighbors, he said, "Welcome to the neighborhood," and I said, "Thank you." And then I guess his wife followed up with a "Welcome to the neighborhood," and I said, "Thank you," and I smiled to be friendly, and she gave me this weird, awkward look, like as if I was out of line or if I was out of place. But ma'am, you was talking to me. Did she not know? I know I'm little, but yeah, this our home. We here. This is us. Like she was looking around like she was like expecting someone else to say thank you. It was weird. But yeah, I just think like they think the worst. That's what I think of us. And I think that, it's vice versa. Like we don't know what to expect from them either. We don't know what's going through their mind and how they feel. Most of us just feel like they're racist and they do think the worst of us. And in some aspects they do, in my opinion. What are stereotypes we need to change about each other and why? I would say the stereotypes of basically, I said that everyone that's BLK is not ratchet and ghetto and didn't just come from the hood and waiting to tear up something or living on financial assistance or whatever. And I feel like all YT people are not racist. I feel like all of them are not judgmental. I mean, I've came across a few, but majority of ones I do come by, they seem to really be friendly. Yeah, I hope they answered that question well. I am multitasking too. Try not to miss this fight.
Facts. Me too. I'm looking at the pre-fight. Then the main fight after that. I gotta go with that's the only one I go for. Serena. I always go for her. She's so cold. She barely lose anyways.
That's my husband just saying.
Look at her face. I cannot take her serious. What the little mouth going berserk.
Jane been throwing me off all night.
My eyes hurting, bro. I can't even.
Even Middle asked her what the name of the filter was.
The don't do it filters.
And
let me get Cousins.
Cousin just came in here, and then maybe work our way back around because it seems.
I'm gonna do my point of view because I'm waiting on something, and everybody ain't answered the way I thought they was gonna answer. But I'm gonna get somewhere. Cousin,
what's happening? What's
the deal, my brother?
How's everybody doing tonight?
It's Friday, man. I'm about to go I'm about to make this interesting. Grab my little one ski.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what
I'm
I
ready to
told
see.
him earlier. I said, don't start.
It's about that time now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'm in the traffic right now. So let me see. I can't read it.
Oh, okay. I can read it for you too, cousin. So what do blacks not like about whites? And what do whites not like about blacks?
You know, I'm gonna say the simple answer to that is the stereotypes. And
That's a question.
they don't like the stereotypes, which is, and now our analogy, kind of dig into it. So they don't like so the stereotypes of white people are they're all racist. They all are, like mayonnaise. You know what I mean? Like they don't have culture. They are all like Karens and Kens, and I don't think that, we like that, right? And then it is the loud ones in the bunch that get the excitement. So it perpetuates the stereotype. So anytime we say, well, they're not all racist, then we just see on the news somebody acting supremely racist. So then it just validates the stereotype that we all think anyway. Or we witness something that kind of, goes in line with that. And then the media portrays it because that's what gets hits. So what ends up happening is that's what most black people don't like, are these traits. Because a lot of times the ones that we know that's in your immediate, they cool. You be like, oh, that's my homie. I mean, it's all good, but that's not all of them. But it's like, that's what happens. And then vice versa, right? All we see as far as us is the worst representation that we can find is the ones that get all the shine. And that is what seems to be the common narrative about us. And the ones that actually do get to break through that glass ceiling, we excel. And once we excel, then we become the thing that they fear, because it's like, yo, we can't compete. So if we let these, if we let this group excel or get some control, they're gonna run everything. And then that's a stereotype. So it's like the answer to it is just stereotypes on both sides are controlling the narrative instead of people actually looking at real people and actually governing on merit. We look at history, at what they've done, and okay, and then we look at the actual stereotypes of what they've done or what they're doing now, and we judge based on that. So that was my long answer to the short.
I think it's like you answered the first question with the second question, because the second question, the first yellow question that we barely made it to, had to do with stereotypes. So,
is that the one that you just said? What stereotypes we got to change?
yeah, what are the stereotypes we need to change about each other and why? But you kind of brought stereotypes in with how it affects.
Right. I mean, I think they go together.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but I would say though too, I would just add on for the second one, if we're gonna change the stereotypes, we actually have to change them for ourselves too. Because the same stereotypes that YT people use for us, we use for us. We judge our people worse than they do. We get on our own heads and expect us to do things, and we'll give everybody else passes for it, right? We'll complain when they do it, but then we do it worse. We judge each other's, we think everybody is that, and so those stereotypes about how, I think someone just said it earlier, being ratchet or, we have to change that stereotype. But I would say more so than change the stereotype, we have to stop perpetuating and celebrating the stereotypes.
Man, I don't like Cousins, man. I don't
because
like him. Cause nobody in this panel said that yet, and that's what I was just about to do, and I knew I shouldn't have gave you a turn.
I'm so mad at you, Kev,
Cause
because
I literally was about to do it, cause nobody did, and I was about to be like, man, I said this is how I put the question out. I said, what are stereotypes we need to change? Everybody kept telling me what they
within
don't like.
self, within
Everybody,
self.
literally, like everybody that was in this panel have done that. They said, I don't like this, or they don't like this, or something like that. And the question is, what do we need to change? One person
Yeah.
even said that we can't change how people perceive us, but that's not the question. Like, dang, man, cousin.
No, I'm so mad
Can
at
I
you.
answer
that, Mr. Kev?
Take it from there. Take
You
it
know
from
why
there,
I'm
Kev.
mad at cousin for bringing that up? Because I've been trying to
That
run
was
this.
the point of it. I was
actually going to say that earlier. Was what about you? What about the stereotype that you have
nope.
within
You should have
yourself?
did. You should have said it. Nope. Don't try to steal it. Nope. You
You
should have said
can't
it.
do it. You cannot do it. No, I've been trying to help run this platform.
Quit it.
So
Nah, don't
stop.
make no excuse. I don't want no excuse. You had a turn too. You had a turn too. Quit it.
No,
All y'all
no.
said,
You
all
ain't
of
gonna
y'all
take that away
literally,
from me. You are not gonna take
all,
that away from my
all
myself.
y'all
I'm
literally
gonna hug
said
you.
what y'all
Hey, you
don't
are
like
a
and what
lion.
other stereotypes don't like, and then we
You
never
are a
said how.
lion. You are a lion tonight, and I'm just gonna hug you.
And cousin, the
I
only
just want to
one that
say
went up
that
here and answered it the
I just
No,
want
way
to
and
say
I'm
that
so
my
glad you
personal
did.
truth does not align with what you're talking about.
Of course.
Listen, we supposed to have some accountability about our own stereotypes about.
Yeah.
And
Facts.
I
And you
even
know what
looked
I
up
was
the
getting to.
word stereotype months ago, and if you look at stereo and look at stereo, look at the music or the frequency that comes through a stereo and a stereotype. It's you and your frequency. It's a stereotype. It's a type
Yeah.
of.
So
So
let
you
me.
ain't
I'm
gonna
gonna
take
let
that away from me, my
Yeah, I'm gonna
brother.
let cousins finish. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm gonna let cousins finish, and then I'm gonna do my. Man, I was trying to hope that
No, just
everybody didn't. Dang,
no.
man.
Take it from
Nah,
there.
you gotta do it. You gotta finish it off. You gotta land your plane, and I'm gonna add to. I'm gonna add to now. The
Both
first
of
person I gotta
y'all,
add to.
both of y'all are on a mission today. Hey,
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, and I'll
hey,
just say this one.
cousin,
Yeah.
before you go, let me do a commercial break. Look, we got 12 people in here. Everybody, just keep tapping and keep sharing, and there's a lot of beautiful mindsets in here. There's a lot of beautiful love. Kevin's getting answers he needs to his crazy ass questions. You know, and everybody's answering them with cordial. You know, we're being cordial. There's no argumentation. We've had to drop a few people. Well, at least Kev did. I didn't. But just keep tapping and keep sharing. And I just wanted to use that as a commercial break before you went in, cousins. No need to interrupt you, my brother.
Right on. I would say that, you know, I would just add one example on each side, which would be one is, you know, when we perpetuate these stereotypes by celebrating it, right? So if we don't want to be considered ghetto, for an example, then we have to stop promoting ghetto. And that's, we got to stop.
I
The
don't like
artists
him.
that's the most ratchet artists is the ones we support the most, and then we try to change it around and justify it with that's just we're not glorifying it, we just saying that that's what it was, and we just shut that shit up. Stop it. We got to shut that shit down. If we don't want to be judged accordingly, we have to stop supporting accordingly. So I would say that. And then on the other side, man, y'all gotta stop putting raisins in everything. Okay? Listen, y'all can come to the cookout, but y'all can't be putting raisins in everything. God damn it! I'm sorry. I'll stop.
My Netflix, my other thing working well. I know everybody's stuff acting up too. I'm looking at it
Yeah,
on another
Mine was
website.
pausing.
I'm on a whole other
pausing.
website because I got tired on Netflix. It's making me mad. This other one messing up now too. Dang, what's going on?
Hey, really quick.
Is yours pausing, Kev? Does it keep
Yeah,
pausing?
everything.
Yeah, mine
Yeah.
too.
No, mine's just buffering at 25%. Now, what website you on?
Buffering. Everybody got that 25%.
Yeah, I use my
website's
Samsung. I have a
on?
Samsung TV, and I was on both. So, and it was doing.
Don't
Yeah.
tell nobody. I gotta inbox you.
Hey, Kev. Have you looked up what the word stereotype, where it comes from?
Yeah.
No.
All right. Well, stereo is Greek for stereos, and it means solid.
Solid. Mm-hmm.
And then type was added to it in the late 1700s, early 1800 time frame in France, because it was a form of printing. So the type was a form of printing through a press. They use a solid image so that it continues to print the same message. You understand what I mean? So a stereotype is like a solid image that keeps getting imprinted without changing. So using stereotype in the sense that we're using it, what we're saying is the image that is being portrayed is from a solid print, and it's never going to change. These are certain things that are tied to this certain image, to this certain, because this image comes from this specific printer. So I'm just saying, it's the point of stereotypes is to say these are things that are true about this type of person based off of how they look. Like, this isn't a justification. This just is an understanding of where the word comes from and why it's been used and implemented. I think that if we're going to change something, we really should understand what it's here for, like why it came to be. Because if we just remove it, something else is going to fill that space, in a societal sense. So we need to understand what we're dismantling before we dismantle it.
Well, and that's kind of like what Cousin was saying when he brought up the stereotype when I was trying to bring that up earlier. He's like, what about the stereotype within yourself? What are you solidifying or imprinting within yourself? What are you stereotyping yourself as? And I wanted to let Middle speak because I know Middle had his hand up too, but I don't know if he's going to speak on what Cousin was speaking on and Mr. was speaking on too. But I think that's, a lot of people need to break that down.
Yeah, and the reason I interrupted is because I was just doing that thing I heard that is bad that white people do that people can't stand, which is just centering the conversation on them. So that's the only reason why I interrupted.
Yeah. So it's my turn. Like I said, I guess people got
no chuckles, no laughs. Damn, we're all serious tonight, man. My goodness.
I told you.
All just distracted, I think.
Mister.
I know. I guess I'm in the wrong mindset. I'm too happy, I guess.
Hold on, Kev wanted to speak. It's
My goodness,
Kev.
we got to get
Kev.
this together. I'm about to make stereotypes about my panel in a minute.
Right, come on, Kev.
I just want to add too before we get too far on what Cousins was saying. That's what I was about to get to, because Middle, I know you want to speak, man. The stereotypes, right? Like I said, the topic, it says what are stereotypes we need to change, right? There's always we never said not all people don't do it and all that other stuff. I think that's one of our things. So it's obvious they're getting it from somewhere. So one solution, I would just say this, I guess, to make it simple, right? To change a stereotype is not be it. It's really just that simple. I think a lot of times we keep fighting, well, not all of us doing it, and then your mama doing it, that you used to do it and all this other stuff, and then we try to act, what's that word, disingenuous, like it don't happen, like we don't see it happening. So, and like he said, we uplift it, but then we go, not all of us do it. You uplifting the person that's doing it. I never understood this. So stuff like that, yeah, to change it, right, is to basically prove it wrong. That's how you change it, right? Let them know, like, and that ain't about mouth. It's not even about, because it ain't always about what you say all the time. It's about its actions. You could say that I'm not doing it. That don't mean you're not doing it, So that's how you change. I guess the simple answer to change stereotypes is not be it. Hello. Now y'all can go.
That's a good point, Kev. Yep. Not be it. Not be that solid image, like what Mr. Print was saying is like, do you really want to be that person, or are you going to change the person that other people tell you who you are?
Yeah.
Because that's really where stereotypes come from. It comes from what outer
Hold on, why my
out.
girl looking bloody, man? Is she losing?
I almost cried just now.
Oh man. Do y'all think, man? I'm trying to double task again.
Netflix is not understanding my feelings.
I said
Oh,
add my page real quick. I sent you the other link. I could send it to you. Add that page down there.
I added.
I added. Alright, let me see. How do I send the video? Alright, y'all, what y'all done? Now y'all got nothing to say. It was open panel, y'all.
All right, before I get and drop down for this other fight, come on. I want to say this real quick. When we talk about stereotypes in context and how it's being used in today's world, it's usually directed towards a person who doesn't exhibit the behavior. If you're exhibiting the behavior in question, it's not a stereotype at that point. That's just who and what you are. When we say, if we don't want the stereotype to exist, stop doing it, that's not really going to work too well. It doesn't matter if I do the behavior or not. A person can stereotype me regardless. It doesn't matter. It's how they view me based upon an oversimplified view of the world. They're going to say, hey, listen, because you are a certain size, a certain color, whatever they're going to be, they're going to say, you know what? Based on what I've seen others do, I will now say that you do it. No different than the young lady said about who went to the radiation or chemo. I can't recall what she said. And the woman said, hey, did you smoke trees today? What's that based upon? Because you saw someone else smoke it? You think I did as well too? It had nothing to do with what she said or did. And so when we talk about stereotypes, it's not just something enough to say, you know what? Just stop the behavior. That's not going to stop the person from stereotyping. Again, if you're doing the behavior yourself, no one's stereotyping you. That's what you are doing. That's what you are, what you did, done. But anyone who comes up and says, you know what? Because I see you and you look like somebody else, I'm not going to now assume. That's how stereotypes are being used in today's world. That's problematic. And it doesn't matter who stops the behavior, that person's still going to see me a certain way. And again, this is my view of the world. And I think that it's easy to say, hey, listen, let's just do. Like I said before, these issues are very complex, very complex. They come from different places. And until we start saying, you know what, here's the deal. Try this here. You, the one who wants to stereotype, why don't you check yourself? Ask the person, have a conversation. Because again, if I didn't exhibit the behavior and yet you still stereotype me, what could I do to stop you from doing that? Nothing. It's like someone saying, listen, you know what? You kicking me and I need to figure out how to get you to stop kicking me. Dude, just stop kicking me. That's all. You're putting the onus on the wrong person. That's my point.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like, are you stereotyping the person, or how do you handle being stereotyped?
Here's the thing. Even if you stereotype me, here's the deal. Like I said before in my example, I don't smoke, drink, nor hang out. I was married with 2 children. And that man told me flat out that he assumed I would go home on leave, get in trouble with the law, based upon what he said he has seen movies. How am I supposed to handle that? For 2 years, he worked with me. He was my supervisor directly for 2 years. And this is his view of me. It had nothing to do with me. It had to do with how he thought about me, like what he saw and gets in his mind with others. And again, he said he got his viewpoint from movies, not even real people, movies. And so I'm saying in that scenario, what am I to do to stop him from stereotyping me? Nothing. I had never done anything to make him think that in the first place. And again, to compound it, he said it because he had watched movies. And there are a lot of people walking around like that who have experiences that they claim they had that never had. We hear it on these city streets every day. Dudes talking about women they never been with, women talking about men they never been with. It's like, dude, when did you have that experience? Well, never really. I heard somebody talk about it. Come on, cut it out. The onus is on the individual who's sitting there saying, you know what? I'm going to say this about you, think this about you, having no idea who and what you are.
Hey, that's a great point. And I would tell you that in my time in boot camp, this happened when I was in boot camp. I actually had one of my in my platoon, and then ended up being in my squad. But he actually came up to me and was like, can I tell you something without you getting offended? And I was like, what? He was like, yeah. He's like, bro, you're the most intelligent black person I've ever seen. And I said, what? And he said, I don't, he said, where I come from, and I forget where he was, Midwest somewhere. He was like, he literally in his life before the Army saw 3 other black people in his entire life in person. And they all were, in his words, ghetto, right? So for me, I speak in a way and he was like, yo, it was just something I always thought that this is how black people were because this is all I've seen. And then when I got here, I see differently. And he's like, and I just wanted, he's like, I don't know how to say that. And I don't want to sound, crazy, but that's just what I saw. And I told him, I said, well, okay, let me tell you what, man, don't ever say that shit to nobody else though. You might get popped in the mouth, but I'm just letting you know, just be careful. But I appreciate you at least being honest, you know what I mean? But we ended up being cool, and he was like a doe, like a deer in the headlights. He didn't know what to do, right? He had never left his city or whatever until he went to the military. And this is when he was out there and he was asking questions, but it's because he literally didn't know. And I never realized there's a big part of the country that is like that, right? And so then you have to that point of, is that person astute enough to change their view, right? Because you have what the middle was saying, he probably still think that, even though he'd been around this dude for 2 years and see that his caliber of man and who he is, he still got this vision according to his mind, because that's probably what he wants to see, right? Meanwhile, I've had the same situation, but dude was open, like an open book, ready to, he's ready to challenge everything that he's seeing. So it does matter on that individual who is doing the stereotyping. So that was a good point.
Can I ask something just generally for everybody on this stereotyping kind of deal? It sounds like both the examples that were brought up by Middle Roads and Cousin, you can kind of lean in the side that the questions were from a place of I don't want to say malice, you know what I mean? They weren't from a place of bad intent. They maybe could have been phrased better, obviously, but I think especially with like Cousin's example, I think you could feel that you were dealing with someone who was actually genuine in their questions. They weren't asking from a smart ass kind of perspective. And I think those were cool examples, but in the sense of like people who are obviously, in their demeanor, in their tone, in their inflections, they're being like over the top with their stereotyping. Is there a part of you, because this is how I kind of approach it, I don't even want to argue with someone if that's how they're going to be stuck in viewing me. It's almost like if they're trying to argue with me, I was like, 2 + 2 = 5. It's like, if that's the hill you want to down, okay, fine, you're right. 2 + 2 does equal 5. I'm going to let you be that way. And I know that the reality is that 2 + 2 = 4. So like at some point, is there that kind of mentality? Like, you know what? It's like, I'm not even gonna sweat because look at the source it's coming from. Is there any of that in anybody's head about dealing with some of this, letting people just be idiots and just distancing?
Yeah, it's case by case. It's case by case. I'm sorry, somebody else can go because I just talked. I go
I was
after.
just saying, as long as they're not disrespectful. Like, I'm gonna let you be dumb, but as long as you're not like disrespecting me while you're being dumb. Because like you said, who has time to argue?
Herein lies part of the problem, what I see with that sort of thinking. Like we said, it's subjective, right? Who's saying it? What's their intent? What's their position? What's my relationship to the person? Which is what I said before. This stuff is really complex. It's not simple. It's really complex. If I have a person, such in the case of mine, right, where he was my direct supervisor, And this is what he thought of me. I don't know what else he's going to think of me as we go through the day, right? How's that influence my APRs, my performance ratings? All these different things run through my head because no matter what I showed him, he saw me as something totally different. And it's subjective. Again, it's very, very complex. It's not simple. And when we say things like, you know what, I don't know what his rationale was, talking about someone speaking on his behalf. No one knows, but this is what we do know. Bias can rear its ugly head in the strangest of ways. And it can be problematic. And you don't know why someone's doing something. And when someone is that, in my case, you know, just that open, it's like, dude, I don't know where you're going to go next. And he wasn't the only guy that said things like that to me. Had another guy asking somebody silly just well too. I'm from New York City. The guy says flat out, hey, give me your knife one day. Give you my what? He says, yeah, you from New York? I know you carry a knife. Really? This was the chief master sergeant who told me this. And again, I don't know what his intent was, but he wasn't smiling when he said it. And this is my point. The acceptance of certain things and the ability to say, you know what? He just, you don't know. I don't know what he was thinking. No, I can't gauge your intent like that. I can only gauge what you did to me. And I know this for a fact. And this is not a white or black thing. This is just a people thing. People have biases. And if you have the wrong person in a position of authority over you with a crazy, goofy bias based on some goofy stereotype, that can be a problem for you. Which is why I said, it's not you, the person who's being subjected to the stereotype. It's the other person unfairly applying it to you, having no idea who and what you are. And I step back from there.
I hear you on that middle road, and that's kind of like what I was speaking on earlier, is the stereotype that you're giving or the stereotype that you're receiving. Go ahead, Warlock. I know you got something to speak on, and I know T. Williams just came up here and hasn't been able to answer the question yet.
No, there were two incidents in my life. One was I had a girlfriend that lived here in Baltimore. She was originally from Indiana. So when she moved back, she invited me up. However, before she did, she told me, hey, I live in this little hick town called Walkett, Indiana. She said they've never seen a black person before. I just want to let you know. So I go there, me being me, and she's working in a gas station. I walk in, a couple of older guys in there. They said, what is this N doing up here? They didn't say it to me, but they were saying it to each other. And of course, I got uncle ears by then. And she looked at me and shook her head like, nope, don't do it. Nope, And I told her, I'm good. And I walked over to him and I asked him, who are you referring to? Are you referring to me? And they was like, yeah, we've just never seen nobody like you here. Most guys, most people would have just flipped their and led when they first heard it. Sat down, we talked for about an hour and a half. I just realized it wasn't willful ignorance. It was just ignorance just from not knowing, period. Went back several times before, never had a problem again. Whether that was because of me, of who I am, and I took time to talk to them, or whether they treated any other black people that they met like that, I don't know. But I know that I had made them take a different look. The second one, when I was working at UPS, we had several committees that I was part of. Now, this is when I was in my early 20s, so forgive me. I was very loud, very obnoxious, very brash. And I had a hub manager named Ron Soderstrom. Never gonna forget him. And I was on this committee called the Health and Safety. It was CHSP, Comprehensive Health and Safety Process. And we were up for an award, so me being the chairman of the committee, I had to write a speech. And I wrote the speech and brought it into him. And he looked at me and said, who wrote this? I took that as somewhat of an insult, but I had to take into consideration the person that he always saw. which was that loud, obnoxious, brash, cursing little young dude from Baltimore. And you already know a lot of people from Baltimore already have a stigma behind it because of the city. However, when I told him that I wrote it, for some reason or another, he believed me. And our relationship became a heck of a lot better because of that. I say all that to say this. Some people are ignorant. Some people just have will for ignorance. And some people just like to swim and bathe in that ignorance. I don't think, me looking back at it 30-some years later, I don't think either one of them did it out of malice. I don't think either one of them did it out of just wanting to be racist or bigoted or what have you. However, we do know and we can tell when people do. And that is the problem that I have when people just choose to ignore it. I've been very fortunate not to run across blatant in-your-face racism. I don't know how I would handle it. I don't. I would like to think and get on this app and say, you know what, I would be cool and calm and collected and this, that, and the other. Or even the opposite, say I would probably go to front off and slap the shit out of somebody. But truth be told, I don't know. And until you've been put in that situation, you really don't. And I just don't, it irritates the living hell out of me for somebody to say how they would handle a situation that they've never been in. Because the way that you handle just about every situation depends on a lot of different variables that you don't even know exist until that situation comes. So, in ending with saying all of that, my answer to one of those questions, I don't even remember, it's been a while since I spoke. When I say we just need to start treating each other as human beings with the respect that comes with that, I think that's a good place to freaking start. We're always going to be working on ourselves. I hope and pray we're always going to be working on ourselves. I don't want to see anybody become stagnant. My last statement. My mission in life. What is my life's goal? To become perfect. Although I know that is not something that I will ever reach, it is a goal to ever strive for. So every day that I wake up, I have to become better. At whatever I was not excellent at the day before, I have to work on that on a daily basis. And if that's accepting people for their ignorances and not engaging with them, then so be it. I still think that's me becoming a better person instead of falling down to that level. And I'm gonna end on that one.
I love that, Warlock. You kind of brought in like what Middle was talking about, what Cousins talked about, even what Miss Jane was talking about, and Mr. Print is, the stereotypes, they go back and forth. It's like, but at the end of the day, what do you do for you? How are you gonna stereotype yourself, I guess? Danira, I know you've been waiting patiently, and then T. Williams, I'm gonna let you in, I promise. But Danira has been waiting, and then T. Williams next.
Okay, when it comes to the question that Kev asked, Print asked, I'm sorry. I remember working at Walgreens after I got out of Job Corps, and above Walgreens was the CEO of the company, and he intentionally had Caucasian people that would come downstairs and call us out of our names to see how we would react. And he would do it to the new people. So being that there's 15 new of us, and it was 3 black girls, some Hispanics, I don't remember all the numbers, and some Asians, he would call us out of our name. And I'm like, the N-word means ignorance. So I'm not even gonna give this dude the time of day. You came in here for some candy and some milk your chocolate milk or your candy. I'm gonna ring you up, send you on your merry little way. I'm not here to have a conversation with you or nothing like that. So you can call me the N-word every day, all day. I'm not gonna get out of my character. One, because my fat chunky butt can't get over this counter to save my life. Them counters at Walgreens are high. And two, why would I lose my job over somebody that's being ignorant? And it's a test. They told us that in orientation, that we would be tested. They didn't say how, they just said we would be tested. And I figured that was one of the tests. Because I'm like, I've never heard anybody in my life growing up with a Caucasian dad and a black mom being called the N-word. Or being called any slur name. So I just, shrugged it off. It is what it is. Maybe he's having a bad day. Maybe he need a hug. But I just looked at it as, you know what? It's ignorance, and at the end of the day, beginning of the day, he has to deal with that. Not me. And somebody, I think it was Warlock or Cousin who said this to me in the past panels. It's not, I may be paraphrasing this wrong. If I know you're going to correct me. It's not how you do something, it's how you respond to the situation. I think I got the first part wrong, but it's how you
Experience
respond.
isn't what happens to you. Experience is what you do with what happens to you.
Yes. And I said, if I give this man the response that he wants, then I failed myself. So I was not going to give in to that. And I would either nudge on other people. Don't cry. Don't do nothing. If you want to go in the bathroom and cry, go ahead. Go take your little tinkle break, cry about it, and come back like nothing never happened. And trust me, I did. I cried in the bathroom because that's the first time I've ever encountered anybody saying the N-word to me. But I was like, this is what they do. Okay, even though it's a test, words still hurt. But I got a job to do, so let me get back out on this floor, fix my makeup, and call it a day.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I know it's gonna get a little quiet now because the fight is like fight.
Did T want to get in there? Because I got one response
Yeah,
for it.
let T Williams go. T, go ahead, answer your question, and then cousin, maybe you can hold down the fort because I'm gonna be watching this fight.
Now, I was just gonna answer two of the prompts. As far as the stereotypes we need to change about each other and why. Being on TikTok, the biggest stereotypes are with like black men and black women. It's so many. I don't even have time to list them all. It's just crazy. And people love to just say generalizing when really that's their real experience or what they think, so to speak. But yeah, they need to come up off of the stereotypes with black men and black women. It's crazy. As far as my experience with the opposite race, I'm assuming y'all talking about YT people. I've been around YT people enough my whole life. And YT people could be very, very, very racist, especially when they're around their own. Like it's just them. They'll tell you that they're not. But when somebody that look like them say something racist, they don't really stop them in their tracks and be like, you're wrong or that's messed up. They really just laugh at the jokes, to be honest. Like, that's been my experience with that. But as far as like dealing with YT people, and I'm just being honest, like, when it's like BS, I handle it just how they handle things. If it's BS, like, I don't even see you. But if it's something serious, like she talking about that was training on a job, in my mind, I'm gonna sue you. That don't even sound like that should be a legal type of training. Especially not for, like what you just said, the type of job it was. I'm suing. Point blank, period. You have to play the same games that other people play. You want to be racist, you want to like treat the only black person on the job different, I'm suing you every time. And every time I'm going to win. And if I don't win, I'm going to mediate for such a great amount that you're going to wish that you don't do it to the next person. But a lot of the time, they do it to people anyway. Whether it's jobs, whether it's your house, whether it's a business. I say sue 'em. I'm landing.
Hey, listen, I was going to say, I come from the land of code switching and also code hitting. Like, so it just depends on the situation. Sometimes when somebody has a certain stereotype, the correct course of action is to not be the stereotype so that you show them something different and then they learn something different, right? And certain people that are receptive to that, then that's cool. Because I think the reality is we all have a stereotype for other people. And whether even us black folk, we talk shit, but like I said before, we treat each other worse. We got more racist jokes, more, on each other, and colorists. I mean, different shades. I mean, we go deep. So, but we don't like it when nobody else do it, but we can do it. And then we justify why it's okay for us and not okay for everybody else, right? So my whole thing is we have to stop perpetuating it for ourselves, for one, and then for two, when we are in situations where we can change that idea, we need to do that, right? We got to promote the part that we don't want to see, the part that we don't want people to think that we are, then we have to be that. So that's why we get the code switch when we in a place like people used to always say, when you in their house, you know what I mean, you be them better than them. Meaning, so if I'm in a corporate situation, they are talking to me crazy, or they might say little slick shit out the side of their neck just because they want to get you to get some kind of reaction so that they can sue you, or that they can now put you on paperwork, or they can kind of undermine your performance, right? To where now they can penalize you where it hurts in the pocket. So you don't fall for that, right? You go, okay, okay, got you. So now you flip the script on them like she just said, right? You're gonna sue. I'm taking it to the law now, right? I'm gonna do you. This is how y'all get down. So I'm gonna do what y'all do better than you. That's a time where you code switch, right? But now you might be in a situation where this dude is just out of pocket and he need to get busted in his motherfucking mouth. So you go ahead on and do that. You go ahead on and pay him the way that he need to get paid, respectfully. Punch him in his mouth. That's where I came up. You get what I'm saying? There was a time and place for all of that. Some things you don't react to, but then sometimes you have to react so this motherfucker understands and it doesn't do it again, right? Sometimes, you got to do that. But nowadays, you have to really look at that cost. Like, is it worth it? You go ahead and punch somebody in the face because they called you an N-word. Now, you've been sitting in jail for some hours, or you got into some situation where now you can't feed your family, or you have to suffer. Is it worth it? Because that dude didn't learn nothing, right? He'll still be a fool. And then now you just solidify what he already thought. Well, say, I knew they were savages, right? So it's a kind of a real thin line. And I think Middle said it best. It's very complicated and very nuanced. And I think every situation probably requires a different approach. But I would just go back to, we have to, I think, whether we know it or not, the things that we do as a culture, right? When Melanation does something, it picks up with everybody else. And whether we realize it, the worst things that we do seems to be picked up the most. So we have to do our part to stop glorifying the trifling shit. Because when we put shine on it, then they put shine on it. So we may never be able to fix any of this, but if we want to try, I think that's the start, at least that first step. You know what I mean? We got to stop promoting the BS and start actually putting, you know, our social media, our platforms, all of the stuff that we do, start, instead of promoting the negative shit, start promoting the positive.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead.
What stereotypes, because you was like, instead of playing into the stereotypes, what stereotypes were you like referring to?
Well, like for instance, we talked about, I think in another live, we were talking about music, right? And I'll just use that for one example. We will, if somebody comes out and they are singing or rapping and it's positive, right? Yeah, it might be all right. The beat is cool, whatever. Let somebody come out with that sexy red ass type shit. We fucking we catapult it. And we can say that the media does it, because they do, but yet and still, we buy the tickets. We are doing that too, right? We're promoting it the same way. Or will we go and say that, you know, it's all about gangster? We always want to appear to be gangster, right? Because that is, we celebrate that. We respect that. We don't want to be squares. We want to be gangsters. That is a subconscious stereotype that we are supporting and don't even realize it. We can be like, hey man, I'm a CEO. I'm this, I'm that, and the third. Well, why you got on every chain you own? Why do you have on every piece of jewelry you own you look exactly like dude on the block? But because that's where you come from, you're like, well, no, I'm just paying homage. I'm just not trying to forget where I came from. I got it from the mud. That's fine. But you don't realize is subconsciously, though, you're supporting or promoting the same stereotypes that they think. Does that make sense?
It does. It does.
And so that's what I mean. Like, it's okay to be culture. Like, we the culture, we gonna do certain things. You know what I mean? We gonna get down certain ways. You know what I mean? We gonna talk. We gonna have certain vernacular, certain slangs.
Right.
But it comes a little. But it's a thin line where you can do that, still embrace your culture, and still bring the culture up, or you can just basically increase the stereotype by doing some trifling. You know what I mean? And so, I don't know. I just think that's the part where I think we gotta do a little bit better with.
Gotcha. No, I'm following that. All right, I'm about to check out for a second because I'm about to go watch the fight.
Hey man, somebody got to give a play-by-play or something. Come on, can we just those of us who can't see this, man? If y'all watching the fight, man, let us know.
Hey, I'll turn my camera around so y'all can see it.
I just would like to pose a question.
I don't want to flag it.
Yeah, you might
really quickly here.
Okay, I won't do it that, man.
I was say after the fight, I'm gonna do a refresh so we can really get on this topic though. But
yeah, because after the fight, you're gonna have to. You're gonna be crying. You're gonna be crying.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, okay.
Hey, I have a question. I want to start with Kev and then go to Warlock and work all the way around counter.
My answer is Jake Paul.
No, we're talking about stereotypes, and we've made a couple different distinctions about, you know, the stereotypes people are perceiving, the stereotypes people are telling us that they have as the default when they're talking to us. So then, kind of tying into a panel that a few of us were all on about fashion a few weeks back, and how we all make these decisions that have a certain statement that we make for the average person that we're going to run into. And we all had to describe, you know, how we are trying to be perceived by our fashion statements and what we wear. So I guess my question is, what do you think the stereotype is that you are projecting about yourself? Just being who you are. What if you were to look at you from someone who isn't you, what stereotypes would you see based on the decisions you make, on what you wear, what you drive, how you go about doing things? Because I can tell you that I look at myself and I think that I'm generally unapproachable until you get to know me. and I do that on purpose. So I fit a stereotype of being a big, big guy. I'm kind of bulky. I kind of make you feel uneasy if you don't know me. I may be untrustworthy. I have a big beard. I have some tattoos. I'm always, I look a little shady. I do that on purpose so that people don't try to be too friendly. So I try to make a stereotype based on how I think I look. And Kev, if you want to start off, would you say the stereotypes that you're falling into from your own analysis?
I focused. I would say, I guess I get mine out the way real quick, huh? I would say a stereotype. I would always say, stereotype. That chicken. I'll be tearing some chicken up. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm eating some steak right now, my guy.
Yeah, I think that chicken one, that's real big. That's what it is, like one of my things I go crazy on. I'll be actually on like a chicken and poultry diet most of the time. I'm trying to avoid. I would say maybe I'm.
Hey, Kev, you gotta stop promoting the fried chicken stereotype.
I know.
Yo, I said that earlier, and I said it because I think it's bullshit because everybody likes fried chicken, and I probably like it more than most people.
Facts.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what color you are. Most people eat chicken. Chicken tacos, chicken enchiladas, fried chicken, chicken in your, like the chicken everywhere.
I mean, chicken was so good they had to make it like steak, chicken fried steak. I mean, that's how good chicken was. They even had to call it steak at one point.
Even chicken eggs. Hello, eggs come from chicken. So
It's almost like God was like, here's a delicious bird that can't fly.
It flies, it just doesn't fly far.
So I wonder if you eat a rooster, do it wake you up?
Not if you eat it, it will wake you up even if you don't eat it.
Exactly. Yeah, I just thought
So
about
what's
that
that?
one.
So if we gonna keep going with the question. What do you think? Your stereotype that people look at you when you look at Kev, they be like, oh yeah, he loves chicken. Is that what you're saying right now?
Facts. That's about me, I think, so far.
That's so funny you brought that up, cousin. Because my husband, who is black, he don't like watermelon. So what? Because he's black, he's supposed to. We're supposed to assume that he likes watermelon. He don't even like watermelon. I buy watermelon all the time because I like watermelon. He don't like it.
Because he's
But
not
why
black.
did this?
You know what though? I'm gonna tell you something.
That's what they say
That might be
nowadays.
more of an that's more indicting you that you don't know how to pick watermelon. That's why he don't like it.
Well, actually, in California, we don't have watermelon with seeds. Thanks, cousin.
Listen, that's all that is.
Put
Because
a little bit
watermelon
of
is
chili
delicious.
powder on that watermelon slice.
You know what though, Trent? I'm gonna say to answer your question though, it depends on who you ask. If you ask most of the culture, and when I say the culture, I'm talking about melanation, I probably look like a fuckboy, which is probably what people think, right? You ladies man, huh? Oh, you think you this? You think you? No, I'm not that. But
I mean, they ain't wrong.
But that's that's probably that's gonna be the stereotype, right? Because of what I drive or how I dress or whatever, they're gonna assume that that's that. So that's probably the stereotype that I get. And then probably the other way is I am like I always get you different. I don't know.
You know
what
what
different,
that
I don't know
reminds
what
me of?
different means, but that's what I get all the time. So
Well, you know what? One stereotype, like you know how they say, "Tell me you're white without telling me you're white," or tell me you're black without telling me you're black. It's like the what is it? The battery of the smoke batteries. Why do they always assume that? Look, I heard my battery beeping the other day. I was like, white tea people go through that too. Are we just not changing our batteries?
Yo, I got into that on a live today with some girl. Her thing was beeping in the background, and she had a panel about being accountable. And I went on and told her some spiel about, accountability based on what we were talking about. And then I was like, and I'm going to practice your accountability right now. Those fire alarms are trying to tell you something. and then she died laughing. It was a funny conversation. It was appropriate, it was funny.
But why did they assume only black people go through that?
You know what though? I always thought that was more of a rental thing.
But my whole point though,
I thought the stereotype was for the rental.
No, I thought it was just because of just what the batteries needed to be changed. And honestly, I ended it with telling her because smoke alarms actually saved my family. So I just told her, I was like, you have a little baby that you're showing in the live here. I was like, you might want to make sure those things are functioning because God forbid, you got to, I was like, in a serious note, I was like, actually check them. Like,
right. Because normally, like, if you figure out, like, if you were a homeowner, you for some reason, you find yourself at Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever quite often, right? And so you're always, picking up stuff and batteries. So that would be, but like when you just renting, most of that maintenance shit, you'd be like, fuck that. Because if you do, you just call somebody to get it. Like you don't put that. That's not in your mind. Maintenance, home maintenance. So
right,
I always thought that when I heard that smoke detector, that was just the stereotype for you live in an apartment. You know what I'm saying? Like that was just I was trying to figure out where it came from. And
I never even made that connection, to be honest.
That's what I thought, because I never knew. I was like, what does that mean? Like, what is that stereotype? I don't understand. So, yeah, right. I was just trying to.
Well, from what I've gathered, the joke about it is that if you are on live, if you're doing live streams, that you're going to hear that chirp. If the content creator happens to be black, you're going to hear that chirp a lot more. That's the joke. Is that they keep chirping, the batteries don't get changed, and the joke kind of gets on the point, and I think everybody has experienced this. I know I have, where the chirp just kind of fades away. You don't hear it anymore. You grow numb to it. So it's kind of like a joke, and I don't know. That's from what I've seen. That's kind of the joke.
Now you say that, I can see that though. So yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And that's why I brought that up, that smoke detector thing, because when I've seen videos that would say, how do you know you're, whether you're YT or black? And it's like, oh, you hear the smoke. I've seen comments coming off of other videos like, did you hear the chirp in the background? Did you change it? And then they always just assume that only black people don't change their batteries, but they do. So, white tea people aren't doing it either.
Yeah, I just admitted that myself. I know it goes numb because I've done it. Like, so anybody else? Does anybody else want to address what they think the stereotype they're presenting is?
You know what's funny that we're bringing up, like even just a simple stereotype of a battery of a smoke alarm. Like there's a lot of stereotypes that come out that you're like what you guys were talking about with the chicken and the watermelon and then you've got the smoke alarms. It's like, but what are YT stereotypes? What are stereotypes of YT people?
Do we like a lot of excessive mayonnaise, and that sometimes a bread can be just white bread with mayonnaise? Although I've never actually seen that or done it because it sounds revolting, but it apparently is a thing.
You know what, bro? I'm gonna tell you that it is a thing. Most stereotypes have a truth when they started, right? And then they get blown out of proportion, if we're gonna be honest, right? But like, if you just go look at any I'm gonna tell you what I think that stereotype started from. For one, advertising, right? So when you have Miracle Whip and mayonnaise and all this, and they're trying to sell shit, that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna always advertise it. But if you go looking like in a grocery store and just those cookbooks and magazines that's always up there, damn near every recipe that they have in that motherfucker got some kind of mayonnaise in there as a base. With some sauce, real talk. And it's, even when I was in chef school, like just learning, that was one of the shit you had to learn how to make mayonnaise. Like, what the fuck? Like, why? But that was the thing, and it was like, so I think, and because we typically we don't go buy the magazines like that for recipes. You know what I mean? So I think in some way, it kind of gets through the vernacular as that's a YT thing, because who else buys that, and who else goes that and does that, and you know what I mean. So there you go. Maybe that's how I started. I don't know.
It's so funny because I've always had this war in my household because my boys who are black, they love mayonnaise, but they like Miracle Whip too. My husband doesn't like mayonnaise, you know, so it's like, I'm like, wait a minute, you were born from his seed. It's a taste, it's a flavor. That's when it becomes a stereotype, is starting to judge somebody by what they're choosing to eat, to drink, to sleep with, or to whatever and I wanted to bring this up earlier with this this YT versus black thing. Is like, and I know Kev, he could probably go all the way there with the interracial. So you know, it's you know, it's like pills, like food and drugs. You know, like, are you eating? What are you eating? What are you taking in? What are you compensating? What are you retrieving? And what are you perceiving? And what are you giving? You know, it's not a color. It's just a I guess preference. Would that be the word, cousin? Maybe you can help me with that one.
I just want to say that Shanna is saying that YT people will not run from danger. I'll say that I'll just premise that with specifically YT women will not run from dangerous animals that have any kind of cute factor to them. I've observed this, and as a YT male, it is frightening, and I will run from her with the wild animal brands. Just saying.
That's another stereotype too, though, right? That daredevil. That daredevil thrill seeker type shit. That's some YT shit. That is a stereotype that I think that we have. Like, that's one that, because there's a lot of those things that we just don't do that shit.
You know what? That's true, cousin.
We don't do that.
Yeah, that's true, cousin. Because if you think about that, a lot of black people will say, "Why do white people go in the middle of the ocean with sharks?" Black people ain't doing that.
All that skydiving, jumping off big cliffs, jump off the side of a bridge. No, we ain't doing that. That's not fun to us. That's not fun. That ain't the way we look at fun. Like,
I got one real quick too. I was trying to watch the show, but they not by I don't think you don't see black people saying "hit me more."
Bro, come on, fuck that. No, yeah, we ain't doing that. You better not touch me.
Right. Like what cousin was saying and what Kev just said is like, you don't see me jumping out of like my ex-husband. He used to say, "Why am I going to jump out of a perfectly good airplane?" To do what? That risk taking. But we used to ride ATVs. We rode dirt bikes. We rode quads. But no, with a different type of safety.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, that was the only time, it was twice actually, that I almost broke my drill instructor down and made him laugh. One of them was when we had to jump out the helicopter. I was like, you know, black people don't do this. And he and he almost
Can I interrupt really quick, everybody?
I almost got him, but he yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Kev, Mike ain't going to sleep. Mike ain't going to sleep. Jake is not going to be awake.
Bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner
Don't get my life flags.
or the land of the free?
Woo! Oops, that's me now.
That's just
All right, sorry for the actually not sorry for the interruption.
that was a stereotype too. There we go.
Cousin.
So are we still on what people think of us as stereotypes or what we think of ourselves?
I think we've talked about both of it. Or do we give stereotypes to other people, or how do we take in the stereotypes that other people give to us? We've talked about both.
Oh, okay. So I've been told that
What stereotype when somebody looks at you, what stereotype do you think that you give off? That was the
that's the stereotype that I give off. Short, gremlin-like attitude, and I like to be asleep.
Okay, I'm not sure I've ever heard of a stereotype being gremlin. I think that's not a stereotype. I'm not gonna.
I mean, I'm just gonna give you pushback, cousin.
I'm not gonna
He
accept.
said that.
That's
I'm looking at the picture. I can see it. It's in
Don't
my eyes.
call Daenerys a gremlin, okay?
I'm just playing. I gotta be that guy.
But being short, they always say short people have an anger, and I'm like, I'm just angry when you wake me up from my nap, my daily nap.
Didn't you just
Don't
get
be
angry?
bothering me. Like I feel like
You're the
I'm a
angry
total
black woman
nerd.
stereotype. Is that what it is? You're the angry black woman stereotype.
I'm
Okay.
I'm the quiet one, but I'm angry. I could be angry when you wake me up. Let me be in peace and stay peacefully sleep. And I go to Comic-Con. I've been going to Comic-Con since I was 14.
You know, I think you just described your stereotype as Sleeping Beauty. I mean, if I'm just gonna call it out.
Somebody told me that. That's fine with me. That is perfectly fine.
What's crazy too is most people that you meet are rarely the stereotype that you think when you actually talk to them, which is kind of crazy as how these stereotypes stick so much. When in real life, when you actually meet these people, it's like very rarely is that stereotype stick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know. It's a weird thing.
Another stereotype they gave me was, what did they say? Combative, but I don't know where they got that one from. I'm not loud. I've been called loud. And I just have the, like, in awkward situations, I just have that I don't like awkward situations. So if I gotta find a way to make you laugh, I'll make you laugh. I don't like awkward situations. Like if I see somebody starting to cry, I gotta find a way to make a joke so they don't cry. Because people have ugly cries, and you don't want to console somebody with an ugly cry.
Yeah, I'm an ugly crier, straight up. You know, I don't know what this stereotype is I get all the time when people they see me on here and then I show my wife. They're always like, oh, god dang, she's pretty, actually. How the fuck you stereotyping me?
Or the thing that since me and my fiance were posting each other on Facebook, we haven't gotten a TikTok yet. And they said, you know, they've been asking him all day, how'd you catch her? And I'm like, I'm not a damn fish. I'm not tilapia. What you mean, caught me? Like, I don't understand. And they said, well, she's on the chubby side. Don't you want a skinnier girl? He goes, no, I like fluffy girls. I said, exactly. Why y'all hating? Like, and somebody told me that I dress old. I don't know what that means. But just because I like to dress with class, I guess that's being called old.
Yeah, you can't. Don't even worry about that. You can't worry about that.
Hey, I gotta drop down one of these mods up in here. Get me out of this panel. I'll be back. Y'all be blessed.
I got you.
He said, get me out of here. What in the
Yeah,
hell?
you think his job be mad.
Wait, who's fighting again?
Mike Tyson and Jake Paul.
Oh, that's on YouTube Live.
No, Netflix.
Netflix, yeah.
It's on YouTube Live. I'm watching it.
Yeah, it's probably on YouTube too, bro.
YouTube as well.
But I changed it because there was ways how to make different cupcakes, so I went straight for the food. I got bored.
That's a stereotype.
Hey, you know what? Here go another stereotype. Hey, Kanai, I don't know if you're still in the building, but she had on her page, she had it was basically a video, and it was like women they had like a public scale, and women were stepping on the scale, and it was, you know, overweight, right?
Oh,
and
that's definitely a stereotype. Just
right,
kind of like, what you were talking about with
right?
the print earlier.
But they were all they stepping on the scale. They all overweight, right? It is what it is. It is a stereotype, but yet there they are, right?
Yeah.
So they stepping up on the scale and doing it. But my first thought was the other stereotype behind that was, because I think her thing was like, it was a kind of like from how we've changed in society. Like if you go back to the 50s and whatever, the weight of women and weight of men, you know what I mean, has changed so dramatically to now. But but back then, if there were heavy women, they would never have stepped on a scale in public.
Exactly, and it's not even just the weight. It's not even just the weight of women. It's also the height of men
and age. No, you would have never. You couldn't ask a woman her age. That's rude, right? It's rude to ask a woman how much she weighs. It's rude to ask a woman any of that type of shit back in the day.
Oh, back in the day. Okay.
Even if you go into it deeper, and I'm gonna be very blunt with this. The D size, like just like they do it with men with the D size, the height, the weight of men. Like, do I want a big boy, or do I want a big woman? Or, now you got women getting BBWs. You know, it's like, wait a minute. It's a lot of physical. A lot of our stereotypes come from a physical aspect too, not just a characteristic.
But then it comes from an intention as well, right? Because like when you say on paper, Like, what do you bring to the table? It's nothing offensive by saying that, right? How much do you weigh? That's nothing really offensive when you say that. But if I say it from a place of, I'm trying to be condescending to you, how much you weigh, now it becomes offensive, right? Because you know the intention of the person saying it is meaning to say it in a bad way to you, to make you feel bad. Even if we can say that, we're just being truthful. Well, sometimes you don't have to say shit. Like, you don't think that somebody is fat, they know they fat? Like, you don't think they wake up in the morning when they knees hurt?
Exactly.
You don't think they wake up like shit? I don't. You don't think that they have enough to deal with in their life that they need you?
Like, they don't need you to call them fat
to let them know that they fat. Like, really, what the fuck? Like that.
Like,
so
I woke up in this body every day.
Exactly. And I think
Like,
sometimes.
Sorry, cousin, but it's just like how people say, like how I was saying in your last panel. It's your genetics. Like I said, half Trinidadian, half Samoan. Them some big mofos. It's just the fact that I'm just squished down into 5'2" and 3/4. Like, I want that 3/4 on there. 5'2" and 3/4. I want that 3/4. Give me my 3/4. But if I was what, 5'10", you wouldn't see the fact that I'm 200 pounds.
But here's the thing too, right? There's also, I think that people have to understand weight. It carries and looks differently depending on people. Like, I am clinically obese if I go by the body mass index because I'm athletic. When I was in the military, I am overweight every fucking weigh-in. They telling me I gotta lose 20 pounds. Motherfucker, what are you talking about? But they're telling me that just based on the numbers. Because if you look at me, then, oh no, okay, I see you work out. You're bigger, I see what, okay. I'm like, I'm not, but if we go by that body mass index, which was made in the 40s, where every average man was 150 pounds, at 150 pounds, I'd be anorexic, right? But yet, that is the standard. So when you look at these things nowadays, you have women who are supposed to be at this certain body weight, but if you go to the gym 3 times a week, you're gonna be overweight, according to any medical journal. Just because you're gonna be in shape, your muscles gonna weigh, you're dense, right? You're not gonna look big, but you're gonna weigh more. So that's kind of how, and people get these things mixed up. So asking someone their weight doesn't really, because like if let's say if you're 130 pounds as a lady, if you are 130 pounds, but you just all fluff, that is gonna look bigger, right? You're gonna look bigger than a 130 pound track runner, right? She's gonna look thin and lean. She's gonna be 130 pounds. You're like, damn, okay, she's solid. But if you got a 130 pound woman who just eat cookies all day, she's gonna look bigger, even though she's not. Right? And I think a lot of times we go by that, what you look like, and like what Lovely was saying, and well, what you weigh. It doesn't matter what I weigh. But I would say though, the fight that is, if somebody asks you something that you think is awkward, give their ass an awkward ass answer. That shut shit up.
Look at how ironic this is that we're having this conversation about weight. And we're watching the Mike Tyson and the Jake Paul fight. And it's like, if you don't meet a certain weight, you can't fight that person.
That is very true. That is very, very true. I remember when I was in high school, and for some reason, I thought there was a height requirement to get on the volleyball team. They said, no, you just got to have skill, come to training, or so forth and so on. So I walk in, there's 35 girls trying out for volleyball. I'm 5'2". All these heifers is bigger than me. But what did I have? The dedication, determination, because I wanted to be on a volleyball team. So they said, we're just going to use you as the secret weapon because nobody's going to see you coming.
I feel you on that day because I'm only 5'2", but I played point guard in high school as a basketball player, and I even went into I played college ball too. And just because my height didn't keep me from doing what I could do. There was skill, there was, there was character, there was stuff that had to be involved with it, but I
Yeah.
had to work a little bit harder.
Yeah, and it's also that's one thing I learned while playing sports is showmanship. Don't
Yeah.
ever let your opponent see you with your head down. Hold your head up high, whether you lose, win, or draw. Hold your head up. Show good sportsmanship.
Let's tell Kev that when Jake loses tonight.
Oh Lord.
Wait,
I don't
Jake,
even know nothing. I don't know nothing about
Is
boxing.
Kev going for Jake?
I watch
Yeah,
I
Kevin's
watch
going for
baseball.
Jake.
You know what? I actually,
Kev is going for Jake?
well,
Yeah.
well,
Oh, I
hold
gotta
on, hold
drop
on.
him. I'm gonna drop him from his own line.
Wait,
You
guys.
can't drop him from his own live.
Wait,
I
so
gotta figure out
how
how.
is wait, so you're telling me a young cat is going against Mike Tyson, the dude who bit off somebody's ear?
Mm.
We
Well, I
talked about that
mean,
last night,
I
Day.
kind of
I
feel
talked
like I'm.
about
Like who
what
would
he
want to
did
go
with
up against
Evander.
against somebody who bit off somebody's ear? Wouldn't you want to give him a hug?
No, I mean, like, I'm kind of like low key kind of in the middle because I feel like, because Mike Tyson, like, he's really good. Don't get me wrong.
Y'all about
But
to
he's also.
learn today.
I'm so mad at Netflix right now. It keeps doing what it did it at 25% again. I literally just restarted my whole TV on this.
Oh,
I think
no.
everybody is
It's
watching the
saving you.
game.
It's saving you.
Everybody's watching the game.
No, it's not.
No,
Here's the
but,
thing,
It's
right?
unaliving me. It's unaliving me.
no, but I think that,
Okay, I'm back.
I think that, like, I feel like I'm in the middle because, like, Mike Tyson, like we all know that he is one of the greatest boxers. However, he is old. I mean, like he's like old, but however, he's still in good shape. So I said that maybe he could pull off this win. However, Jake, he's like a lot younger and he's a lot faster. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? So like I said, I'm just saying like I'm still in the middle because like it could go.
You know what I
Okay,
was
so
watching
here's the thing,
earlier?
though, right?
You know what I was watching?
So here's the
Cousin
thing,
B.
though, real quick.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, right? If y'all have seen, I don't know if y'all.
We ain't gotta
A
worry
lot of
about all
people
that because we fighting now. Ain't no what if.
Right.
No,
But
he's
No
listen,
what
walking
if
down the lane
burgers.
right now. He's walking down
It's
the lane right
time.
now.
So
It's time.
what you
This
got
stuff is
is
finally
you
about to
have
be over.
you got some Jake. Now what I think is, if it's gonna be something that's rigged, okay, maybe. But when you look at their training from last week, we ain't talking about vintage Mike Tyson when he was young. We're talking about old ass Mike Tyson last week is 3 times faster than Jake Paul was last week. So when people say to me, he's young, he's fat, no, he's not. Have y'all seen, this is recent footage of Mike in the ring. Do you seen this man move?
No, I mean, like, I understand.
So my thing is, if he can, boy, I will say is this: his age is going to come to a factor if it goes beyond 4 rounds. Like if it goes beyond 4 rounds and he don't get him up out of there
I said it
before,
right. I said that too.
Yeah,
Right
yeah,
now, that I
yeah.
see it's 2. Now I see it's 2 minutes. 2 minutes though. But if it go past, shoot, 4 rounds, I say that too. There, I thought it was longer rounds. I
Right.
said it 2 rounds, but
Plus, the other thing is this, right?
Mike
Jake
got to get his
is,
first couple of rounds, and that's what he
Yeah,
got to
he
do.
must.
but
He don't make
Jake
it
is
past.
not a good fighter, period. Like when he fought anybody that got any boxing match, he lost. When he fought against old boy last one, he whooped his ass because his boxing is, he's just been bigger. He's been, the bully in the ring, and he's gotten to where he's got his way. But when he got anybody with any kind of movement and skill, he has had a problem. And Tyson is big and stronger than anybody he's ever looked at. And way faster, and got hands. Like, have you seen? This is like recent, and I'm like, I don't know, bro.
And cousin, and
Tyson
he
ain't
came
screwed.
from,
His head ain't screwed on right. Like that's
and
the
he
thing.
came from,
Y'all
a lot
forgetting,
of
man.
trauma. He came from a
Yeah.
lot of trauma. He
Listen,
I gotta ask y'all a
anger that he's
question.
about ready to let out on
That's
everybody.
I gotta
that's
ask
why.
y'all a question though. Like
Yeah.
this was because this was on my brain and I was just watching this movie Never Back Down with Michael. He plays Spawn. What's his name? Something
John
White.
White. Yeah,
Yes.
John White.
So if he went up against Jake Paul, who do you think will win?
Here, murder. Murder.
Be nice, F1. Be nice.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. That's how bad it would be, though. Michael John White is
because he's one of those. He was in an interview and he said he stopped playing in these martial art videos because in these martial art movies because somebody got hurt on his watch, and he said he didn't mean to hurt them that bad. And he went to therapy and everything for that. He said, I don't never want to do this ever again. I'd rather produce. And I was like, well, dude, have you not seen you? Like, anybody that big deserves a hug and a cookie, not
the thing I would
fight.
say is this, man. When you old, you get stronger. And I don't think people understand that. Like, as I've gotten older in my life, my strength, when I was younger, I think I was faster. I think physically I lift more weight, or so I thought. You know what I mean? In my prime, like when I played football, I was okay. But at the same time, I grab shit nowadays. Like I pulled nails out of wood. You know what I mean? Like my dad used to do shit when he was like, cause he just old ass, country ass, strong dude, right? And so I never realized that until when you start working with your hands and you do shit for 40 years, your hand grip strength, it's different when you get older. You may not have the stamina that you used to, but your strength, I don't know, man. And so if you got a person like Mike Tyson or Michael John White, they've trained their whole entire life. That's all they did was bust ass. Like all I do is knock people out my whole life. And I've been doing this. And all of a sudden, you think that shit just go away? I remember when you had George Foreman was in the ring at 50 something and he was hitting the bag, the damn near the
George
chain.
Foreman, the dude who made the grill.
Man, that was the most hard hitting boxer ever. Not ever, but like one of the most hard.
I'm asking because I just know of the George Foreman grill. I'm not trying to be offensive.
That's where he
I just
come
know
from.
the George Foreman grill.
But that's where he come from. But as far as like boxing, he couldn't get in the ring and dance around and do the whole thing because he was too old. But if he got hit by him, it was lights out. And that's the same thing with Tyson. The only difference is Tyson can still move. So if he get him in the first four, that's what I'm saying. If he get him in the first four, I'm gonna give it to Tyson. But if it go past that, then it probably could go to a decision. You know what I mean? Like I don't think Jake Paul is gonna knock him out. I don't see that. But like if it is, I think it'll go a decision. And when you go with a decision, ain't no telling what them judges gonna say. But I think that
it's about to start right now. It's about to start. Well, they are in the ring right now.
Yeah, he get past
I'm going to drop for the night. Thank you, Kev, for having me up. I do have to take my seizure medication and my trees.
No problem, man.
So thank you for having me up. I apologize for the dispute earlier.
Hey,
didn't mean to have that on your like.
Hey, you the gremlin.
Hey,
so now you're the gremlin since you said that earlier.
That's totally fine by me because they were Furbies before they were gremlins. You feed them, then they turn to gremlins. I don't care.
All right, then.
I'm a happy one.
Ding ding.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Pop.
Good night.
Text me when you get a chance.
Hi, sister. Good night. You have a beautiful.
How many of y'all having heart attacks right now?
I'm not having no heart attack. I'm prepared for this.
Hey, man, prepared.
Hey, we're dinging in right
if
now.
If it go past that fourth little quick round, it's over. Let's see if it even get past the third round.
Hey, you're gonna be a podcaster right now.
Hey,
are you commentating?
Podcaster Mike, he gonna go back to sticking it. He gonna get beat by a YouTuber and Mike gonna turn back to a podcaster.
Hey,
here it goes. Here it goes.
You better hope he run for the first 4 rounds. You better run away.
He got that's of course. Everybody knew he was gonna run, and then as soon as he get tired, it's over. He gonna go to sleep or
Nah.
TKO. He did take one of his hits though. That's crazy to take one of Jake's hits. All right, the third round. Now this what the magic about to happen.
Ooh,
Watch
that was
this,
a good
y'all.
one
I'm
right
calling
there.
it too. This what the magic gonna happen.
Ooh. Don't hold on to him yet. It's too early for that. I know it's got to be hard when you go from UFC to boxing or boxing to UFC because you know you can't throw no kicks.
Well, he tried to go to UFC. That ain't gonna work.
Oh my, he looking like grandpa out there, boy. He better do something.
Uh-huh. Oh, he went low.
Man, they wrong for not having to stream it though. That's fucked up.
Mm. Round one down, Kev. Round one down.
All right. If Mike can't do nothing this round, it's over, boy. It's over. I said if it go past the fourth, it's for sure over.
Man, I called it in 4, but
This wall, his power got to be at the 4. He already getting wobbled up like looking like a stiff old man, like I knew. I gotta go off logic. I can't go off of feelings, man.
I got you, my brother. I got you on that.
What is Jake just grabbing him?
No, actually, Tyson was grabbing him or holding on.
Not even that. He just too fast. Like I said, he's gonna be too fast for him.
But is he hitting him? I mean, like that's the thing. He running around.
Just
He
give
most
Tyson a nap. Just
He
put his
most
ass down for a
he
nap.
most definitely hitting him like crazy. That's the whole third round was not looking good for Mike.
Tag the hell out of Mike. He need to go take his old ass a nap.
No, he got him on that one.
Mike ain't doing nothing. He need to go to bed. God damn. The nursing home is calling for Mike. Now.
Jane, are you for Jake?
No, but I mean it's third round, baby. He need to go lay his ass down. You know, it may have awakened the beast inside, but it ain't showing on the outside.
Yeah, Mike ain't never been the one to run somebody down though.
Right.
So
Even Jake is hugging Mike.
Well, he better hug him if he been winning.
That boy ain't been hugging him since the first round. Quit it.
He just did.
Hey, if like I said, if he go get in there and he do his little thing and dance and run away, get away, don't let Mike get off, and then go past 4, 5 rounds, and he keep doing that, he'll get a decision. But he ain't gonna knock out Mike if he don't tumble with him. But if he tumble with him, it's gonna be a wrap. So he gonna have to do what he doing. I can see it. That's the game plan. You better, you better move.
Don't you sleep on him.
Okay, 2 rounds down, Kev.
All right, now it's the time. It's really a wrap. That's 4 downs.
Hey, Jake's already bleeding from one of his ears, so he hurting. They're both hurting.
Hey, somebody leaking?
Mike have not touched him yet. He just haven't touched him since the first round.
Be quiet, Kev. He know what he doing.
Yeah,
Okay,
Mike's
yeah.
waiting, Jane.
Become a
Mike's
punching
waiting, Jane.
bag.
He know what he doing. He know what he doing. He know exactly what he doing with Jake. You don't worry about it.
Yep.
Hey, let's go ahead and watch that. The round that I said things about to happen. The fifth round. The 5th round is here.
Yep.
I called it in 4, but
Hey, but you know what? That might be part of Tyson though.
That's why I said,
Hey,
but now it's a wrap. Not even prolonged.
I don't know. He might just be like, hey, don't use your energy up. So that way, because he probably think you're going to come out hard in the first 2 rounds. Let him use his energy. Save your energy.
Right.
And put them things on him when it's time to go. That might be Tyson's strategy. We don't know. We're going to find out.
damn, even the podcaster said his age is showing. Don't do Mike Tyson like that.
Mentally, he's in a great place with his family, and yet Mike Tyson said, no, I want a challenge. I want to see what I'm capable of doing.
Ooh.
Man, oh man, 27-year-old chronological physical peak, training regularly. And Mike Tyson in trouble here in round 3.
He's in big trouble. This might be his last round.
Jake
fatigue.
Yeah, Jake pulled that extra.
Ooh, that was a good hit. Mike got a good hit in. I ain't gonna lie, that one.
Oh, come on, Mike.
I ain't gonna lie, Mike eating them though. That's one thing I can say. He eating them heavy hits. There ain't that many people take that many Jake Paul hits like that.
Right.
That's what happened when you train that dang on neck like that.
I don't know, man. I don't think this is a really a no-win for Mike. I think that he, even if he win the fight, there's gonna be like, well, whatever. It's Mike Tyson. You're supposed to. But then if he lose, well, you know, he old man. So like it's just no matter how it goes, if Jake don't knock him out, I don't know. That's kind of suspect. I don't know, man. I don't know. You gotta beat him decisively.
It's like he's tiring Jake out because Jake's throwing a lot more punches though. Because if it goes to a draw, Jake's gonna end up
and end up with the win because he's throwing more punches.
But that's kind of what I thought it was going to be. I said that was kind of my thought of what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Like if he didn't knock him out early, then he's just going to draw it out. It's going to be, throw some punches, move, fuck out of there, you know what I mean, and bring it to the scorecard. and then now you at the mercy of, hey, we got to make a part 2, or you know what I mean. This guy have to be something. So now it's going to be, I can see that, but I don't know, man. At this point, it's going to be whoever get caught slipping. But if he dancing, he ain't, he get out of the way, he'll be all right. Just don't get too close.
Well, I guess we won't take my round 4. It's like there's punches being thrown, but there's also dodges that I don't know. I feel like Tyson is just dodging more than he's throwing.
No, he's taking more than he's dodging, then he's throwing. People got the domino effect. You gotta go from the most to the least first. Got 2 more rounds to make it happen.
Yeah. Oh, they're only doing 8 rounds, not 12?
Yes. That's what they keeping it real short. They doing 2-minute rounds.
They're going based
Yeah,
on
I didn't know it was 8.
elder
Okay.
rules.
Wow, they're tied at the scorecard.
See, I can also see in this be a draw if they go to the scorecard.
Right. Well, it was
a win-win.
38-38 on the scorecard, yeah.
And then it's gonna be a win-win no
What
matter
you looking
what.
at? That thing said 100 to like 50 something, or less than that. It's nowhere near close.
Oh, that was not a good one.
What was you looking at? How many punches landed or thrown? That might be something different. What were you looking at?
Mike ain't moving. She just said Mike is taking those shots. He's not throwing enough.
Yeah, he most there. I say that he is taking it though, because he's throwing some heavy ones at him, and he's just eating it. To be taking all that at that older age is crazy.
Well, see, Mike got him back on that left hook though, too.
Tyson's neck is one of the more
Yeah, I seen that earlier.
Oh my goodness. These last 2 rounds are gonna be beastie.
We're gonna go into scorecards.
It's definitely gonna go to scorecards. Well, we only got 2 rounds left. We only got 6 minutes, or not even 6 minutes, 2 minutes, because they narrowed it down to 2-minute a round instead of 3-minute a round, and we only got 8 rounds instead of 12. So, yeah.
All right? Let's make the difference in this shit. Let's make the fucking difference in this shit. You stay on top of Mike, but then no, you ain't out with Mike. You too slow.
Yeah, he did his thing, man.
For the return of Mike Tyson against a man who's disrupting the sport of boxing, Jake Paul. But how many seconds?
I'm sorry I've been cutting y'all off, but do y'all know how irritated I am? I could have done so many other things tonight. Netflix and everything.
Friday night, Jane.
For them to sit there and act like
enjoy
At
yourself.
least I get to watch the John Jones fight tomorrow. Then
right.
I can count on that one.
Yeah, a real fight.
Ooh, come on.
Goodness gracious. Old ass Mike.
Yeah, they gave him the first 2 rounds.
Anyway.
All right. This refresh is going to be real refreshing. We're going to get on this topic. Everybody dropped too, so yeah, I got to refresh for sure.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You got old ass senior Mike.
That boy took some hits, though. Everybody else, he TK'd or knocked out. He could knock an old man out. That's what's going to make him look bad.
I don't think he wanted to.
He was trying. He was throwing some heavy boys. He
I
You
don't
got to
couldn't.
see.
think.
That's one thing I gotta
I
give
Everybody,
it.
don't think
Yeah,
he going
I think he
look,
tried.
everybody he knocked out was 5'8", 5'7", little dudes. Jake Paul is a big dude.
Yeah,
And he don't like. That's why I keep saying like he's not a boxer. He throw wild ass punches. He throw haymakers. He throw heavy punches to small dudes. But you see, Mike is somebody who's been taking punches from Riddick Bowe and big ass motherfuckers like that. Like he just them
yeah, I
punches
get
don't.
you. His
They,
stuff ain't
you know
gonna
what I mean?
affect him that much. Yeah,
Now, if he was a real boxer, he probably would have laid Mike out because he would have been bink bink. You know what I mean? He would have had
and he
some
never
spice
boxed
on him
that
shit.
heavyweight though, for real. That's what it was.
Right. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, because let's put it on paper. You were supposed to, at 30 years younger than the motherfucker, you're supposed to lay him out.
Yeah, that's what I said. All right, that made him look bad.
So the fact that you couldn't, he just walked through your shit. Imagine if that was Mike 10 years ago.
Oh yeah, that'd be
I
scary
mean,
then.
if this old ass man, Mike, you couldn't lay down.
old ass
Yeah.
man, cousin. Come on now. He's still youthful in a lot of people's eyes.
But 58 is still old for a boxer. Like, you know what I mean? Like
Jake
58 is 58.
Paul.
You know what I mean? Like,
Mount
I
last.
still love me some Mike though. I still love me some Mike. Shut up, daughter. Don't you be clapping for his motherfucking ass. He ain't no boxer.
That's what the unofficial scorecard is 68-65. With Jake Paul being the leader.
You think they gonna do a part two?
they better not.
Absolutely not. I wouldn't encourage it.
'Cause it wasn't even really close, so I guess they can't do that then. So I just give it to Mike because he didn't get knocked out. So I think that's a good thing, especially at his age. And this dude been knocking out everybody else. Like,
Give Mike a plate. He need to get himself a plate. Go get in the shower. Go get in the bed.
And retire.
Yeah, just don't even come back outside and do this no more, Mike.
He was robbed from a lot of people in his earlier ages. You know, remember who was his manager? Who was the dude? What was his name? That took a lot of money from him. Maybe he fighting for money. Come on, Mike, knock him out.
You talking about Don King?
Yeah, Don King.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. He beat
Remember
up
when
Don
he
King,
stole
so
all
he
that
got that
money
back.
from him?
He beat up Don King in the parking lot.
Yep.
Yeah, Beverly Hills Hotel. He beat up Don King, put him up under the car. But again, that was the vicious pitbull Mike. You know what I mean? But this was right here as a payday. That's really what this is. Yeah. This was get his little paper on.
Well, Tyson, but just to see that Jake Paul's having this story, Rosie, go ahead.
Yes, I'm just saying that it's an emotional moment.
welcome back, sad face.
Hey, you went low, Kev. Your mic went low.
Get low, 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 low.
Stay right here, Mike, if you can. Jake, back to you. Did this man surprise you? Was he better than you thought he would be?
He's exactly what I thought. One of the greatest to ever do it. He's an icon. He's a legend. So, yeah.
But this night's not about me, man. I wanted to give a thanks to all the real heroes, the U.S. military, the doctors, the nurses in the ER, the cops, the firefighters, the farmers, the truck drivers, all the people who make this world go around. Thank you, America. It's the era of truth. It's the era of good. There's a shift in the world, and good is rising. The truth is rising. I'm just honored to be a part of America, and it feels like we're back, baby.
Mike, back to you. Now that you've actually gone 8 rounds with Jake Paul, what is your assessment of Jake Paul, the boxer?
A very good fighter.
Do you think he deserves respect from the public?
Absolutely.
That's pretty cool to hear.
Yeah, man. This guy's always had my back. I love him. I love his family, his coaches, Amr, Billy White, Rafael. Amazing group of people, and it's just an honor to be in the ring with all of them.
Did you try to knock him out?
Man, I was trying to hurt him.
Oh, he's going YouTube.
I was scared that he was going to hurt me. I'm trying to hurt him, but, you know, I did my best. I did my best.
Mike, could I ask, do you want to do this again, or are you officially done now?
I don't know. It depends on the situation.
What does your gut say right now? Is this possibly the last time for you?
I don't think so.
You've got more in you. What comes to mind?
Well, I don't know. Maybe his brother.
You want to fight
Oh,
Logan? I think he said
Wow, still got more.
Motherfucker, I'll kill you, Mike.
no, please, no.
It's on there.
Just don't step on his toes. It's all forgiven between you two because yesterday it got pretty personal and heated.
That happens when you're in a fight. You get in the moment.
Hey, that was a good slap. I like that.
Mike, final thing for you, to all the 50-year-olds out there, to all the 40-year-olds who grew up watching you, what is the message to those people who thought, you know what?
50 and 40? Motherfucker, he's 60. What are you talking about?
right.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, right, cousin?
No, they're
Decades,
60.
man. You don't understand what a decade is?
They not even, neither one of them not even 30 yet. Jake is 27 and and Logan is 29.
I'm saying that, man, that's a whole decade. That's a whole
Right.
life. Man, what you mean?
More than a decade. A few decades.
You got this one, Kev.
I'm talking about between,
You
you were
got
talking about
this one.
TikTok.
Oh, you ain't have to tell me that,
40-year-olds.
lovely. You didn't even have to hit. I don't even know why you even had to tell me. Hey, I've been saying it the whole time.
I know you have been, but you
I actually watched Jake Paul fight. That's the thing. But I would say I give it to Mike without getting knocked out. I would say he tough. I just knew he wasn't gonna hit him because he's too fast.
Right.
But he tough. I say he tough for sure, especially at that age and taking these young hits. The boy's strong, I'm telling you. He said, "This lane, stop being mad, boy." He like that fight here.
It really was lame, though.
But to think, but like you said, you know, it went the full 8 rounds. It went the full 8 rounds. There was no knockout, no nothing. Like they both did what they needed to do. They both made a lot of money. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
That's what that was about to me. What I thought it was going to be was Jake just need to look good, right? Tyson was going, they was going to go to the scorecard. It wasn't going to be no knockout.
He got to go against Tommy Fury again.
But that's the thing, right? Because now it's like, oh, I beat Tyson. That on paper sounds good, and it gives some credibility up. So now he can keep that on. Tyson career is over. He's still trying to keep his going. So I saw this happening the way it was gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like I'm not. Whatever. But like,
So many people say he about to get knocked out. That boy about to get knocked
that's the
out.
hype.
That's
He's
the
a
hype. That's the hype. Because he was
YouTuber.
not considered a boxer,
That's the
which in
hype.
my opinion, he's still not. But this was his introduction to boxing. He needed to do that. I said that yesterday.
Yeah, you
No,
did.
his introduction to boxing was Tommy Fury.
But is Tommy Fury gonna be as recognizable as Iron Mike?
Now, of course not.
Boxing.
Ain't nobody gonna
They
take
didn't
that though.
consider him as a boxer. They said aspiring
But
boxer.
yeah,
But see, here's
I
the
would say
thing,
that
right?
face, man. I can't.
But no, listen.
So that's like
That
saying
rematch.
Logan Paul is a boxer because he boxed what's his name Floyd Mayweather, and we know he gonna get mopped up if he was to try to go against
Oh man. And so here's the thing, right? If you look at it now, if he does a rematch with Fury, that sells more because he had this fight. So he could sell that like, okay, so I did Mike. That ain't good enough for y'all. Well, we gonna do a rematch. And now people are gonna buy that pay-per-view. You get me? Like now he can sell that because if he tried to go do the rematch,
What you talking about? Rematch against Mike?
no,
I don't think they doing that no
against
more.
Fury. No, against Fury.
Oh, Fury. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
Because like if he would have did Fury tonight, nobody would have watched that shit.
Well,
Right?
you just
Nobody
spoke
would've
a
watched
good point because
Yeah.
it was on Netflix tonight. Netflix, a lot of people subscribe to. They already got their Netflix, but if it's on pay-per-view, they gotta pay for it.
But
So
even Netflix, right? You got to
Look
sell
at
it to
all these
Netflix.
angry heads. I love it. Team
No, what I'm saying is,
Jake. I
like,
try to
you got
hold
to
it in,
sell
but
it to
y'all making me
Netflix.
mad.
You know,
I'm trying to tell you.
Pay-per-view is easy to sell because it's as you sell it,
I'm trying to tell
right?
you.
What's
Yeah.
going on?
I'm with you
What's
on that,
going
Kev.
out? What you mean, Slimmy?
You been drinking?
You said what?
You been drinking?
I ain't been drinking nothing. I've been drinking that W from Jake.
He's been eating chicken and watermelon. Like what
That
we were
was
talking about
that was
earlier.
racist, lovely.
I know. I'm stereotyping you right now, Kev. How you gonna handle it?
Said, dude, don't get props for beating up. Oh man, of course we was gonna say that, but everybody that was saying that's comment right there was the same one that was gonna say, "Oh, that old man, he's Mike Tyson. He gonna." I told you, Jake was never gonna win. That's what I said. I don't think I was saying the opposite of what Cousin said, because if he was a win or a lose, there's gonna have something to say.
Well, and if you think about it, just based upon like your first question that we were talking about
I
before
told you all the
the
old
fight.
man things was gonna come out of nowhere. But did y'all see him in the gym? Did y'all see him in the gym? Yeah, what, he was in the gym to be a punching bag or something?
Well, even before the fight started, and we were talking about the blacks versus whites and whites versus blacks. Do you think if it was two white dudes or two black dudes, it would have been come out different?
I think because it was Mike Tyson, everybody
All right, because it
watched
was
it.
Mike Tyson, right? The name.
Right,
It could have been
exactly.
Canelo and what other white guy? I can't think of one. Canelo and Usyk or something. They would have went for that.
I mean, we watched Pacquiao.
Oh yeah,
Pacquiao. Right,
yeah,
exactly.
Pacquiao too.
Baby, that stadium was packed, and I damn sure paid for pay-per-view.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's Pacquiao.
And Manny won that fight. I don't care what nobody said.
He did. He did. I watched that too. That was some cheating stuff.
Agree. Yeah, I definitely agree
Manny
on that.
won. Boy, Sugar. What's his name? Sugar. He almost gave what's called that loss for sure. Almost gave Floyd Mayweather the loss. He had too many closes of getting that L. They ain't want him to lose. What you doing, Slimmy? How you feeling?
I want to go home.
I want to go home. Is you eating on something? Why you always eating on something, man?
Sound like you minding my business.
No, sound like your business is mine.
Kev, just because you ain't snacking right now. You're usually snacking, not sharing.
Oh, come on here, unmute and say, you mind my business.
Kevin,
Think
if you want
Kev be
beef, just
talking
let me
because Kev
know. I got
always
They
time.
eating.
share with the class. What the hell?
Hey, ain't gonna be the only fight around here in a minute.
Listen,
You know, you a little older. Don't be
I've
like
been eating
Tyson.
nasty ass hospital food for the last 5 days. Let me enjoy this sandwich.
What's
Gotcha.
wrong? You right?
I have fluid in my lung.
Oh Lord, child.
Dang.
I want to go home.
Is it getting better?
Yeah,
Okay. Everybody catching pneumonia right now.
it wasn't a pneumonia though.
Oh Lord.
I just randomly started developing fluid.
Mm.
Wait, random? They figured out why or what? Which what?
It probably has something to do with me having cancer.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you had cancer.
We talked about it.
Wait, what? When you?
Yeah, when I first met her on this house, she was telling me about it.
Well, see, I wasn't there. Okay, so all right, I'm gonna take that L. That shit came out casual as shit. I
Dang,
was like, wait, I'm
everybody
sorry.
that dang
Hello.
there,
Everybody says I say it like
Sereno.
that, and it's like I don't get it. But yeah, it has something to do with my cancer cells, and they have to glue my lung back in place so that the crevice isn't there to create more fluid.
Mm.
But my uncle, my favorite uncle, came to see me today, and he brought me my favorite sandwich from Togo's, and I purposely only ate half of it earlier so I could have a late night snack.
I feel it.
Well, you go ahead on and eat that shit all on the live. We ain't even tripping.
I ain't gonna trip anyway, because I'll eat all up and through this lab too, child.
Thank you.
I'm the only eater up
Kevin
in
just
here.
mad he ain't got no snacks and nobody brought him a Togo sandwich.
How you know? How did you know that?
Because of the way you tried to jump on me for eating my Togo sandwich.
I always, well, I try to, that was about to sound all right.
Yep, it sure was, so don't say that.
Yeah, you're right.
I ain't gonna lie though, I didn't even know it was Togo still existed though. Damn.
Togo's is one of the few places, I don't know how it is for everywhere else, but like the sandwiches look like the advertisements.
It's over. I finally got it out my. Now I got another fight to worry about now. Tomorrow.
That's why I like them.
I've been talking about this fight for years. I actually thought he was gonna get knocked out, but hey,
Who won?
Of course we know who won.
I don't. I'm asking.
Of course we know. It was Jake.
Jake the
About to
YouTuber.
say.
We're gonna have to say Jake won.
Oh, look at all that bitterness coming out their mouth.
To be fair, I caught the first
You ever
fight
heard how bitter
between
sound?
Katie. I've caught the first fight between Katie and Amanda. Amanda should have won that.
Oh, so now that hurt me. Now I'm bitter
That
off
hurt.
that one. I was hurt. That's my girl. I mess with her. I feel like she one of the top. She found a match though. I guess she found her match. I mean, one day it was gonna happen. She was gonna find her
Yeah, but
match.
Katie was not really tagging Amanda like that though. Like they was saying she was. Katie did not earn
She was
that
bleeding off
W.
the eye. One of them
That was
matches.
a
Unless that was a headbutt. Oh, that was a
That was
headbutt.
a
I thought it was.
headbutt.
Okay.
She should have been checked for that. She shouldn't have been able to do it twice.
Whoop whoop. Do it twice.
That part.
You know what? Whoop whoop twice. Mike Tyson face.
Not necessarily. He got tap that.
Kev Jennifer, rub it in.
He got tap that.
I love it. Y'all knew what time it was. Who was going to bed, lovely?
Jake went all around that goddamn ring. He
Of
got
course, I
tired.
called that. I called that already. Who is gonna sit there and take some hits from Mike Tyson like a stupido?
Jake would if he was a real boxer.
That's why we don't listen to the women like you. Y'all be getting people. Y'all be so much. You're not a real man unless you do. Had that dude sleep on the ground somewhere.
I was more entertained prior to.
Hey, Kev,
And then actually he walked Mike down more times than he did.
come on, man. You even said it yourself. We know what that was about. He got the victory, but I don't think that's bragging rights.
I'm gonna brag because they been saying he was gonna lose. I said regardless of what was gonna happen, he was gonna win, decision or not. I just know, like I said, my whole point was the kid was gonna be too fast for him. That was the thing. My boy was he was looking like, I don't know. Hey, I say he did better than like Roy Jones wouldn't be able to mess with him though. If they was to fight again.
Well, I can't wait to continue to follow his career to watch him get his ass whooped because he think that he beat Mike Tyson, so he think he can beat everybody. I just can't wait to see
Man,
it.
he been fighting everybody. I've been following him.
Not really. He'll swing and then his security will come jump in the middle of things.
He's had 8 fights though, Kev. You keep saying he got a bunch. He got 8. Now 9.
He's 11-1 now.
Well, this one don't count.
They showed it on the thing that he was 10-1. I'm saying the thing they said he was 10-1. Oh yeah, this the perfect person to let up now, cause she making me mad. Now I'm gonna get her. That's why she trying to take all day to let him up.
So may I ask everyone a question? Name one actual amateur fighter that Jake Paul has faced.
Right.
Like a legit amateur
all
fighter.
of them was pros. That's what I'm trying to let them know. Like, they don't understand. That's why they just cut. That's why I said I know they ain't watching.
Former basketball player.
Which was
two
which was a pro.
Pastor Prime UFC champions.
Pros.
Pros, but pros in what sport? UFC, right? Meaning they probably naturally wanted to throw a submission on his ass or a kick, but they forgot that they were boxing instead.
They were all pros, though. He ain't fighting no non-amateurs. That's the thing, and he's a YouTuber.
Wait,
so Robinson is a pro.
He pro basketball player.
A pro basketball player. Wow.
I think that my point was saying that he fought all pros. Except for Tommy Fury, I don't think. No, Tommy Fury, I think is he a pro basketball?
Has he fought a professional boxer?
No, he haven't. No, of course.
Yeah, you can't.
But we ain't trying to hear all that right now. Get y'all bitter selves up out of here. Ain't nobody trying to hear all that now. Let my man let him get his win. That's our problem today. We can't let nobody. We can't give him their props.
He won.
Hey, let Jake have his day. Let Jake have his day. Then y'all come with y'all bitter stuff tomorrow or something.
Jake Paul is a prop at a Diddy party. I would show on his ass.
Kev got his bragging rights tonight.
Yo, because if he would have got knocked out, y'all would have been on his nuts. Y'all would have been on Mike Tyson nuts if he had got knocked him out. So I want that same energy that y'all said. That same energy y'all had when Mike about to knock him out. Y'all been saying that for the whole years.
The dude is 58.
Who said that?
And you let him go the distance with you. 31 years your senior. And you let him go the distance with you? You are an embarrassment and a disgrace.
What's embarrassment is the bitterness that's going on in this room. That's what's embarrassment.
Disgrace. Muhammad Ali is doing cartwheels in his grave.
Well, I told. Didn't I mention this yesterday, y'all? I mentioned this yesterday. I said that kid is not gonna win. He'll never win in people's eyes. If he wins, he's gonna lose.
Wants to pull a Michael Jackson Thriller in this bitch and kick Jake Paul's ass.
That's crazy.
Bro, listen. This is what we're saying, though, Kev, listen to this, okay?
Bitter.
Let Jake Paul fight an actual fighter who is his
Why y'all didn't say that before?
An actual amateur fighter. Because he's not doing it. You're not
You keep saying about people hating, but no, he has fought people who is like half his size, for one. If all of his fights, the only person who would have been in his weight category is Fury. And
Fury, yes, I got that. And I've been said that.
So what I'm saying is, like I've always said, there is no hate The hate is stop elevating this dude where he don't need to be elevated. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but
All is acting like this dude is the fucking, like he got skills. No, he has not shown shit.
Oh my! That's not my. That's not my point. My thing is, I want the same exact energy that everybody was saying. Mike Tyson about to knock him out, and now they acting like now they want to hit the old card on him. They want to hit, like I said. I literally said this yesterday. I told Lovely this yesterday. I said, watch, and I called it. I said, soon as he lose, everybody about to hit the what ifers and look at that and he's old. I said that. I literally said that.
It's funny with you kids and y'all
That's why I
always
said
talking about
let him
energy
get his
this and
day.
energy that. Y'all put some energy towards my light bill, I might care. But I'll tell you this much: when it comes, ask Jake Paul if he faced Tyson Fury. That Fury.
He's not about to fight him. We know that. He's not about to fight no Deontay Wilder. He's not about to fight none of them.
Why not? He's Jake Paul.
Because they professional. They're
professional.
He keep calling. Of course, y'all think I'm stupid or something like that. I know the deal. I bet I watch him unlike y'all fake watchers. Y'all just came in watching Mike Tyson. I watched the guy. I know what's real fights and what's not. My thing is, y'all came and thought this old man was about to beat this dude, and now y'all want to hide back in the bushes again.
Jake Paul would fight Mike Tyson if he was 31 years old?
I mean, go back. Now, what I'm saying is, go back to them bushes y'all came from when you was talking about all that energy, talking about he's a legend and all this other stuff. Go back to them bushes now. Y'all wasn't happy.
Again, you kids are always talking about energy, but I never see my light bill go down from that
I
shit.
was one of the ones that said that Mike was gonna knock his ass out.
And so was I.
I was one of the ones.
It's 100 of them. It's 100 of y'alls I gotta deal with. Because like I said, I love it.
8-year-old man
take my loss
go 8 rounds with you.
I can't wait. I got a list of people too. I got my friends I gotta get.
About keeping the same energy. Hold on, look. So we talk about keeping the same energy. I'm keeping the same energy. What I said when I first came up in this piece, if it go past 4, it was gonna go to a decision. He can't do nothing with Mike. I said that, didn't I?
That's true. You're right. You're right.
Mike would have won. It would have been within the rounds. And if it go past 4, this motherfucker gonna run and dance because he can't do nothing.
I said that. I said that. If he don't, I said that too though. I said if he don't get in the first 4, he losing.
When Tyson was throwing his punches, what did Jake Paul do? What did Jake Paul do when Mike Tyson was throwing his punches?
He's the what if for king, bro.
What did he do?
What's going on?
No, not what if. What did he do?
Let's just say what it is.
When he was faced against the mountain that is Mike Tyson, what did he do?
He lost. I don't care what you talk about.
He retreated. He ran back. He started hugging like he wanted some 50 Shades of Grey action.
He was scared that he was gonna get knocked out by Mike.
Of course. I said it yesterday too.
That's primarily what everybody thought.
Bitch.
But Mike Tyson is old as shit. We get that.
Yes.
So Jake won.
Yes.
Period. He won.
The fight went exactly how I said it was gonna go. And that was my point. That's the thing I'm arguing is the fight went the way I said, except the knockout part. He didn't knock him out. But I said the kid is gonna be too fast for him to hit him. And I said
too fast.
And I said Mike Tyson not winning. Those are 2 things I was right about. That's what all I cared about.
We can say he won, but don't say he was too fast for Mike. He was too fast for Mike Tyson. Don't do that.
Take that part back. Accountability.
Yeah, I said I was wrong about that. I said that.
For Mike Tyson.
Okay, now we good.
Mike Tyson kept up with him really well to the point where he was running around the ring, and Mike Tyson was just standing there.
And Mike was running around the ring too. Eventually.
Mike Tyson did the best that he could. We are talking about Mike Tyson.
I mean, his defense was impenetrable.
5th decade here, almost 6th decade. He did phenomenal for his age and going up against somebody that's 27 years old. He was the shit, okay?
Yeah, and someone 27 years old can't knock out a 15-year-old man in 8 rounds. That's embarrassing.
It is what it is. Jake came in there, like he said, I was scared. If I got close to him, he was going to hold me out.
And you can see it in the rounds, too. You can see it.
And that would be anybody getting up in there with Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson.
No, but he was sitting there talking all that crap, and people talking crap.
He did what he did at his age, and he still did phenomenal. He didn't get knocked out because Jake couldn't do it for 1. But for 2, they went toe to toe. They did what they had to do. And for him going up against somebody 27 years old, mind you, he's almost been here for 6 decades.
There we go.
Great.
Yes, I'll give
No,
it.
he
I
did great.
give it
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And that's me giving my flowers to them. I wish these fake acting like they know the fights would give Jake some credit instead of keep coming with all this. Well, what
All
about
right, Kev. So I'll let you know something,
Goo
Kev.
goo gaga and goo goo
I'll let you know
gee
something, Kev.
gee.
I've
My
won
bottle.
19 fights as a boxer. I've won 19 fights as a boxer. Okay? I've actually been in the ring. I used to fight amateur when I was in the Navy. Trust me, brother.
What do that gotta mean? Anything?
Well, you just said I didn't know anything about boxing.
That's not gonna change you for what the heck? You don't know about Jake boxing if I gotta be specific, because it's all y'all
Who wants to
talking
know
about a
Jake's
kid that y'all don't even
boxing?
watch.
He doesn't fight anyone for real.
Oh my gosh.
Name one amateur
I
boxer
said
he
this
has
like when I
faced.
first look. This is my thing. I kept the same energy since I first heard the fight because I knew how this was gonna go.
Name
I
one amateur boxer
was
he's
feeling
faced.
bold for the people that actually thought Mike Tyson was about to do something. I said his old fart self ain't about to do nothing against him. He just not.
Name one
And all y'all
amateur
energy and
boxer
most of
he's
y'all energy
faced.
done dropped down because y'all wasn't about this. Y'all wasn't saying it. Now y'all want to come with the well, he's old and all that.
So
I've been
who
saying
is
he
Mike
old.
Tyson
I ain't
fought?
switch what
Who
I
has
was
Mike
talking
Tyson
about.
fought? Who has Mike
Y'all
Tyson fought?
You gotta pick where you stand on. That's what you gotta do.
Has Mike Tyson ever fought someone that wasn't a professional fighter or an amateur fighter?
Andre, but
For some odd reason, he remind me of why he remind me of Neo for some odd reason.
That's fine. I could sing too.
See,
That's
No,
why I call
not that
Andre
Neo.
4K.
Neo, that's
No, that's
where
why I
he just
call
asked.
Andre
He
4K.
asked a question that don't pertain to.
Hey,
There's a
Neo
reason
is
why I named
funny
myself
though.
Andre 4K. Don't get me started singing in this bitch.
I'ma
I'll do
say,
that.
No, I don't.
I'm gonna say what's
look, don't
positive.
Sing.
call
Trust me, I'm
him. Don't
good.
call him out.
Jake
Come on, I'm
Jake
giving it to
Paul.
Creo. Creo the only one that's not bitter. I'll take that out.
Jake Paul is
The only
very
problem I'm saying
resilient in
that, bro,
everything
is
that he does. He's
no,
always put his best foot forward, and he ain't never said or backed down from nothing that he wanted to do. Even though he was a YouTuber, he was successful at it.
Amen.
So for the young people, maybe he will become successful in boxing in the near
When
future.
it
We
comes
don't
to
know.
boxing, it's not only
But
just
he
about
just
your bouts. It's
started.
who you've
He
had those
just
bouts against.
he
Who
just
you have fought
He
started.
just
matters
really started. We
It's
greatly
take
like
that.
Mike
We
in the
take
Tyson
that.
sport
at
of
a point, but
boxing.
Mike Tyson started at
Who
18. He just started at that point. Everybody has a starting point, so maybe he will become the boxer he want to be.
You know what we used to say about
listen,
people that used to dodge fighters? Like, remember Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather?
My
What did we say
God.
about Floyd Mayweather when he ducked and dodged Manny Pacquiao for years?
I love it.
People used to say he was cherry picking, right? Is Jake Paul not doing the same thing? Are we not going to condemn
This dude
Jake
is a
Paul for the same thing
YouTuber
that
though.
we
Like, is he a
condemn
boxer or
Manny
not?
Pacquiao, that we condemn Floyd Mayweather for? No, he's not a YouTuber. When he steps in the ring, he's
Nah,
not a
he's
YouTuber.
not. Oh my
He's not
gosh.
a TikToker. He's a boxer. He's going.
Now you're
He's trying to be a
man.
professional.
If y'all,
He's an amateur boxer, titled. He has a
right,
license,
But
boxing
that's the
license.
thing, though.
against
He's
Mike
a
Tyson.
licensed
If y'all,
boxer. Actually, it was expired.
Wait a
He's a
minute.
licensed
Wait a
boxer.
minute.
hold on, y'all.
That
Can I
decided
just
to
say,
go up against Mike Tyson without knowing, because none of us knew how Mike Tyson was going to be tonight. So he decided to go up against Mike Tyson, not knowing if he was getting Iron Mike or the Mike we see tonight. Let's just keep it real.
So he's
well,
a
my thing is this,
licensed
right? Let me just say
boxer.
this. Let me just say this, right?
When you're a
Because
licensed
here's the
boxer,
thing, right?
I expect you to
He-
fight licensed boxers.
Right. If Jake Paul, look, I'm gonna give him his props on him doing what he's doing. I give him props on putting money in Mike's pocket. I give him props on his work ethic, and he's trying to take it serious. The only thing that I have a problem with is the hype that you motherfuckers is trying to put on him as if he is this expert, like his skill level is this, that, and the third, because he's knocking people out. But it's like, yo, he's not.
No.
If y'all want to
No.
keep it real, hold
He's
on,
not
listen.
fought one.
And that's not just you, Kev. I'm just talking about people in general who on this hype
Oh,
train.
I never did that. I hope that ain't what
I
you
know, but I'm
perceive.
just saying.
He
I
has not
just
fought
But hold on.
one
I never
amateur
did that.
fighter.
I know
He's
my
never fought
limits.
someone on the
But what I'm
same
saying is
level
this.
as him.
Let's not act like he won tonight because of him. He won because Mike wasn't Mike. That's why he won. Let's be
Right.
Of
honest.
course.
Right. That
But
wasn't
that's my
historically
thing.
in.
Who the heck
So hold
thought?
on. So hold
Who
on.
thought
So
Mike
when
was
we
gonna be
say
Mike
that,
at 60?
but don't matter. What
Come
I'm
Because
on,
saying
George
man.
Foreman was
But
George
that's not us
Foreman
being
at
bitter.
50.
But that's not us being bitter,
Huh?
though, is what I'm saying, Kev.
Because
That's
George
not us
Foreman
being
was
bitter
George
saying
My
that.
Foreman.
thing is, if he would have won, nobody would be talking right now. Y'all would have been like, "Ha, I
No, we would be
told you,"
saying
and
the
all that
same
other stuff.
shit. No, we would say the same shit.
Huh?
We would say, see, this is what happens when you get, that's what we would say. We would say the same thing.
Yeah, from the comfort and
We ain't
benefit
never said
of.
nothing different. If he steps up and beats a legitimate fighter, I'm gonna give him his props.
I
I
feel
will
it.
get on your
I
live.
get you. I feel you.
But he ain't did that yet.
I get
so that's
you.
the reason why he
I
still
feel
gets
you.
the hurt. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
I feel you. I feel you. But all these things you talking about, we all knew. But except
So how about
except the
this?
people
How
that
about
was
this?
Mike Tyson fans, they didn't know. They talking about he's gonna. Like I said, I've been hearing this for the past
Who
couple
isn't a
years when
Mike
they hyped
Tyson
it up.
fan? Mike Tyson is one of the
Andre,
most
bro, I
legendary
know you hear me
boxers of all
talking, bro.
time. What are you talking about? Who isn't a
What
fan
the
of Mike
heck?
Tyson as a boxing expert?
All right.
Who isn't?
Hey,
This nigga annoying me, bro. All right.
yeah, Kev was talking, and I heard you, Kev, because you just
I
said
don't know.
it.
He just get. I don't know what's going on, man. He
You
haven't
said it
haven't been
right.
following the dang on thing for the longest.
Well,
He
you
just.
said it right. If Tyson were to have won tonight, the conversation
It'd
would
have
have
been
been
way
different.
different. That's my hope. That's what I'm arguing. I never said that this dude was a boxer like that. I never said none of that. All these things I've been saying this again. I said he never fought a real boxer. I said when he fought Tommy Fury, I said all that. I'm saying these people that thought Mike Tyson was about to do something, that's who I'm going against. That's my thing. Because it's like, it's no way. I said he's a young dude that's fast, that fought fighters, right? So I knew he was going to win. I already knew he was going to win. I know. Okay, I had to make sure he wasn't going to get knocked out. I was getting scared a little bit. But I said if it didn't happen in the first couple rounds, he was going to get ran. He was going to get ran down. That was the thing. That was my whole argument. I never saying he's no real boxer or nothing, because I know he's not about to fight no Deontay Wilder. He's not about to fight no Anthony Joshua. He's not even going to fight no small guys either. Canelo, I don't know why you keep asking for Canelo, because Canelo's super great. You know, he one of the top dogs, and even the young dogs can't even mess with Canelo. We seen what he did with that, what's that one dude, they got the twin brother. He ran through that young dude. And Canelo way older than him. That's a whole nother level. But like I said, my stuff is for these people, and I'm glad this junk finally over, because I've been hearing this since this junk came out, and it was like for at least a year and a half now. A year and a half, everybody like, oh, Mike about to give it to him. Mike about to Mike. And now we about to, like I said, what I'm going to hear, well, he's not really that. And all this stuff, I knew that people was going to do that. And that's what I'm just laughing at. Because that same energy, it's just not the same. It's just not the same as they put it out when they first heard the fight. Why would this YT kid come in here and try to think he going to do something to him? Oh, man. I say both sides was amazing to me. That's what I say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, you know,
Because I didn't expect him to eat all that from his. I did not expect Mike to eat all that. That's crazy.
you know, if anybody want to donate to me from all the money that I've sent out.
Dang. Oh my, no.
I didn't
I
even
don't
send some
put
money
my
to my
money out
daddy.
there like that. I don't gamble that way, Miss Jane.
I should have listened to my daddy. My daddy, you know.
Oh, I'm so glad it's over.
I could talk a lot of shit.
It's like the elections part 2.
So, Kev, did Jake Paul, and this is another sidebar question, did he look really good in the ring? Did he look like he has advanced in his skills in the ring from what you saw?
Yeah. I'll say that. I say he got better.
Jake or Mike?
I say he got, and I believe he was trying his hardest too. It just Mike too tough. Okay. I could tell he was trying his hardest. He tried, yeah.
I looked at Mike when he went into his corner, and he just looked tired. You know, whenever he went into his corner, it's like, man, he was just taking it all in.
And he said he looked scared. Right, I'll be scared too if I'm throwing my heaviest stuff and this dude ain't getting knocked out. I'll be scared too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, do you think it was an age thing or it was an experience?
Hey, believe me, if Mike had that regular fight time like Jake usually have with the what is it,
3-4 minute rounds or something like that. I forgot how many rounds, and then it's like it's like I think it's 8 rounds too. Yeah, it'd have been a wrap on Mike. I didn't know there was 2 seconds per round. That's my thing. So
Yeah, I didn't know
that's
either
what threw
until
me
we
off.
watched
But
it.
if it was longer than that, I believe the way I thought Mike would have lost he would have lost.
Well, Mike won the first 2 rounds. He had 2.
If he wouldn't get knocked out, it'd been TKO. It'd have been like a TKO. It wouldn't have been probably a knockout, but it'd have been like a TKO.
Yeah.
'Cause I seen him do that to a few people like that. What did is Mike Tyson though? So
So do you think that, like, I think Cousin spoke on it earlier. You know how it's like we're all buying into this. It's like they're doing it for money, but are you paying to see it?
That's why I was on Netflix for free.
Exactly. If it was on pay-per-view, would you have purchased it?
No, I ain't purchased none of them fights. I ain't that deep into it. I ain't purchased none.
But they had to sell it to Netflix though. So the thing is, it had to be big enough for them to sell it to Netflix.
Oh, okay.
So that's the reason why they did that. You know what I mean? This was a really good business move. So if Jake Paul has something to, that's another thing to props for, because this is the way to do it. It would have made more money on Netflix probably than it would have in pay-per-view, right? But that being said, I think this was the catalyst that he needs to kind of keep his
Wait, I
career
thought the
going.
fight
So
was
for
on
me,
Netflix.
the
fight was on
I think
Netflix.
Right. What I'm saying is, like, so when you go to Netflix, right, you got this fight, you got, hey, and then the Netflix is going to say, well, if I'm going to pay you this money, I got to guarantee that there's going to be this many viewers, or I got to think that this is going to be worth my money. So they had to sell it to Netflix. So they made their money already before this shit was even here. Now with
Yeah, it was
pay-per-view,
really a marketing tool. It was a marketing
right,
tool.
so pay-per-view, they would have had to wait. You see what I mean? To see what that purse would have been. And they might have lost on that. Because if you pay,
right,
so this was a good move all around the board as far as his career, marketing. Like, that's a smart move. I give him that. And I say, that's something that I said about Floyd Mayweather. Like, the way he moved his business acumen was good around how he did his fights. So I think Jake is doing good with that. My next thing is, at this point, right, you at 27 years old, Father Time, if this don't show us nothing else, Father Time is undefeated, okay? So that means if you don't make your move into boxing, motherfucker, now's the time. You gotta start fighting some real motherfuckers, bro. Like, that's just what I'm saying. At this point,
got to. He do.
Yeah, unless he gonna be all the time gonna be an exhibition boxer, then that's cool. Then if that's what he gonna be, then let us
that's true.
not start saying, then stop calling him a boxer then. We can start calling him a show. We can start calling him
A fighter.
entertainment. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. But like, that's the problem.
A
is
puncher.
Like, everybody just keep on putting him in the same ranks as boxers, but we
that's true.
no, boxers is out here getting down. This dude ain't doing that.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing I would say against him, because I'm not mad at his hustle. I'm not mad at how
I ain't gonna lie, when he
yeah, he you know what I'm saying, I can't be mad at Jake Paul other than he just got to be a little bit more humble in my opinion.
when he beat Mike Perry though, that got me. I was like, wow, because Mike Perry, the king of bare knuckle boxing, he beat him and he was active. That's what I knew for sure. Me myself, I knew for sure he was gonna be Mike. I mean, Mike was gonna be him.
But how big was he?
And people are out here watching them beat each other up. You're paying for it. You're paying. That's that entertainment.
I mean, listen, I'm not mad at him for the effort. Like, that's what I'm saying. But like, you beat little Nate Robinson 5'7".
Yeah, that wasn't nothing.
You make Dion what 5'8".
I ain't gonna
like,
Askren wasn't even not a boxer, a piece of boxer.
He little. Like, they all little.
Tyron Woodley, boy, that's one that woke me up a little bit.
And he little. But that's what I'm saying. Everybody is little, smaller than him. If he was a real boxer, he wouldn't even been in a ring with them. See what I'm saying? So that's my point. Like,
when do they fight? Fury and Usyk?
December 1st.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm ready for now.
Part 2, ain't that part 2? Yeah.
That's part 2. That's their rematch.
Yeah. I think he know his limits. He's not about to fight no Yeah, just like my boy Francis Ngannou had to learn the hard way what real boxing is. Because I think if Francis Ngannou was to fight Fury again, he wouldn't have got close. Fury just got caught off guard. That's what it was. Because I'm like, dog, because I got hyped up because Francis Ngannou almost beat Fury.
Facts.
And then he got it in there with Anthony Joshua and got put to sleep. I was like, dang, what the heck? Okay, that's real boxing. And now Anthony Joshua just lost to Dubai. I'm like, boy, it's a domino effect. Everybody getting knocked out back to back. Like they can't even keep the belt.
The kids get gifts. I get boxing in December. And Squid Game.
Slevy, you up there? What you doing? Still eating that food up there?
And is.
Did she just say D's? You trying to give me with these nuts?
Oh, I said and is.
Oh, girl, it scared me a little bit. I'm like, oh, you trying to be like that?
No.
Yeah.
She trying to be like that?
No, I'm not trying to be like nothing.
She went from Slimmy to Slimy now after that. I was like, wow.
Stop it. Don't call me that. You know better.
She went from D's.
You know what I am upset with though?
What?
Netflix and all that buffering.
Yeah, I stopped watching on Netflix. I swear, after that third bluffer, the 3 strikes it was out, I went on my little website.
Yeah, no, I had to keep going back in and out, but once I got
she said.
Hey, but you know what though? When I start thinking about this, I don't know where else. Like Tyson, I think this was like the perfect.
You got to go to
storm
Tommy
for him.
Fury.
Like no, I think that was the perfect thing for Tyson. Like, you made all this money, right? You know how when you're a boxer or a musician or anything of that nature, once you retire, you always have that itch in your system, right? Like for me, when I got out of music, I still have that thing to produce, even though I don't do it professionally now, right? So I got a studio at the house. I still go downstairs and I'll do some shit here and there, and I'll be like, yeah. And just to get that itch out, right? Just to get that creativity, that little bit of me.
And I think itch, please.
Tyson, I think that Tyson has that. Like, he always is a boxer. He gonna always have that. And he, at his point, he like, okay, how else can I get out here without just doing a regular sparring session?
That was so funny.
Right, he can do
that.
If
you really looking at the fight, he swore he was going in fast motion. That was so funny to me. He was shaking his head.
And this is what I'm thinking, because those training videos, that was the hype. That was just to sell the fight, right? So they was like,
still got it. He got speed.
But he does, because he was there. But now when he in a fight, he like, you ain't got to do it.
Let me bring your booty back.
You just need to get through this fight, not get hurt, get this money. You get your, you know what I'm saying? So I think for him, you can't really beat that. At 60 years old, you just get to go out here, make a couple million. You know what I mean? Get your workout, get a little bit of that cheer, get a little bit of that press conference, like all of that shit that you had in your life. You can kind of relive that, get this money, and go home without being hurt. Like, I think that was good for him. So I can't be mad at it. But I think for Jake though, he got to come back, man. He gonna have to give us something, man. This next one, he gonna have to do something.
I'm glad. I'm just glad this one over. But yeah, I've been saying that he got to fight somebody one time, at least fight Tommy Fury again and get the baby steps going. I think Tommy Fury has got to be the best bet next. Got to be.
Yeah, because then look, what happens if he wins, right?
If he wins, he got to fight a boxer, another boxer.
But now you got a part 3 that can.
I mean, he did fight 2 other boxers though, but they was.
But you know what I'm saying?
He fought the one that was 17-2 though. Like, he was a pro boxer though, but he just was small. I think you said the word was small, right? He was small and older. I think a little bit older, so. Yeah, I guess so he got to fight somebody like at least near his age and big as him, like Tommy Fury. Chill on you.
Problem?
But maybe he lost
him off shut
with Fury.
Yeah, Kevin, because you've been talking.
Like, hey, I got in the ring with Tyson and I survived. maybe that's a good
My bad,
little
ma'am.
motivator for him. So hopefully he get a better fight.
For real?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Cousin, get your friend.
I apologize. I won't talk crazy no more. I apologize.
Nah, Kevin, what's your beef with me? Let's talk about it.
No, ain't no beef.
You've been picking on
Turkey.
me for days now.
How? When?
Every live we done been in, you done cracked a joke or did some shit.
I crack
So it's
jokes on
like,
everybody.
I feel targeted, so we gonna unpack this.
That's because I crack jokes on everybody. It's laugh.
It's not a joke if it's not funny.
Oh my gosh.
What's wrong, Kevin? What did I do?
I'll let you have that. I'll let you have that one.
Let me is crazy because you can't let me have what's mine. What's the problem, Kevin? Let's talk about it.
Oh, well,
Why you picking at Slim of all people?
I ain't picking Slim.
I didn't say picking. I said picking at. Two different things.
I'm picking that. Maybe I was picking at the brain part right there. Say Slim no Trump with the brain. Say no.
We're gonna get on these topics.
Oh yeah, we got to refresh everything for that one. Yeehaw!
Yeah, so y'all talk
I'll leave you alone, Slimmy.
already or what?
Thank you, Kevin.
You're welcome. You said, what's up? You said Mr. P, what'd you say?
You already talk about Tyson?
You died! Boy, I wish you was smelling the bitterness earlier, boy.
God bless.
Hey, ain't no bitterness. Some of us took a lot.
You did very well, lovely. And Trio, she got there
we took our
eventually.
losses well. We took our losses well.
Y'all knew what time it was. Y'all knew what time it was. I've been saying that for the long. Y'all thought I was playing when I said Team Jake. You going for him? I'm going for what's logical.
Yeah, I took my loss. I hugged the lion. Really,
I tried to save y'all from that LEL, but y'all ain't wanna get saved from that LEL.
No, man, I was more sad just watching it happen.
Oh, I know, Mr. P. Come on in here and get some of this beating from Kev too.
Just don't do me like fucking Jake just did.
Muha. Sitting there stiff. But like I said, I do give Mike his credit. He was a good punching bag, and he didn't get put to sleep.
That is crazy.
He didn't get put to sleep, though. That's one thing I give it to him. And that dude made Jake Paul look bad in a way, right? Because he couldn't put an old man to sleep.
Nah, Jake Paul carried him the last 3 rounds, in my opinion, my guy.
Yeah. It was bad. It got real bad. It got bad. It literally got bad at the round I said it was. It actually got bad before that. It got bad in the 3rd round.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the last 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, man, Jake was keeping him up. Jake had this look on his face. He did not want to be the guy to sleep Tyson. He could have.
Nah, I couldn't see that.
It
looked like he was trying his best. He was trying the same tricks that I was seeing.
If he could have done it, he would have done it.
He wasn't throwing to put him out, in my opinion. I watched the rounds a couple of times, and it looked like Jake was trying to just give him a good fight. He didn't want to end him. It seemed like Jake.
You ain't see? Did you see how his little bald head was getting swung around? He looked like he was trying his hardest.
I watched the whole thing a couple of times, man. I'm just saying, in my opinion, Jake looked really crisp. He looked good. I think he's got the potential. He's just got to fight real boxers his size. That's all he's got to do.
Yeah, he do. That's what me and Cuz is talking about.
Always got to do.
See, here we go, Print. See, now this is where I got to see. Goddamn it, Print. You came in here with this shit. Look, y'all making it seem like he is so good that he can temper if he wants to knock somebody out. Jake ain't that good, man. Y'all gotta stop this shit.
I agree with you, cuz I was saying that too. I believe he was trying his hardest.
Give him his props. I give him his props. He looked like, you know what I mean? Like, okay. But to sit up here and say, yeah, he was holding him up. You know, he just didn't want to knock him out because no, he ain't that good to where he can just figure out and pinpoint
Dude, when he rocked,
not to get close.
When he rocked Tyson,
he knows that Tyson is a counterpuncher.
When he rocked Tyson, the look on Jake's face, man. I'm telling you, the demeanor changed. There was this key moment where Jake hit him hard and he stumbled. He was off balance. And his corner was even telling between rounds, just put the pressure on. You will finish him. And he would have. If he would have just thrown 3 or 4 extra punches after a combination, he could have put Tyson down easily.
He got caught
because Tyson had no legs, my guy. It was sad to watch. I am not saying any of this with a smile on my face. It was sad to watch. Tyson may have the power, but he has no delivery system. His legs were gone, and they couldn't get him out of the way, and they couldn't put him in a position. It was sad. Like, it really was sad.
It was sad when he took the fight. I don't know why y'all thought he was going to do something.
Y'all act like Jake Paul is some humble, fucking noble sportsman. Bullshit. If he could knock him out, he would have. I don't know why we
agree.
I'm calling a spade a spade, man. I'm not about to sit up here and give him no fucking elaborate ass roses. Like, he was just the valiant guy. He just wanted to keep him.
I'm not saying it was like I'm not saying it was like he wanted to be the knight in shining
This accountability room.
This accountability room. Don't come in here with that. I gotta give you a little.
All I'm saying is I saw the tone of his body change when it looked like he hurt Tyson. And it just seemed like from that point on, it wasn't lethal intent anymore.
He wanted to knock him. I seen that part too, though. But throughout the other rounds, he really was trying to knock his head off.
Dude, the last 15 seconds of the 8th round, he was putting his hands down and bowing at the end of the fight. That's the exact opposite of wanting to finish him at any cost.
No.
At that point, he couldn't knock him out no more, right? He just said, forget it.
10 seconds, like, here's the thing, right?
And he not about to risk getting knocked out.
Don't get all up in your feelings. We're going to be accountable right here. If he was so hell-bent on the knockout, he wouldn't have wasted 15 seconds at the end of the fight bowing and showing respect.
We seen when he turned.
Throwing his everything he had.
He was showing homage right there. I'm sorry.
Right, that's all that was.
At the end of the fight, when he hit that man, look, if he connected with all he had, he gave Tyson that bow, and he still stood there like, oh shit.
Why not bow?
Look at him like, oh my God.
So he wants to be the valiant, good, respectable guy with 15 seconds still left, but not 2 rounds prior when I said that it looked like he could have finished him and didn't. Okay.
No.
It's cool when you guys say it is, but it's not. All right.
No, because his problem. Listen, if you know fighting, if you ever been in a fight, right? And I did martial arts, so it was a little bit different, but the premise is the same. Once you in the last bit of that fight, you don't want to fuck around and find out. It's like, okay, look, you got this fight won. Just bow out. You good. You got this. You won on the cards.
Yeah.
Give him some respect. Because if you go in there and get caught slipping on some deep shit, Tyson will lay you out. So
that's what I was looking at, right?
It's not about him just like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna be no. I promise you, Jake Paul ain't never been that dude. Why you think he just turned to that dude right now? Like, that's all I'm saying. I get what you mean, but like at the same time, that dude is cocky as shit. He is the arrogant dude.
I'm not trying to say he's a good guy.
But then a good guy would be the one, like you said. I'm going to.
All I'm saying is, it looked like his body language changed, and he didn't
not throughout the whole match though.
He didn't have that put him down urgency that a 27-year-old in his prime boxer can have with 2-minute fucking rounds. For crying out loud! Like
but you talking about that timing though. Like I seen that part you talking about though, and that's when he started actually putting his hands down when he seen how it was going. And then after that,
he knew that he was in control at that point. Is the whole point I'm bringing up.
But even like that last round, he was still trying to knock his block off. And just like what Cousin said, when he gave one of them real hard hits and he ate that boy, he was like, forget it. It's almost time to go. So let me just go ahead and give him his flowers. Nah, that's why he didn't shake his hand. Because Mike could have just slept him because he was scared that he was gonna sleep him. That's why he stayed back. And then when the bell rang, that's when he gave him his handshake and hugged him. He was
I'm
not
just
about to
saying,
wait for no
Hey,
it's
hey,
last
smart.
minute getting put
hey,
to sleep.
I've never once ever said that you guys have to like my correct answer. Okay?
We never said we didn't.
All
Well, we
right.
don't.
So
I like how you put that.
He said I like my correct answer.
come on, you know I
Hey, he
gotta
got
play.
me though. I'm mad. I didn't even pay
That's
attention to the end
wild.
until after I said something. So how do you know what he was thinking? What are you talking about? He just be coming in random. I don't even know what he's talking about.
I just felt sad watching it, man. You know, I was hoping it was gonna be more entertaining, but
Yes, all the
but
Mike Tyson
Father
heads
Time was
thought
the real victor,
they was
man.
over there thinking with they heart. Too bad a spirit bomb don't work like that, bye.
Man, nostalgia
I
let
said
me
that
down,
yesterday
man.
too.
We
Said that
took
was the
our.
print. Oh, I don't know what
I
happened.
think me and Jane took our losses well. we took. I knew.
I don't know.
How the fuck do I
Slimmy, I'm
know
about to
what
mess
he
with
was
Slimmy again.
thinking? I
Is
never
she
said
showing her
I
pretty
knew what
face?
was he was thinking. I was making an assessment based off
She
of
not
body
sharing food
language
again.
that
Wow.
I observed. That's all I was
Oh,
doing.
ice. Okay.
So I didn't say I knew what the fuck he was thinking. I was saying that it looked like he eased up in pressure and he didn't push as hard as he could have. So if I had to make an analysis based on how hard he could have looked like he could have gone versus didn't, it looked like he slowed up because he didn't want to be the guy that has to deal with the press for sleeping an old man that couldn't perform and had no legs. Like, sorry, but that was the case. If he
No.
would have slept Tyson in round 5, 6, or 7, he'd be getting all the press saying everybody could tell the fight shifted. And now Mike Tyson's got brain damage. Like, I'm sorry, but there was a big part of that you're talking about martial arts, cousin. You know, when you're with somebody and they ain't on your level, you don't need to smash them extra hard. You know, and I think I think we agree a little bit. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think we're agreeing. I think the timing when we're allowing Jake Paul to have exercised a little bit of thought is different. You know, I'm saying he didn't want to finish it when he could have, or he didn't finish it when he could have because there was just too much negative press to be caught. His corner's telling him you can finish it in round 6 and 7. They're telling him they've seen
He
shit
was
and they
trying,
know him
bro.
that he can finish it, and he didn't.
He was trying. I that's why. Cause that's like taking it away from Mike, man. I don't think he was trying, dog.
Why am I explaining? Because we're talking. We're talking about the fight that just happened. Where the hell have you been this whole time? Spiritual high priest? We're talking about the Tyson fight that literally just happened. And I talk about things. You can come up and join us.
Here's my thing, right? Like when I'm looking at if you look at a fighter and all of a sudden they are masters of their craft and they do all of these things, and after the fight, before the fight, they can tell you and break down everything, how it was and all this other stuff. You ever hear like Floyd Mayweather talk about a fight? They talk about points of angles of the damn ring. Like, they know exactly what they're doing at all times in that fight, right? And they will tell you, all right, I was trying to hold him up, or I was doing this, or whatever the case is. That is not Jake Paul. And all I'm saying is I get your sentiment and I understand what you're saying, but this man has not even, like, that is an elite fighter who will sit there and survey the land and say, you know what? I could knock him out right now, but I'm not going to. I'm going to take the high road. I'm just going to. No, he was trying his best. But Tyson is elusive, man. Like, this is an old dude who's been fighting his whole life, right? And once any fighter, I'm telling you, you could be like, look, it's a certain time that you get down. In the first 2 was a fill out. Then you're gonna try, you're gonna do what you did, you get some good punches. Okay, now you got the fight won. These last 2 rounds, stay the fuck back. Do not go out there unless you have a clear opening. Do not try this, because this man will sleep you if he's a counterpuncher. That's what they told him. I guarantee, I would bet dollars to donuts that they were like, you already got the fight won. This is Tyson. This is cool. Don't trip. You good.
Is that another bitter person that just came in here?
You see what I'm saying?
They actually told him to knock him the hell out.
But he couldn't. I'm saying, like, that's what it was.
Exactly. That's what I right.
And it's no shame in that.
That's why we trying to get through Mr. P.
That's all I'm saying. I don't think that he was
He
just like
ain't.
at a level where, hey, I could have slept him, but I decided because that's the I don't want to go through the press afterwards. What do you mean? He lives on this
He
press.
don't. The fact that he
That's
took
the
on
shit
that fight, he was
does.
not about to be thinking about that. He took the fight
He
on.
would
He
have
think
loved to have the press of him knocking out Tyson. That's what he
Yeah.
does.
That's why he
bought
took the
himself
fight.
his own-
Hey, I'm just gonna end my
Just
statement
saying,
on
come on
this.
now.
Jake
Come
Paul
on
on a
now.
polygraph stated that he thought he would beat Tyson via knockout, and that proved to be a lie via polygraph. So saying he was going to go in there and he knew he could, he was going to go in there and finish him. He didn't even believe that in his heart that he was going to finish him.
So then, right. So how would you now
I think he
in the
did.
fight say that he was going to finish him, but I just decided not to?
I'm not saying he just decided not to. What I'm saying is there's a lot of fucking risk involved when you're trying to put out Mike Tyson. And the
Nah,
risk
you said
involved
that.
in trying to sleep Mike Tyson, which he could have done if he would have doubled up on his pressure a little bit in rounds 5 or 6. If he would have increased his pressure more, he could have put an end to it. But there's a risk of getting knocked out yourself, which is really freaking high. So the safer task is to just pick him apart with distance, keep the old man chasing you, doesn't have a delivery system for his punches. Like, it was so fucking sad. It was just like watching someone who couldn't catch up with the other person. It was sad to watch.
So that's what I'm saying. So but that's my point, bro. It's not like
And because it was sad to watch, that means that Jake Paul wasn't being pushed to the point, to his limits, to being tested, and that he was able to guide through it. Yes, it was dangerous. Yes, he got hit a couple of times. Yes, the risk of being slept is high with Tyson. Duh. But he wasn't in danger at any fucking point.
because he was
Jake
running.
Paul was
Of
not in
course.
danger at all.
Ain't nobody in danger when you're running. That's the point. But that's what I'm saying, Pritt. That sounds entirely different than what you said at first. That's what I'm trying to say.
My
Okay, that
point
was the
is
only
that you're
pushback.
saying that level of skill isn't there. I'm
It's
saying,
not.
well, we
It's not.
watched it be there.
No, it's not. You watched him run. You watched him stay out of danger. That's okay. Yeah, he got that skill. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
and
I give you that.
Money Mayweather, he does that beautifully, and he has got a record to boast.
Money
And
Mayweather
I don't
don't
agree
get
with
hit
it.
though.
I don't agree with it, but it wins fights. We watched it tonight. It was sad.
I said, but it's like didn't y'all hear me say this? Like, none of this stuff is new. All this stuff I said was gonna happen, except for I thought he was gonna get knocked out. That's the one part I was wrong about. I thought that he was gonna knock out Mike Tyson. But
Hey, man, it was a victory for me if he didn't get slept.
Yeah.
I think I kind of pointed that out earlier
You're
when
right.
we were talking.
You said that.
That I was just hoping that he doesn't get knocked out. That would be the ultimate,
Listen.
Oh,
fall.
I ain't hear that then. So you got that, dude.
Nah,
I
all
got
I'm saying is, when you first came in, Print, you didn't say this. If you'd have said this, you
This
would
was
have no
hours
pushback.
ago. Hours ago, cousin. Hours
No,
and
no, no,
hours
no,
ago.
no. I'm talking about just right now. What you just said right now, like 2 seconds ago, I agree with you, right? Like, you even had no pushback. But when you first came in, you made it sound like, oh my God.
Man, he was holding back.
He was had pity on Mike, and that's the reason why he wasn't engaging. That come on, man.
I'm not
That's
gonna
the
lie,
reason why-
it felt like a fucking pity fight the last 3 rounds, dude. It did not look like it just
Okay.
looked so
I
sad.
don't
I wanted them to
know.
throw the towel in. I want them to be like, let's end this.
We can't
I
have
swear,
pity
Lou.
on somebody who chose to be in that ring.
You don't have pity on somebody you're scared of. That's what
man.
you're talking about, man.
I'm just saying, man, it was just
That's what I'm
unnecessary
saying.
damage, man.
Nah, bro. Listen, when you listen, if being cautious is not having pity, being pity means there's nothing this man can do with me, and I'm just choosing to not hit him. That is not the case. That's the reason why I had pushback, because it sounded like that's what you were saying.
Man,
But
I
when you
just felt like we
explained it-
were watching
Nah, when
someone
you
get
ex-
beat, and it was just bad.
Okay, well, like I said, I don't know that right there, staying away from a known counterpuncher, because if you would have pressed him, he would have threw them uppercuts, and if he would have threw them uppercuts, that's when you would have got caught.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man, I'm
So
sad
that's
from what I
why-
watched, man. That's
I'm
all.
saying that's different though than having pity. Like, hey, if I went into this, he can't touch me, but I'm gonna choose to save his legacy. Because that's what it sounded like when you first said it. You
I mean,
didn't-
is that not what
Yes.
anybody else observed? Am I the only one who's saying that looks like it was
Yes,
a
obviously.
possibility?
That's what we're trying to say. That wasn't it.
Okay, well, you can disagree with me, and I'm saying it almost didn't look real at the end.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm just saying. That's all. Because when you explain it, I'm like, okay, I get it.
It just didn't leave a good taste for me. It just wasn't good.
Well, I didn't have a good taste from the start.
Oh, the
but-
reason why they look real because Mike was stuck in the middle of the thing, looking like an old fart, trying his best.
Spiritual, what's your deal with everything I gotta say, buddy? Come up and talk to me if you got something to say.
Yeah,
about
he
every
a
comment I fucking
professional.
make.
Can't ignore him.
He's a professional troll. He always do that in my room.
Yeah, well, come up here and fucking troll me then, buddy. Come on, I'll show you about feelings and shit being out of control, mister.
It's not worth it.
No, I'm in a mood right now. I want to do what Tyson should have.
Tonight, right, Mr. Prince?
Don't run your mouth in the
You
comments.
fucking lions tonight.
No, I ain't feeling threatened. I'm ignoring. What I am is I'm annoyed having to read your goddamn comments when you can speak for your damn self in one of these 3 boxes.
Ooh, he said you running like Jake Paul was earlier. Ooh.
There's 3 boxes open. I'm not trying to be hostile, but if you got something to say, you wanna comment on every point I make.
Join the
get them up.
boxes. He's just gonna talk shit in the comments.
Feel threatened? Yeah, my fucking iPhone sitting on my desk with some nobody texting me, threatening me. I feel real threatened. Fucking Jesus.
Hey, Kev, Mr. Print, Mr. Cousin.
You sound like you tired,
Slim.
like Mike Tyson. Ah!
No, actually, I'm about ready to cool down, and I'm gonna put some music on, and I'm gonna listen to some music.
All right, there you go.
Take my losses. I'm gonna take my
There
losses.
y'all
the
go.
way that
And
they
I
are.
like that. I like that. Now you the real champ. You the real champ now. Trio's the real champ
I'll
now.
take my
When
losses,
we
but
go at each other, this is real brothers talking shit to each other. See, we don't go at each other. We just be talking shit. See, that's what they sound. It may sound like
Yeah,
we was
exactly.
arguing, but it ain't. That's not what we do. But when when I see that fire though, I'm like, I gotta get
My
it. Let's
dog
get
is
it. Come on,
snoring.
get it.
What the heck was that?
Gotta come
Somebody
on up,
fell asleep. That Mike Tyson
No,
over there. I
that
heard
was my
somebody snoring.
dog. I'm
Oh.
sorry, that was my
I thought that
dog.
was Mike Tyson. I heard some snoring over there.
That was my dog. I was like, no, I'm about ready to listen to some music and let him snore on my couch in my blanket.
Yeah, that's what you sound like when you be falling asleep on live.
So
Ain't nobody asked you.
Since we watched that tragedy tonight,
Who
are
are
you
you
guys gonna be
talking
tuning
to?
in for the old men fighting tomorrow in
Slimmy.
the UFC?
No, you need to get your shit together, Kevin. I'm about sick of you.
Oh man, you be talking like you about to like. Well, let me keep my mouth closed again.
Yep, do that.
Yeah, you right. I'm gonna let you
Well, I
have it.
love you, Kevin,
Letting
you
is crazy.
cousin,
It
Cause
can't
it's
let
gonna
me
be
have
2
it.
Mike Tysons
Good
up in
night,
this boy.
I love you all, and
Kevin, keep
Jane,
playing. You're
Miss
gonna be
Jane,
right up
and
in here with
Slimmy.
me.
You guys have a beautiful night.
You
I'm
too.
shutting down for the night, and I'm
Okay.
gonna enjoy my weekend
For
after
sure.
this horrible tragedy that Mr. Print wants to call it a tragedy. To me, I think I think I'm gonna take my losses as one, but I still think Tyson held up his strength, and it goes to show us as we get older, we can still be strong.
So
We
let
may
me
lose.
do what Mr. P just said earlier. Let me lighten up on your love. I ain't gonna give you all of it.
You know, you built this up, Kev, and I was so excited for tonight.
Oh man, I was trying my best to be
I'm
humble, but
glad that the
forget it.
fight went the way that it went, and cousin even called it. Look, it went all 8 rounds.
Y'all can't
Tyson
play me
held
on video
held
games.
his.
This how I am on video games. Don't let me win.
You know, this is how we do. This is what we do, and we do it with love. We do it with compassion. We do it with kindness. Look, we can take a loss, but we don't lose.
And we put our all into it too, not just partial. We don't hold back.
I'ma leave
Yes,
Lovely with
sir.
these words. Ain't no need of arguing about it, cause both of their beds are softer than any of our beds.
Yeah.
Here you go. Here we go. What about in real life? Have they paid you money for this and all that
Hey,
other stuff? Is you?
hey, listen.
I'm just saying
Both
they
of
they
they bed just like
they
me.
sitting
My
comfortable
bed just as soft.
regardless.
My bed just as soft. I don't know what you talking about.
All
But
right, everybody got us come with some
You guys
stuff.
gonna make me
Every
stay on. You're gonna
time
make me
somebody get
stay.
put in that hot seat, they come with. I be loving it, man.
Compared to the
They
night.
gonna be like, is Jake Paul your daddy? You know that stuff gonna be coming.
Compared to the night though, that money stretched longer than any of us in this chat. So
Ah, I
I
ain't
was
trying to
just
hear it.
gonna say
I
that
ain't trying
earlier,
to
Jay.
hear it.
I was like,
I'm not saying
this
nothing
is why
wrong
you
about
guys
either
are
one
gonna
of
I
them.
make
was
I'm
me
just
stay
I
on
was
saying
just
because
about to give Jay her credit,
I'm
man.
not
Nah,
saying nothing
lovely, you're the
yes,
wrong.
only one.
Jane.
That's not a
You're the
negative
only one,
statement. Wait,
lovely.
that's not a
Hey,
negative
Jane,
statement.
Jane,
That's
think
saying
about
that
it.
it's
Look,
no
they
need for
both
the people.
have
Hold
made
on,
major
lovely.
paper tonight, no matter whether
No
they
matter
won
what
or
people want to
lost.
do tonight, it's
So
gonna be some people that's really gonna be fighting over this situation that happened on
That's
TV.
true. That's true.
Just
That's
know
true.
that both of them are comfortable with their decision and that they was fighting tonight. Both of them sleeping real good.
Oh, okay. My bad. I
So
took it wrong.
either way,
My bad.
they ain't got no bad blood. We shouldn't either.
I thought you was talking about. I thought you were talking about Mike Tyson and Jay. Well, they're the
no,
ones.
no,
Well, no,
I understood what she said,
he going to his
but you know,
long term
I'm being
care.
an antagonist
Look,
forever. I'm gonna be an antagonist all night. So that's why I
I'm just
just
gonna
had to give them
say
some
I'm gonna
pushback.
from where
reset
I'm
this live for
sitting,
Yeah,
that.
yeah, that's
none of
all.
y'all's
That's all it
beds
was.
are as good as my bed because my bed has my wife in it. So my bed's got y'all
Is you
beat.
gonna put your all into it or you gonna hold back?
My bed got toys. My bed got toys.
It's like the
I'm
one
gonna
of
go ride.
Tempur-Pedic beds.
I've got a pillow that's like a transformer.
I
It's
could have put her
amazing.
out for the count, but I'm gonna hold back.
no,
Right? I swear we about to be trolling him with that.
I'm the adversary all night. I'm here. I'm here
He
all
ain't
night,
the
ladies and
best.
gentlemen.
Jane, are you leaving right now?
Huh?
Don't look for no help, Mr. P.
I'm young. I'm gonna be up.
Slim, what happened? Why have I not heard what happened to giving us the hospital view? What's going on?
Huh?
She said about water in her lungs.
That's the worst place for water, I've heard.
Liquid. My bad. I said
Fluid.
fluid. Oh, dang. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, the lungs are meant to process gas, not liquid.
I understand that, but you know, sometimes cancer does what it wants to do, and we suffer the consequences of that.
You know, I was just trying to give an obvious answer. I didn't realize it went so dark so fast. My bad.
That was quick.
What do you mean?
I'm just trying to lighten the mood. My bad.
Oh, no.
That sucks that you're dealing with that, though. I'm sorry you're dealing with
No,
that.
they
Huh?
drained it. They had to pull 600 cc's worth of fluid from in between my lung and the wall lining.
So, like, in between, like, your rib and your lung, like on the inside?
Yep.
Man, that sucks.
Yep.
So you probably couldn't take, like, a deep breath, right? Like, it probably, like, made your breath really short?
Because my lung couldn't fully expand and contract. The space was full.
Oh.
But my sister came up here and cussed everybody out, so then they got the fluid out.
That's actually like one of my favorite positions to have as a friend at the hospital is the one that yells at the staff. It's one of my favorites.
Because I've already been labeled difficult on my chart, so you know how that goes.
Hey, you remember we was talking about that before? The importance of having backup when you go to the
Difficult.
Yep.
Oh yeah, doctors treat my wife way different when I'm there versus when I'm not. I gotta be there and nothing gets done. I don't get it. Yeah, I hope you have someone there that looks at these doctors and be like, yo, you want that paycheck, right? You need to do some shit. You gotta perform, buddy. And that's a
doctors called you
unisex buddy
difficult?
term. That when I said buddy, it was unisex.
Because I missed one appointment.
What happened? What was that?
Difficult. I got labeled difficult because I missed one appointment.
Well, what you can do is talk to the ombudsman. If you don't have anybody there, or if you need to correct a nurse, nurse's staff, or a physician, you talk to the ombudsman.
That junk just creeped me out. I might have found me a word on.
The what? Could you enunciate that a little louder for us, Jane, please?
Ombudsman. They deal with conflict resolution. They start investigation on nurses and physicians. If you are labeled as anything on your chart, they can remove that label for you, and they can get you a whole new staff and fire. So
I think I found a new word that's like moist to me.
yeah, I had to figure that out. Well, I was a nurse before, but I had to figure that out for being a
You know what else y'all figured out?
What? Don't start here. I had to figure that out because my husband wasn't present when I was pregnant, so I had to go talk to the ombudsman.
Oh, that word gets me. I think that is my word. That's like like how people feel about moist. I can imagine.
Yeah, man, I hate
that
being
word
hard
hurt
to
my
hear. Could you type
stomach.
that in the comments for me?
That word hurts my stomach when she say that word.
Afraid of moist.
But even though it's trying to.
Okay. Now that it's been spelled out, I hear what you were saying now. Now that it's been spelled out.
I don't want to hear it no more. I found my new word. That's
Ombudsman.
Kevin's superhero alter ego.
Unless you come in.
Right, what the heck? Where is my twin at? She been what? Thought about that.
You only label difficult if you are fighting staff, and if you have like dementia or something like that. They have to look through your chart and find out as to the reason why. Or if
I was labeled difficult because I missed a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, they can have that removed.
I was still doing chemotherapy. And with chemotherapy, it's 3 appointments, not just one. You have to go the day before chemo to get blood work done. Then you have to go get your chemo. Then the day after, you have to get an immune booster shot. I was too sick to get up and go get the immune booster shot because of having to go do the chemo. And the next thing I knew, I was difficult.
Ombudsman.
You know what, Slim?
That's when you gotta show up and be difficult. Fuck that.
How dare you? How dare you have difficulty while dealing with chemotherapy? Why would you do that?
I was so wrong. Like, it's crazy.
God. I hope you can sense the sarcasm. I
can.
Okay, good. I'm just saying, like, fuck, man. These systems suck.
Yeah.
I can tell you right now that my wife is dealing with some stuff, and there's some areas that we're still in testing for the C word.
Oh my God, this thing finna piss me off.
And it just sucks. Like, referrals, second opinions, specialists, more referrals. It's ridiculous.
I swear it's the food we eat.
Yeah, hopefully that'll be changing soon, everybody. Hopefully.
Is he eating ombudsman?
It's changing for me because I'm traveling out and I might be moving to Costa Rica. We just don't know yet.
Oh, better be giving us some camera time if that's the case.
Girl, you wanna come to my Costa Rica?
I have a homegirl that was diagnosed with breast cancer. She moved to Costa Rica, no more cancer. Her diet has changed. Her weight has changed. She went through a couple of rounds of chemo, but then she decided to move.
Since you brought this up a little bit, anybody who's talked to me on a regular basis, you guys know that I'm a religious man. If you're in that realm of spiritual belief, I'd ask that you keep my wife on your thoughts right now, because on the 5th she's going in for some surgeries to have some areas removed from her breasts. So there's that coming up. So just, if you can, if you make those, if you have those conversations with your Lord, and you can keep her on your heart for a minute, that'd be great.
to come together as a family and pray.
Since you were trying to prop up Jake Paul, fuck that. No, I'm just playing.
I have a question before you restart, Kev. Since Mr. P wanted to say something about fluids or whatever, do kids belong in the throat then? Like, where do they? Can they sometimes switch?
What?
Do they belong there?
Does what belong where?
Kids. Do they belong in the throat?
I would say no because sperm is not kids.
I'm saying it like that because I didn't want to say the S word to get them
Oh, I
flagged.
thought that's what you was, I thought that's what you were talking about.
I mean,
They might do some traveling now. So I might want to keep that in mind, guys.
I mean, the only reference that's coming to mind is the rap song of recent, where talked about kids ending up on the couch and her being a babysitter or something.
Better in the couch than other places.
Yeah, so it was I can't think of the song.
It was definitely a J. Cole song.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think it was with 21 Savage.
Said Kev quiet. No, I'm live. I'm live.
Now I gotta find out.
Kevin, that's ashy. Stop it.
He over there collecting money. That's what he doing.
I ain't even got no money on there. You would have thought I had some money on this thing. I'm collecting my pride.
Kevin, that's ashy. Go gargle some WD-40.
You see why we don't get along? You see?
We could get along, but you was being mean to me, so it is what it is.
You be meaning to me first.
I wasn't mean
I
to you.
don't do nothing. I actually be giving her more compliments than messing with her. That's crazy.
You're a lie and a half.
She get a pass.
Quit it.
She get a pass.
What the first day hold up.
She get a pass. Pride is a sin, Kev. Pride is a sin, just so you know.
Pride is a sin, though. You right. I am being prideful. And
Now that sounded ashy. She kind of ate you up with that one, Kev.
Wait, what happened?
She said it sound ashy.
It do.
It sound ashy. That do sound funny, though. Yeah, it did. I got this headset.
I bet you do.
Yeah.
But Kevin won't leave me alone, Creole. He been bothering me for months.
How?
Bothering her.
I never did nothing.
You a lie and a half.
Well, 2 times she thought I was bothering, I wasn't.
I believe Slimmy.
Of course.
Absolutely. Gotta stick together.
It's cool. After we get on this topic, we gonna be sticking together. The Coon Crew.
The Coon Crew is crazy. I'm gonna sit this conversation out.
You gotta do all that.
Coons. We'd have been called Coons.
So you actually gonna be restarting this live tonight?
Yes, sir.
And then how long are you gonna be going? What's the story?
45 minutes in a day.
Maybe a couple more hours, a few more hours, depending on how I go.
Let's get this thing cracking, man.
All right. Oh, he said the bigger bit and a bigger loss from bigger Mike. All right, y'all. Give me a second.